Appendix B. Notes. Chapter 1. P12. The intercourse of Ireland with the Roman provinces is illustrated by coins found in the island. See Proceedings of Royal Irish Academy, Roman II. 184-1843, on a find of coins, early imperial from Vespasian to the Antonines in Fa Mountain near Pleaskin, Giant's Causeway, Co., Antrim, CP. Also Ib. 186-7. Ib. Roman 6. 441 SQQ. 1856, a paper by Petrie on coins of the Republic found near Rathfarnham, Co. Dublin. Ib. 525 on 8 coins, imperial, from Tiberius to Constantine, found near Downpatrick. Proc. Of Royal Soc. Of Antiquaries of Ireland, XXX. P. 176, 1900, 15 coins, Constantine at Tara. P. 14, Gaelic settlements in SW. Britain. Sources: Cormac's Glossary SV, Mojam ed. Stokes, the text of which an extract was printed by Zimmer in Nennius Vindicatus, p. 85 from Bodleian MSS. Rawlinson b. 502 f72c and Laud 610 f100a1, edited with translation by Kuno Mayer, Y. Simroder, 14 101 SQQ. CP. Also Historia Brittonum, section 14, p. 156, ed. Mommsen. See Zimmer, Ib, on these settlements. He determines the date of the composition of the Rawlinson Laud document as about AD 750. The question as to the survival in West Britain of the descendants of an ancient pre-British Goidelic population, maintained by Professor Rise, combated by Professor K. Mayer, see Transactions of Hun. Soc. Of Simroderian, 1895-6 p55 SQQ. Does not affect the reality of a later Goidelic settlement in historical times. On the DisCCP, Rise, Studies in Early Irish History, p56, Origin of Welsh England, pp. 26, 73, 179 in Y. Simroder, Roman 18. 1905, Celtic Britain, ed. 3, p. 247 SQQ. p10. The statement that man was never conquered by Rome might have to be modified if, as has occurred to me, the words of Tacitus at the beginning of Agricola 24, "Na prima transgressus ignotas ad id tempus, gens crebris simul ac praeliis domuit," record a descent of Agricola on that island. In the context, an expedition to Caledonia seems excluded. Prima is unintelligible. It may be an instance of the common confusion of un with im. Ima, for una, having been taken as an abbreviation of prima. p14. Perhaps were conditions of military service. A stone of Kilorglin, now in the Dublin Museum, bears the Agam inscription Galatos, which Professor Rise explains as genitive of Latin Galatus, a helmed soldier. He thinks that it was a name first given to a Goidel who had worn the Roman Gallia, that is, one who had served in the Roman army. For one cannot help comparing it with Codurani as connected with Petriani, and the name Sagittarius, of which the genitive Sagittari was found in Agam on a stone discovered at Burnfort, in the neighborhood of Mallow, in Cork. All three names are presumably to be explained on the supposition of Goidelic touch with Roman institutions, especially the military system, not to mention such Latin names as Marianus, Latinus, and Columbanus, or their significance, so to say, in this context. Reprint from Proceedings of Royal Society of Antiquaries of Ireland, Part 1. Volume Roman 32, 1902, p. 16. Chapter 2. p. 16, Calpurnius, Confession 3574 Armagh Mis has Calpornum, Cotton MS, Calpornium, Brussels Mis of Muirchu Kuelfarney 4957, properly a nomen but like other nomina adopted as a cognomen. As such, however, it does not seem to occur often. CP, CIL, Roman 14, 570, Roman 3, supple. Pars post 1,435,428, Roman 8. 9157. Ib. Potitus, Confession 3575, Armagh Mis Potiti Presbytery, and in the margin Filii Odyssey added in the same hand. It is to be noted that the copy of the confession used by Muirchu seems to have had simply Potiti Presbytery, 4947, hence, the inference is suggested that Filii Odyssey was not in the original text of St. Patrick's work, but was added in the margin from some other source, and inserted by the scribe of the Cotton Mis in the wrong place. Before, instead of after, presbytery. Potitus, not Odysseus, was the presbyter. In the hymn Gener Patrake L. 4, Odysseus is described as a deacon. Potitus was a common cognomen in the Roman Empire. Examples will be found in almost any volume of the C.I.L. e.g. v. 834, 970, 6125, 7436, Roman 2. 1172, 3799, 4006, Roman 14, 1332, 7, 3964, etc. P. 16, Calpurnius a decurion, Corat, 37,720 Decoriani Pater Nascer. That Patrick's family were British provincials and lived in Britain there can be no question. Confession, 3,701,012 and 36,412, cp. Corat. 375, passages which prove that Patrick regarded Britain as his native land, and that his family lived there continuously from the time of his captivity till his old age. There is no evidence whatever that they had come and settled in Britain during his boyhood, and his biographer in the 7th century writes unhesitatingly that he was Bredo nation, in Britannies Natus, Muirchew, 494, 6. Patrick does not say himself that he was of British descent, but the presumption that his family was British is confirmed by his Celtic name Sucat, see below, 291. P. 17, decurions in smaller towns. The evidence is collected in Kubler's article Decurio in Pauli Wiswa, Real Enzyklopädie der klassischen Altertumswissenschaft. The Cannabis which grew up at military stations sometimes received self-governing privileges and had decurions. The evidence is for Apulum in Dacia, Mogontiacum, and Breitstio. There is also evidence for decurions in Pagi, but only for Africa. Visai and Casella were attributed to the larger towns near which they were situated, and had no ordo decurionum, see Cod. Just. 527, 3110, 19. 8. We can therefore infer that Calpurnius was a member of the municipal senate of some town in the neighborhood of the Vicus Baniventa. The condition of decurions or curials in the 4th and 5th centuries. Chief source, Codex Theodosianus, Esp. Roman 12. 1. The subject is well treated and elucidated in Professor Dill's Roman Society in the last century of the Western Empire, BK, Roman 3. Chapter 2, On the Decay of the Middle Class. P. 18, 16 acres or upwards, ultra euaginti quinc iugera priuato dominio Poseidons, Cod, th, Roman 12. 1, 33. Sinews of the Republic, Nervi Republici Novel, Maiorini Roman 7. 1. P. 19, curials who took orders, Julian's Rescript, Cod, th, Roman 12. I. 50, enactments of Theodosius I. 121 AD 390, 123 AD 391, cp. Esp. Section 5. P. 20, married clergy. Calpurnius and his father are instances of married clergy, belonging to the period of transition, before the principle of celibacy had been generally recognized. Enjoined by the Spanish Council of Elvira in AD 305, this principle had not been universally accepted even in Spain, for it was in answer to an appeal from a Spanish bishop that Pope Siricius wrote his decretal of AD 385, laying down the necessity of celibacy. This ruling expressed the rapidly growing tendency in the Western churches, yet at a much later time, Gallic councils found it necessary to legislate against married clergy. There is therefore nothing surprising in finding married deacons and presbyters in Britain in the 4th century. It is open to anyone who chooses to believe that Calpurnius and Potitus gave up family ties before they took orders, but such a belief would be a pure act of faith, superfluous and ungrounded. P. 23. The names Patricius and Sucat. The statement of medieval biographers that the name Patricius was first assumed on the occasion of ordination must be regarded as a conjecture to explain the tradition that he had 4 names. The earliest mention of the 4 names, Sucat, Maganus, Cothridge, and Patricius, is in Tyrchon, p. 302, who found them in a written source. There is no difficulty about Cothridge. It has been recognized by Todd, Rise, Thurneson, Zimmer that it is simply an Irish equivalent for Patricius, with the regular mutation of P to C, which we find in early loanwords from the British language, e.g., cask equals pasha, cruimthir equals primter for presbyter, cp. Zimmer, Early Celtic Church, p. 25. I have pointed out traces of an older labiovelar form, Cattraige, tradition of Muirchu's text, p. 200. I have also shown Ib, p. 201, that in early tradition this name was specially connected with Patrick's captivity, and this supports the view that he was named Patricius as a child. His Irish captors rendered it Cattraige or Cattraige. The genuineness of the name Sucatus, also recorded by Muirchu, Sachet, p. 494, which corresponds to the modern Welsh Hygad, warlike, cp. Stokes, Trip. p. 616, and the explanation in the Scholia on the hymn-gener Patrick, L3, is generally admitted and derives some support from a similar consideration, Barry, Ib. p. 201. It is probable that when Patricius went to Ireland as a bishop his name was generally rendered Patrick, with p, because it now came in its Latin form and not as a Brythonic word, Patrick. But we have traces of the use of the other form in Petra Coithrigi at Uisnech Tur. 31,025, and Petra Coithiagi at Cashel, Ib. 331. Before the 7th century, the Spratshaful for the mutation of foreign P2C had so completely disappeared that the equation Cattraige equals Patricius was not recognized, and an absurd derivation for Cattraige was invented, Tur. 302, but it is significant that this etymology was connected with the captivity. The fourth name Maganius Tur, Maganius in later documents, appears in the Historia Brittonum as Mon. It seems to me to be simply the Roman cognomen Maganius, CCIL, v. 4609, Roman 8, 9515. p. 23, Concessa. There is no reason to doubt the tradition Muirchu, p. 494, that this was the name of Patrick's mother. No credit can be attached to the names or existence of numerous sisters, Lupita, etc., mentioned in later documents. The tradition that Secundinus, Sechnal, was his sister's son might be regarded as a ground for assuming that he had at least one sister, but it is to be observed that the tradition appears in an extremely suspicious form. In the preface to the hymn which is called by his name Lib. Hymnorum, IP3, Secundinus is described as son of Restitutus of the Lombards of Letha and of Derica, Patrick's sister. But a woman named Darurca must have been an Irish woman, not a Briton, and the expression Lombards of Letha for Italy suggests that the statement was not derived from a very ancient source. Secundinus does not appear in Muirchu. In Tyrchan he is only mentioned in a list of bishops ordained by Patrick, and in the additional notices, p. 346, where he occurs once, nothing is said of kinship. But he is mentioned twice in the Annals. In AD 439, an alt. He arrives in Ireland, already a bishop, to help Patrick, and this record must be preferred to Tyrchan's statement that Patrick ordained him. Under AD 447 his death is recorded an alt, AD 448 an inisf, in the 75th year of his age. At that time Patrick cannot have been much more than 58, see Appendix C, 3, so that he would have been about 17 years younger than his nephew. This is impossible, except on the supposition that the mother of Secundinus was half-sister of Patrick, daughter of a former wife of Calpurnius. In Ad, notices Laman p. 335 is described as his sister's son, and 4 brothers of Laman are named as bishops in Ireland, and p. 340, a brother of Patrick is mentioned as father of Now and Nigh. It is to be observed that none of the names are Latin. Does Patrick's statement in the letter against Corat? 37,715, quis me compulit, allegatus spiritu, ut non ioidem aliquam de cognation me. Justify the inference that none of his cognati were in Ireland. The story which places Patrick's capture in Armorica vit. Trip. p. 16, Probus I12, Schol. On him gen p. etc. has obviously no historical value, being clearly prompted by the motive of connecting Patrick with Brittany. It has an interest, however, in preserving the name Sechtmaid, King of the Britons, a reminiscence apparently of the Emperor Septimius Severus. p. 26, Men-servants and maidservants. This addition to the data of the confession comes from the letter against Coroticus, 37,719. p. 31, port to which Patrick escaped. He mentions the distance himself, Ducentum Milia Passus, conf. 36,133. Wicklow would suit either theory of the place of captivity. Of course the distance must not be pressed too closely, but it is to be remembered that Patrick wrote when he had fuller knowledge of the geography than he can have had at the time of his escape. The reason for conjecturing Wicklow is that it seems to have been a port where foreign ships might be looked for. Both Palladius and Patrick landed there. Muirchew calls it Portum apud nos clarum, 27,512. p. 32. Suck their breasts. Suger mamellas aerum conf. 36,218. I conjecture that the origin of this remarkable phrase, which clearly means to enter into a close intimacy, was a primitive ceremony of adoption. Among some peoples, when a child is adopted, a rite of mock birth is performed. For instance, the child is placed under the dress of the adoptive mother and creeps out. For the custom of mock suckling, see Fraser's Golden Bough 2 volume Roman 3. p. 380. Note: the make-believe suckling is analogous to, and has the same emblematic meaning as, a make-believe parturition, and it will be admitted that this explanation satisfies perfectly the present context. I decline to let myself be adopted by them. It is not necessary to infer that a literal adoption was proposed to Patrick by any of the crew. The expression is merely figurative for a close and abiding intimacy, just as we use colloquially the phrase, to be adopted. It has been thought that the expression is taken from the Vulgate rendering of Isaiah LX. 16. Sugs lac gentium et mamilla regum lactiberis. Even if it were so, the point of the phrase would not be explained, but Mr. White has shown on other grounds the improbability of such a reference. There are no other vestiges of the use of the Vulgate in Patrick's citations from the OT, whereas there is unmistakable evidence of his use of an Old Latin version, see White, Proc. of RIA. 1905, p. 231, and the note on the passage. p. 34, they came to the habitations of men, conf. 3,633,134 ad homines. This is certainly the right reading and stood in the Ms used by Muirchew, 49,532. The cod, arm, gives omnes, which is unsuitable in the context. Thou shalt remain with them 2 months. Patrick refers here to a second captivity, 36,325, and his words, which are not lucid, misled his biographers, beginning with Muirchew, into supposing that he was captured on some later occasion. But I cannot think that his words, et iterum post annos multos ad hoc capturam dedi, refer to the 2 months which he spent with the traders. They come in curiously after the incident of the dream and before the mention of the 2 months. Post annos multos cannot naturally be taken of the 6 years of his captivity in Ireland, but must mean a term of years after his escape. I believe that the sentence is a parenthetical reference to his life work in Ireland, conceived as a second captivity. And again, after many years, my captivity was continued. The motive of this abrupt observation was the preceding dream, to which he attributes great significance. It furnishes, in fact, the interpretation of the dream. The second banishment to Ireland is prefigured by the great stone which lay upon his body, and which he could not resist. The sun which lightened its weight is the divine guiding which made that banishment endurable. Chapter 3. p. 37. Patrick at Laren's. Dictum Patricae, see above, app. I3 terchon, 30,223, erat hodum in una ex insolis qui dissiter erelanensis annis xxx, mihi testante ultano episcopo. It seems obvious that the Bollandists and Todd were right in supposing that erelanensis arose from Larenensis. The more recent view that arelate is meant seems very improbable, though the name arelate may conceivably have influenced the corruption, cp. App. C6 ad fin. p. 38. Island monasteries, Gallinaria, Gorgon, Capraria, Pomeria, C. Ambrose, Hexeme, 3 C5 Insulas Ulat Manilia, Jerome, Epist, 73 Section 6 Mean 22 694 Sulp. Severus v. Mart, 6 5 Gallinaria. For Capraria, see Rutilius Namatianus de Redidutio, I 439 SQQ. Squalet Lucifuges Insula Plena Uiris. And for Gorgon Ib, 517 SQQ. For cloisters in the Dalmatian islands, see Jerome, Epist, 92. For the Stochids, Cassion Call, 18 Pref. Mean 49 p. 1089, Enodius v. Epiphanii 93, Medianas Insulas Stochadas, so Sermond and Vogel, Cyclades MSS. Larum ipsamque nutrisum sumorum montium planum larinum, described as sanctarum habitationum loca. p. 38, Monastery of Lerins. For the names Lero, Lerina, Lyrinus is the form in the best MSS. Of Sidonius, see Pliny Nat. Hist. 3, 5 Strabo 4, 1, 10 gives the names Planasia and Leron. The exact date of the foundation of the monastery by Honoratus is unknown, but it cannot have been later than the first years of the 5th century. The earliest reference seems to be in a letter of Paulinus of Nola in AD 410, or a few years later Ep. 51 to Eucherius and Galla in Island of Lero. This letter seems to show that the foundation was recent. Tillemont in his note on the question Mame. Ec. Roman 12. p. 675, quotes and contests the statement of Baronius and Barales that the monastery was founded in AD 375, so Alles, but he does not give the source for this statement. So far as I can discover, the only foundation for it is indicated by Barales' Chronologia Sanctorum, Monasterii Sacri Insuli Larinensis, 1613, p. 190, where he says he founded in quadam member. Codus Parenticquo Larin. Ms. We cannot attach any importance to this. Tillemont points out the objections to this date and founds one of his arguments on the age of Saint Capricius. The chief sources for the history of the monastery during the first 40 years of its existence are Hilary, Sermo de Vita S. Honorati, Eucherius de Laude Remi CP. Also his other writings, Vincentius Combinatorium Primum et Secundum, Honoratus Vita S. Hilari. All these works will be found in Mean PL. Volume L. Further information is to be gathered in Paulinus, Ep. 51, Faustus, Ep. ed. Crush MGH, and ed. Engelbrecht, Vienna Corp. SCR. Ec. Homilia de S. Maximo in Eusebiae Emiesni, Ep. Homilii, p. 84, Viletter 1d52 SQQ. Ed. Gagnaeus, 1589, Sidonius Apollinaris, Carmen, 16. Consult Barales Op. Cit. Silferberg Hist. Mone, Larinensis Usk Adan. 731, Copenhagen, 1834, Tillemont Mame Eckel, Roman 12. Art on Saint Honoratus with notes, Ib, Roman 15. Arts on Hilary, Eucherius, Vincentius, Maximus of Rees, Ib, Roman 16. Art on Faustus, Alles les Îles de Lerins, Can et Rivages 1860, and Histoire du Monaster de Lerins, Volume I 1862. The articles on Honoratus, Hilary, etc. in the Dict. Of Christian biography, Crush's and Engelbrecht's prefaces to their editions of Faustus. pp. 38-9. Snakes at Larinus, Hilary Sermo C3, 1257 ed. Mean, fresh water flows in media maris Amaridudine Ib, 1258. In Mare Magnum Residentia, Eucherius de Laude Remi C1 701 ed. Mean, Vines etc. Ib C42. Anecdote of the Tablet of Honoratus, Hilary Sermo C4 1261 Mel Suum Saris Redidisti. Break through the wall of the passions. Etc. Eucherius Home, Roman 2, 836. Venere Adaremum, etc. Id Home, Roman 4, 842. Manual work was practiced at Lerins Gennadius de SCR. Ec. Elzix. p. 40, Faustus, Engelbrecht preface to his ed. Gives reasons for placing the birth of Faustus not long before 410, but they are not absolutely decisive. p. 47, Semi-Pelagianism at Larinus. Vincentius, author of the Combinatorium, which Neander justly describes as ein für Digesgicht des Begriffs von der Tradition Epichemischens Butch, Kirchengeschichte, Roman 3, 262, held semi-Pelagian views cp. Ib, Roman 4, 405. Faustus was also a strong exponent of modified Pelagianism, though severe in condemnation of Pelagianism. His work, De Gratia Deet Libero Arbitrio, is extant op. Ed. Engelbrecht, Mean, 58 783 SQQ. On the other hand, Hilary of Arles was a follower of Augustine, and Lupus A decided anti-Pelagian. Cp. Duchesne, Fasts Episcopox de Elantian Gaul, pp. 129-30. p. 42. Victoricus appears transformed into an angel in Muirchu, and in later biographers the name is changed to Victor. In Tyrchan, 33,022, we meet a Victoricus whom Patrick ordained bishop for Domnac Magin. p. 43, Pelagius, a Scot but probably born in Britain. Seabury, The Origin of Pelagius in Hermathena XXX, p. 26 SQQ, where the evidence is set out. Zimmer holds that he was born in Ireland, Pelagius in Ireland, pp. 1820. For a general account of the Pelagian theory and the course of the controversy, see Harnack, History of Dogma, Volume X. p. 47. Patrick's reluctance to go to Ireland, cp. Esp. Conf. 36519, contra Hiberio non spont purgibam donic prop deficibam, cp. ps. 18.37, White. p. 49, Odysseodorum. For the connection of Patrick with Oxera C. Muirchu, pp. 496-272, cp. Him Gen Pater. 19, 20 p. 98 lib. Him, Volume I. The authenticity of the record that Patrick received his theological training in Gaul is borne out by the desire to visit the brethren in Gaul which he expresses in the Confession, 370. For a mater, see Appendix C9. For Iserninus and Auxilius, Muirchu p. 273 ad. Notices p. 342, Patricius et Iserninus, 1 Episcop 5th, cum Germano fuerunt in Alciadra ciutate, etc., a passage which shows that Iserninus was an Irishman, and Appendix C9, the notice in Ann. Alt. S.A. 439 might seem to imply that Iserninus was already a bishop when he went to Ireland in that year, but Tyre-Chan says that Patrick ordained Iserninus at Kilcullen. See below, p. 310. pp. 49-50. Patrick ordained deacon, Confession 36512, see Appendix C9. Patrick discouraged in his enterprise, Conf. 37111, multi-hanc legationum prohibent, etc. p. 50. Germanus. See Appendix I7 on the Vita Germani of Constantius and W. Levison's monograph there cited, on the apparent inconsistency of the statement that he held a military command with the fact of his civil career. See Levison, Op. Cit. p. 117. p. 51. Germanus in Britain, Prosper Chron. Essay 429, the source for the fact that Germanus was sent by Celestine as his representative ad insinuationem Palladii Diaconi. We are not told whether Palladius was a deacon of Rome or of Auxerre. It is to be observed that this notice is strictly contemporary. The first edition of the Chronicle was published only 4 years later. Constantius, in the V. Germani, does not mention the part played by Celestine. He represents the mission of Germanus, with whom Lupus of Troyes was associated, as decided by a synod of Gallic bishops which assembled in response to an appeal from Britain, c. 12. It is difficult to say how far we should be justified in accepting the statement of Constantius and reconciling it with Prosper S., in the sense that a Gallic synod decreed the mission and Celestine sanctioned and approved it, so Tillemont Mame, Eck, Roman 15, and others. But it may be so far correct that an appeal was made from Britain to Gaul, probably to Auxerre, and that Auxerre enlisted the intervention of Rome. The question is discussed in Levison, Op. Cit. pp. 122. British Pelagians. Agricola was prominent. Writings of a British Pelagian are edited by Caspary, Brief, Abhandlungen unpredigten aus den zwei letzten Jahrhunderten des kirchlichen Altertums, 1890, who ascribes them to Agricola. For fastidious cp. Tillemont, Roman 15. 17, but Mr. H. Williams seeks to defend him against the charge of heresy. Transactions of Society of some Rotarian, 1893 4, p. 71 sqq. p. 52. Pelagianism in Ireland. See Zimmer, Pelagius in Ireland, 2224. Patrick's false friend. Confession, p. 365-366. Esp. 36613, et compari ob aliquantis fratribus ante defensionum elam, see below note on p. 202, quod ego non interfui nec in Britannia's Aram, neca me oriator, ut et ale in me absentia pro me pulserit. p. 54. Mission of Palladius, Prosper Epit. Essay 431, ad scatos in Christum credens ordinatus a Papa Celestino Palladius primus episcopus mittiter. It has been pointed out by Zimmer that this notice probably owes its insertion in the Chronicle to the circumstance that Prosper was at Rome in this year, Celtic Church, p. 32. The mission of Palladius is also referred to rhetorically by Prosper in his Contra-Call. C. Roman 21. Mean, P.L. Lee. p. 271. Ordinato Scotis Episcopo dum Romanam insulam studit, seruere Catholicum, Fecit etiam barbaram Christianum, sc. Caelestinus. p. 56. Churches said to have been founded by Palladius. CV 224 equals V 428 equals W source equals V trip. p. 30. In cell fine, he left his books and the casket with relics of Paul and Peter, and the board on which he used to write, V trip, trans Stokes. In Donard were preserved the relics of Sylvester and Solinus, V4, Salonius, V trip. Ac. To V4 the Techna Ramhan was founded by the disciples of Palladius. For the identification of this name with Tigrone, see Shearman, Loca Patriciana, p. 27. Shearman has attempted to identify the site of Cell Fine with the ancient cemetery of Killeen Cormac, near Colbanstown in Kildare on the borders of Wicklow. He supposed that Killeen has not here its usual sense of little church, but stands for Kil Efhine, so that the name would mean the church of the clan of Cormac, and he supposes that the Saint Aban Macu Cormaic was buried here. It cannot be said that he has made out his case. His argument largely depends on his view that the remarkable bilingual inscription preserved in the graveyard is connected with the poet Dubthach Macu Lugair, a view which must be rejected, see below, p. 305. The same sources mention the landing place of Palladius. Muirchu, p. 272, has no local details and only notes his failure in general terms. The fairy et inmites homines, who would not receive his doctrine, evidently mean especially Nathai son of Gachu, who is mentioned in other sources as opposing Palladius. p. 59, Patrick's Preparations, cp. Muirchu 27510. p. 59, Companions of Palladius, Augustinus et Benedictus, Muirchu 272. The thought strikes one that they might have brought some intimation from Ireland that Patrick would be acceptable as successor to Palladius. If Palladius died in Dalaradia, and these companions came with a message from Dalaradian Christians, this might have been a motive for Patrick's special connection with that region of Ireland. pp. 61 SQQ. Position of the Roman See. For what I have said on this subject, I must acknowledge my particular obligations to the important study of M.E.Ch. Babot, Le Concile de Turin, 1904. His chief object is to determine the date and circumstances of the Council of Turin, sept. 417, but the book is of much wider scope. For the position of the Apostolic See in the latter half of the 4th century, Raid's Damasus, Bischoff von Rahm, 1882, is important. Chapter 4. p. 70, Kingdom of Cashel, cp. The Remarks of Rise, Studies in Early Irish History, p. 31. p. 74, Solar Worship, Patrick Confession, p. 374, Cormac's Glossary SV. In Delba, it has been suggested that a circle on an inscribed Agam stone, which seems to be oriented at Drumlusk near Kenmare, is connected with solar worship. Macalister, Studies in Irish Epigraphy, Roman 2, 116-7. cp. H. Gaydas, Le Diagalwa du Solil et le Symbolisme de la Rau, Rev. Arch, 1884 and 1885. Ib. Pillar Worship, Patrick, Ib. p. 369, for the idol Crom Cruach, cp. 306. cp. The Stone of Worship, Ale Adrata, in Ancient Laws, Roman 4, 142. p. 76, for White Dress of Druids, C. Tyre Chan, p. 325-6. For their Tanger C Appendix, I4. p. 79, Muirchu, 273-4. Ad's head was evidently meant as a nickname for the tonsured monk. I have given the oracle as it is found in Muirchu's Latin rendering. He must have known the prophecy in a different form from the Irish version, which is preserved in the glosses on the hymn Gener Patrake, Liber Hymnorum, IP 100. Ad's head will come over the mad-crested sea, his cloak whole-head, his staff crook-head, his table in the west of his house. All his household will answer Amen, Amen. See Atkinson, Ib. Roman 2. 181-2, and my article on the tradition of Muirchu's text. p. 203 in Hermathena, 28, 1902. Appendix C. Excursus. 1. The home of St. Patrick, Banaenta. Confession, 3575. Qui may refer either to Calpurnius or to Potitus, fuit uico banuum taberni. Uululem enim prop habuit, ubi ego capturam dedi. We are justified in inferring that the uulula or farmhouse was on the estate of Calpurnius, and that he resided permanently here or in the neighborhood. the analysis and identification of Banim Taberni, or Banim Taberni, have caused great difficulty. In the first place, the question arises whether it represents the name of the vicus, or is the name of the vicus, in the ablative, followed by a genitive representing the region or district. Now it has been observed, by Mr. Haverfield, Eng, Historical Review, v. 711, and Mr. Nicholson, Academy, May 11, 1895, that in the Itinerarium Antonini Baniventu appears as the name of a station on Waddling Street, probably 3 or 4 miles from Daventry. The idea that this Baniventu is the place designated by Patrick has one considerable difficulty, for the only early evidence we have as to the situation of Banim Taberni is inconsistent with it. Muirchew states that Banim Taberni was haut procol a mare nostro, 4959, and his next words show that in his time a distinct view was current as to its identification. Quem uicum constanter indubitanter comparimus esse iunter. Muirchew's indication that the place was near the Irish Channel is the less lightly to be neglected, since it would best accord with the circumstances of the capture of Patrick, though of course it is not impossible that the Irish invaders might have penetrated to Northamptonshire. I therefore think that probabilities are distinctly against the Daventry theory, unless it can be shown to involve a satisfactory explanation of the mysterious Bernie or Bernie. But that Baniventu is the name there can, I think, be no doubt, and there is no objection to supposing that there was another Baniventu near the sea-coast. The recurrence of place names needs no illustration. Of the two parts of this compound name, we have more than one venta in Britain, and Mr. Haverfield has drawn attention to Banna Loch, Sit, an unidentified spot in the north, probably a dozen miles east of Carlisle, near the wall. Bernie, however, remains unexplained. It must represent the name of a district, or perhaps river, added to distinguish Baniventu from other places of the same name. Muirchew's statement that the vicus was in or at Nentria, if this is the authentic reading, does not help us, but we can hardly doubt that he means by Nentria the same place which the hymn of Fiach means by Nemther. L1, Patrick was born in Nemther. This name might correspond to an old Celtic nematodgeron, a name preserved in Nanterre near Paris. This British nematodgeron was, we may presume, in the same region as Baniventu. The glossator in the oldest, 11th century, Ms. of the hymn of Fiach identified Nemther with Ale Clwyd, the Rock of Clyde, at Dumbarton. We are ignorant of his authority for this statement, which does not appear in any earlier source. The fact, however, that it is not inconsistent with the direct statements of earlier sources has procured credence for it, but it is inconsistent with the probabilities of the case. Patrick's father was a decurion, and he must have lived in civilized Britain. We have no evidence that there were Roman towns with municipal constitutions in Strathclyde. The truth is that North Britain was little more than a large military frontier. It is generally supposed that Theodosius in AD 369 restored Roman rule, which had fallen back in the north as far as the Wall of Antoninus, and that the district which he recovered, Recuperata Provincia, Ammianus, 2837, and which was renamed Valentia by Valentinian in compliment to his brother Valens, included the country between the walls of Hadrian and Antonine. There is, strictly speaking, no direct authority for this conclusion. Ammianus does not indicate the position of Valentia. The supposition that it was in the north, and that Theodosius restored fortresses as far as the line of the northern wall, is, however, not improbable. But there is no probability that it was colonized or became in the last half-century of Roman rule anything more than a military district. The Rock of Clyde, at the extreme end of the northern wall, is the last place we should expect to find the uilula of a Roman decurion, and the opinion that the home of Calpurnius was in that remote spot cannot be accepted without better evidence than an anonymous statement which we cannot trace to any trustworthy source. But it is not likely that the identification offered by the glossator was his own invention. It is much more probable that it was an idea of considerably older date, and we cannot avoid asking the question how it could have arisen. It might be conjectured that the idea of connecting Patrick personally with North Britain arose there, naturally enough, as a consequence of the influence of the Irish Church on North Britain. But whether the idea first arose there or in Ireland, a delusive support for it might have been found in Corat. 37,523 Patrick's expression there, Civibus Mays, in speaking of the soldiers of Coroticus, might have suggested that he belonged to the same place as Coroticus, and it was known that Coroticus was king of Ale, Cluaid. Hence a narrow interpretation of Patrick's expression civibus maiz was sufficient to generate the theory that Patrick's British home was there, and that Nemthor was identical with Ale Cluaid. This is the case against the vulgar view. On the other hand, it might be argued that some things in the letter of Patrick against Coroticus, especially his quotation, "A prophet has no honor in his own country," have more point if he was a native of that part of Britain which the letter concerns, namely, Strathclyde. It might be said that the existence of some small towns, fora or conciliabula, with municipal councils, in the province assumed to be Valentia, is not impossible, and that the existence of Roman citizens and Christian communities in Strathclyde is proved by Patrick's letter for the middle of the 5th century. And it might be suggested that Burney could be readily explained as a corruption of Burney sci remembering Bede's description of Whitern in Galloway as ad provinciam Burnicium pertinens, Roman 3. 4, which, though referring to the political geography of his own time, may correspond to the original extension of this obscure name. Nevertheless, in the absence of any trace of a Banivanta, or a Nemthor in North British regions, we must, I think, give decisive weight to the general probabilities of the case, and suppose that Banivanta was south of the Wall of Hadrian, somewhere in western Britain, not very far from the coast. See further preface. 2 Irish invasions of Britain. 1 Pacification and fortification of Britain by Theodosius, AD 368-369. Chief source, Ammianus 27:8 and 28:3, who mentions 5 enemies Picti and Atticati, Scotti, Franci and Saxons, 27:8-5. 2 passages in Claudian illustrate the campaigns of Theodosius. In the panegyric on the 3rd consulship of Honorius, AD 395, we read VV 54:6. Ille leus moros nec falso, namen pictos, edimuit scatumc, uego mucron secutus fregit hyperboreas, remis audicibus undas. And in the panegyric on the 4th consulship, AD 397, VV 28 SQQ. Debellatorque Britanni littoris ac peritor bori uistator et Austri, quid rigor eternus, cali quid frigora prosunt ignotumque fretum? Maderunt Saxone fuso orcades, incaluit pictorum sanguine thyle, scatorum cumulos fluit glacialis hiuin. The first of these passages suggests that Theodosius pursued the Scots across the sea, or at least made a naval demonstration in the Irish Channel, and this is perhaps supported by the passage in Pacatus, Panegyric, c5. Atridam pedistribus praeliis Britannium referam, Saxo consumptus bellis naulibus offeretur. Redactum ad palud suas Scotum loquar. 2 Troubles brought on Britain through the revolt of Maximus, and pacification by Stilicho. Zosimus, source, doubtless Eunapius, 435. The soldiers, having crowned Maximus, pi alpha rho alpha chi rho letter 1 fc6 mu alpha tau letter 1 f78 nu letter 1 f60 kappa epsilon alpha nu letter 1 f78 nu alpha upsilon sigma letter 1 f76 delta iod alpha beta alpha nu tau epsilon sigma landed at the mouth of the Rhine. CP. Orosius 7, 34-9. While Zosimus imputes the blame of the insurrection to Maximus, Orosius says that he was created emperor inuitus proprimatum. The rebellion was brought to an end by the death of Maximus in AD 388, Idadius and Prosper Tyro, Adan, so that it cannot have been before that year that the Britannic legions returned to Britain. Now the only contemporary evidence as to the fortunes of Britain during the 15 years, which followed the revolt of Maximus, consists of 2 passages of Claudian. 1 in Eutropium, I 393, composed AD 399, June to Sept. Fracto Secura Britannia Picto, where the context implies that this was accomplished during the reign of Honorius, T. Principe, 391, 2 De Consulatu Stilichanis, Roman 2, 247 SQQ. Composed end of AD 399. In De Caledonio Iulata Britannia Monstro, Pharaoh Pictogenes, cuius Eustigia urit carulus oceanique eastum mentitor amictus. Mi quocuus sines parentum gentibus, inquit muniuit stilicho. Totem cum Scotus hiunin muit et infesto spumit remige tethys. Elias effectum curis ni tella timrum Scotica, ni pictum tremorum, ni liter toto prospicerum dubiis uinturum Saxona uintes. The second passage evidently suits the situation in which Britain would have almost inevitably found herself on the departure of Maximus with the legions. Two questions arise. In what year did Stilicho take measures for the defense of Britain? And did he visit the island in person? Keller supposes that the date was AD 385 and denies that he went to Britain, Stilicho, p. 17. As to the latter point, it is possible that Keller may be right. The phrase Elias effectum curis suggests this conclusion. If Stilicho had visited Britain and provided for its security on the spot, Claudian would perhaps have used some more vivid and graphic phrase, leaving the reader in no doubt that his hero had appeared on the scene of danger. Before criticizing Keller's date, AD 385, it will be well to define the reference in the other passage, which distinctly states that the defeat of the Picts which is mentioned was accomplished while Honorius was emperor. This might mean one of two things. It might mean, since Honorius succeeded his father as sole Augustus in the West, Jan. AD 395, or it might mean, since Honorius was created Augustus, Jan. AD 393. The words cannot assuredly be interpreted of the Caesarship of Honorius. He appears with the title Caesar in his first consulship, AD 386. In the absence of any other counterindication, we are, I think, fully entitled to assume that T. Principe bears its most obvious and natural meaning, and that the defeat of the Picts occurred while Honorius, and not his father Theodosius, was solely responsible for the government of the West. We may therefore assign as limits to the date of this event, Jan. 395 June 399 AD. Now Keller has made the mistake of associating these two passages of Claudian closely together. While the first emphasizes a defeat of the Picts and does not refer to the other foes of Britain, the second describes the serious dangers which beset the island on three sides and states that measures of defense were taken by Stilicho, but makes no mention of an actual defeat of the Picts or indeed of any other enemy. There is therefore no reason for supposing that both passages refer precisely to the same events. And it may be argued with some force that if Claudian was thinking of the same achievements he would not have omitted, in rehearsing the military successes in the reign of Honorius, to mention the Scot and the Saxon as well as the Pict, especially as his description in the second passage conveys the idea that the Scot and the Saxon were the most formidable. We may therefore refer the events mentioned in the poem, on Stilicho's second consulship, to a date prior to AD 395, and may return to consider and reject Keller's suggestion of AD 385. It does not need much consideration, for it is wholly inconsistent with the political situation. After Gratian's death in AD 383, Maximus was recognized as Augustus by Theodosius, AD 384 or 385, cp. Schiller, Jesch. Der Rom. Kaiserzeit Roman II, 405, who was not then in a position to advance against the usurper, Zosimus, 437. From that time until he marched upon Italy in AD 387, there were no hostile dealings between Maximus and Theodosius. Maximus ruled over Britain, Gaul, and Spain from his headquarters at Trier, and it cannot for a moment be supposed that Theodosius or any general of his interfered in the administration of those provinces. Stilicho was a general of Theodosius, and he cannot possibly have had to do with Britain till after Theodosius came to the rescue of the young Valentinian in AD 388. Thus Keller's date is excluded. The true date can easily be surmised. After the execution of Maximus in summer AD 388, Theodosius remained in Italy, ordering the affairs of the West for the young Valentinian, and did not return to Constantinople till summer AD 391. No part of the Gallic prefecture probably demanded his attention more than Britain, and we cannot be far wrong in supposing that the measures of Stilicho, recorded by Claudian, belong to these 3 years. As was observed, the words of Claudian rather suggest that Stilicho did not himself pass into Britain, but we may assume that Theodosius sent him into Gaul, and that from there he ordered what was necessary to be done. It seems probable that Maximus retained in Gaul a considerable part of the Britannic army, and if so, it was doubtless one of the cares of Stilicho to restore to Britain these contingents. We may assume that from AD 392 legions, and vith, if not the xxdh also, were in Britain. 3. At the end of 401 Alaric entered Italy, for the chronology see Appendix 17 to Barry, S. edition of Gibbon, Volume Roman 3, and a legion was summoned for the defense of Italy. Claudian is again our source, De Bello Gothico, 416-8. Venit et extremis legio pretenta Britannis quiscado, dat frena trusae, feroc notatas, perlegit exanimes, picto morient figuras. This description of a legion which might be called upon to act against both Irish and Pict certainly suggests the legion which was stationed in the northern military district, of which the headquarters was York. Now in the Notitia Dignitatum, which represents the state of the civil and military service in the empire in the first years of the 5th century, we find 2 legions in Britain, the Vith in the northern districts under the Dux Britanniarum, the Ind in the southeastern district under the Comes Littoris Saxonis per Britannias. No legion appears in the western district under the Comes Britanniae. It has therefore been supposed that it was the XXDH legion, stationed in the west, which was summoned to Italy, and the fact that this legion does not appear in the Notitia at all has suggested that this document was drawn up after it had left Britain, but before it had been permanently assigned to any other station. Claudian's words need not be fatal to this theory, for the legion whose headquarters was at Chester would have to defend Britain against the Scots, and might have to defend it against Picts if they broke through the wall. And in any case, the words of the poet in such a matter could not be precisely pressed. But the argument cannot be regarded as conclusive. It is perfectly possible that the XXDH legion had been broken up before this time, that there were only 2 legions in Britain, and that it was the Vith which went to Italy. Its departure, it should be remembered, did not leave North Britain defenseless. There were large forces, cohorts, and a lee distinct from the legion. It is, moreover, possible that the British section of the knot is of much older date. 4. The elevation of the tyrant Constantine and his crossing into Gaul would seem to have happened in the first half of AD 407. This seems to follow from the account in Olympiodorus, Fr. 12, ed. Muller. The second half of AD 406 is filled by the episodes of Constantine's predecessors, Marcus and Gratian. Zosimus, who, in regard to the dating, misunderstood Olympiodorus, as was pointed out by Freeman, says that the invasion of Gaul by the Vandals and their fellows was one of the causes of the rebellion in Britain, Roman 6. 3:1. This cannot be true if the text is sound in the entry of Prosper Chron, which states that the Vandals and Alans crossed the Rhine at the end of December AD 406. On the other hand, 2 considerations might tempt us to suspect this notice, namely, the unlikelihood of a migration in the middle of winter, and the existence of 2 edicts for a levée of provincials contra hostiles impetus dated April 18 and 20 at Ravenna, cp. Hodgkin, I. 739. But neither of these considerations is weighty enough to justify us in assuming without further evidence anything inconsistent with the testimony of Prosper's MSS. In any case, the crossing of Constantine into Gaul will fall in the year AD 407. We can have no doubt that most of the soldiers in Britain accompanied Constantine when he departed to secure Gaul. But he must have left garrisons. It was important for him to retain his hold on the island if, as is probable, his corn supply depended on it. Mr. Freeman has summed up the event thus in its consequences for Britain. Britain might be saved by a campaign in Gaul. But if this was the motive, the thought of saving Britain must soon have passed away from the minds of Constantine and his soldiers. Whether they cared for such an object or not, the course of things on the mainland soon made it hopeless for them to think of keeping up any relations with the great island. The crossing of Constantine into Gaul thus became the end of the Roman power in Britain. p. 56. It is possible that Constantine, before he departed, may have set up a colleague named Carausius to safeguard his interests in Britain. This at least is the inference drawn by Mr. A. J. Evans from a coin found at Richborough, see Numismatic Chronicle, 3rd Series, Roman 7. 191 SQQ, 1887, and App 19 to Barry, S. edition of Gibbon, Volume Roman 3. 5. We may now briefly consider the account of this last period of Roman domination which is given in the Epistle of Gildas, De Excidio et Conquistu Britanniae. Gildas, a native of West Britain, wrote in the first half of the 6th century, and his description in CC 13-20 represents the confused memories of that troubled time, surviving in his own day. As Mommsen says, hic ut in universum rerum statum in Britannia, qui tum fuit rect representer videnter, sic ut narranter magis famam insertam redunt quam sinceram rerum gestarum narrationem. In this account, 3 great devastations are distinguished, and each is attributed to the withdrawal of the Roman garrison. The first was caused by the revolt of Maximus, CC 13-14. The island was devastated by Scots and Picts, and it was not until the islanders sent an embassy with letters to Rome that a legion, praetoridi Mali, the disloyalty of Britain Imimer, was sent to Britain, defeated the enemy, and built a wall across the island. The details are of course inaccurate, but the general fact that the rebellion of Maximus brought invasion upon Britain, and after his fall measures were taken by Stilicho for fortifying it, is correct. But Gildas conceived that the legion, when it had done its work, did not remain in the island, but returned triumphantly to Rome, and then the old foes began their ravages anew, c. 16. Again, an embassy repairs to Rome and begs aid. Aid is again given, and the invaders are punished. The soldiers, having given good advice to the timid natives and erected new fortifications, valedicunt tamquam ultra non reversari. Then follows the third devastation, and the famous feudal message of the groans of the Britons is sent to Aetius. Now this narrative does not correspond to the course of events as we gather it from the scanty contemporary sources, but we can see how it is based on actual occurrences. The third devastation, from AD 407, when the army finally departed, to AD 446, the third consulship of Aetius, must represent truly enough the situation of Britain in those years. The circumstance that one legion was withdrawn in AD 402, and that the rest departed 5 years later, in AD 407, may have been the historical motive for distinguishing a second period of devastation, which would have to fall before AD 407. But a further fact may underlie this tradition of a second devastation. There is no reason to reject the statement in the Irish annals that King Niall was slain by the Aixian Sea, Sea of Wight. That is, the English Channel, while he was invading Britain, nor is there any reason to question the date assigned to his death, AD 405. And if the date is right, even within a year or so, then his last incursion into Britain may be regarded as the historical foundation of the second devastation of Gildas. For the legend of the slaying of Niall of the 9 hostages, Orcuin Nail Noigielig, see the version edited by Professor Kuno Mayer in Otia Merciana, Roman II. 84 SQQ. The High Kings of Ireland, who may have been concerned in the Scotic invasions of Britain from the middle of the 4th century to the year A.D. 427 were as follows, according to the Irish tradition. Eachade Muigmidhoin, AD 358-366. Crimthan, AD 366-379. Niall, son of Eachade, AD 379-405. Dathai, nephew of Niall, AD 405-428. 3. The dates of Patrick's birth and captivity. The chronological framework of Patrick's life is determined by 2 certain dates. The year of his coming to Ireland, which rests upon clear and unvarying tradition, AD 432, and the year of his death, AD 461. This last date is supplied by the earliest source we have accepting Patrick's own writings, Tyrchan, 30,229, and it is supported by the independent evidence of the annals. For although the false, vulgar date, AD 493, established itself in the annals, the true date remained inconsistently side by side with it. I must refer the reader to my discussion of the passage of Tyrchan in the English Historical Review Romans 17. p. 239 SQQ. 1902, where I have shown that the date there given, A.D. 461, is supported by the Annals of Ulster, the Annals of Innisfallen, and probably by a chronological notice in the Historia Brittonum. But though these data are decisive, the vulgar date 493 has become so generally current that it may not be amiss to point to 1 or 2 further considerations which make against it. especially as it is possible to dissociate it from the tradition that Patrick died at an age which is, to use a moderate expression, unusual. 120, by supposing that he was born in the first years of the 5th century, was ordained bishop at the age of 30, and lived to the age of 90. This view would involve a forced explanation of the dates, see below, supplied by the confession. It is to be observed, 1, that the annals and older sources do not furnish a single notice of any event in Patrick's life between 461 and 493. These 32 years are a blank. 2, negative evidence is also furnished by the oldest life of Saint Bridget, by Cogitasis, which does not mention Patrick or make any attempt to bring Bridget into connection with him, as the latter lives do, on the ground of the supposed date of his death in 493. Further, 3, Benignus, Patrick's successor at Armagh, died in 467 Ann. Alt. Sub A, Annals in the Book of Leinster, F12, V letter 1D52A, see my extract in English Historical Review, Roman 17. pp. 701, 1902, and it will be allowed to be supremely improbable that Patrick should have resigned his bishopric when he was 60 years old or thereabouts, and survived his resignation 30 years. The question of the origin of the date 493, and of the two fabulous ages of Patrick, 120 and 132, are treated in a separate excursus. Our other data depend upon the confession. He had committed some fault when he was about 15 years old. He had confessed it to a friend before he was ordained deacon, and through the treachery of his friend, it was afterwards urged against him. These machinations against him occurred post Annos Trigenta, which has been generally interpreted to mean 30 years after the commission of the fault. It is also generally assumed that the hostile machinations of which Patrick complains occurred in connection with his consecration as bishop. I will show that the first of these two assumptions is not certain, and that the second is erroneous, but, as they are usually accepted, I may first explain the chronological reconstruction which could be based on them. If Patrick's fault committed at the age of 15 was urged against him 30 years later when he was consecrated bishop in AD 432, we at once get his age in that year as 45, and the date of his birth as AD 387, and the date of his captivity equals 387 plus 1617 as AD 434. This would follow if we took the two numbers mentioned by Patrick as strictly precise. But it is to be observed that he gives the number 15 as approximate, nescio deus sit, see hebem tunc annos quindecim, and that 30 may be a round number. When he says that he does not think he was more than 15 when the delinquency was committed, we may presume that he was at least 15. On the other hand, we may take it that the number 30 is more likely to be slightly an overstatement than an understatement. We should have, therefore, to consider it quite possible that the two numbers taken together might represent a period of somewhat less than 45 years, 43 or 44. And it would not be safe to draw a more precise inference than that the birth date fell between 387 and 390, and the captivity between 403/4 and 406/7. But the basis on which this reconstruction is built is unsound. 1. So far from its being clear that the 30 years are reckoned from the date of the fault, the words suggest a different view. Occasionum post annos trigenta inunerunt et eduicis ubum quad confessus furem antiquam essem diaconus. These words seem naturally to imply 30 years, not after the fault, which has not been yet mentioned, but after the confession of the fault. 2. It is quite clear that the occasion on which the fault was urged against him by aliquani seniors was not the occasion of his consecration, but later, probably much later. The writer's language so obviously implies this that I find it difficult to conceive how it could have been otherwise interpreted. He says, Et quando temptatus sum ob aliquentes senioribus meis qui uinerunt, et peccata me contra laboriosum episcopatum meum, etc. Said Dominus Peppersit Proslido et Peregrino, 365. The significant word laboriosum shows conclusively that the intervention of the seniors did not occur till Patrick had already been working in Ireland long enough to describe his bishopric as laborious, and the words proslido et peregrino, describing his position in Ireland, manifestly confirm this interpretation. If the seniors had intervened at the time of his consecration, it would be quite inappropriate and pointless to describe their action as aimed contra laboriosum episcopatum meum. Hence, the chronological reconstruction falls to the ground, being based on an erroneous determination of the limits of the period of 30 years. The anterior limit most probably corresponds to the date of the confession of the fault before ordination, while the posterior limit is certainly subsequent to AD 432. It follows that these data of the confession furnish us with no precise dates, as we have no fixed year to reckon from. They may, however, give an approximate indication. The words quod confessus furem antiquem essem diaconus strongly suggest that the confession was made not long before Patrick's ordination as deacon. In another excursus, 9, it is shown that he was probably ordained before AD 418. Hence, we should infer that the intervention of the seniors occurred before the year AD 448. More than this, we are not entitled to infer. We have no means of determining precisely Patrick's age at the date of his consecration. There are nevertheless two indications which suggest that 389 may have been the year of Patrick's birth. 1. The conjecture that he was taken captive on the occasion of King Niall's invasion in AD 405 is in harmony with our data. It is a value of x which satisfies our indeterminate equation, though it is not the only value. It implies AD 389 as the birth date. 2. I show in another excursus, 20, that one of the traditions as to Patrick's age at his death can be accounted for by supposing that he died at the age of 72. But 461, 72 equals 389. Speaking, then, with every reserve, I think we may say that 389 is the only year which is particularly indicated by any data we possess, and that if we assume it hypothetically as our starting point, we obtain a framework into which our data fit consistently, and without constraint. More than this cannot be said. For the place of Patrick's captivity. Confession, 36,724, in Siluis et Monti. 3623, intermissi hominum cum quo furem ui annis. 364, putibem audier usum ipsorum qui erant iuxta siluem facludi qui est prop mare occidentals, et sic exclamerant quaes ex uno or ragamus t, sanct pure, ut uinias et adhuc ambulas inter nos. The last passage shows indisputably that Patrick, during his captivity, had walked near the wood of Fochlad, and otherwise it would be difficult to understand why he should have been so specially moved by thoughts of the people of Fochlad if he had known nothing of them personally. The obvious conclusion from the confession, if we had no other data, would be that he spent 6 years of captivity with the master to whom he refers in Western Connaught. The authorities for the association of Patrick's captivity with North Dalaradia and Mount Miss are Tyre Chon, 32,928, 33019, 31,112, and Muirchu 275, 276, 277, 6, 300. I have pointed out that parts of these passages of Tyre Chon and Muirchu depend on a common source, see above p. 258. It is to be observed that, in these our earliest sources, 1. The identification of Patrick's master with Miliuc of Mount Miss is introduced, not in connection with the story of the captivity, but apropos of visits to that region after he had come as a missionary. And 2. The notices in both writers are characterized by legends, Miliuc's self-immolation, the footsteps of the angel, the flames from Patrick's mouth. The rejection of Mount Miss as the scene of Patrick's servitude involves the rejection of Miliuc as his master. For the passage in Tyre Chon makes it clear that Miliuc was really connected with that region. Ascendit autumn ad montem misbunrigi quia nutriuit ibi filium milken macubuin, 32,928. The region was called from the name of Buhan, Miliuc's ancestor. That the forest of Fochlad was not confined to northwestern Mayo, the barony of Turoli, but extended southward to Murisk, is, I think, a probable conclusion from the passage in Tyre Chon, 310, where Crochan Aigley, Croag Patrick, is closely connected with the Silua Fichlithy. It seems highly probable that Crochan Aigley, which has always been associated with Patrick in living tradition, is the mountain of the confession. And in one document we have a distinct statement that this was so. It is remarkable that Probus, though he follows the narrative of Muirchu, nevertheless substitutes Crochan Egli for Mount Mis, see above, p. 274. He must have had some motive for doing so. He must have had another tradition before him. The question arises, what was the origin of the error, which evidently prevailed before the 7th century, that Patrick spent his captivity in North Dalaradia? Tyre-Chan has a notice that a certain Gosactus, Gwasact, whom Patrick ordained near Granard, was son of Miliuc 311, and his tomb was shown at Granard in later days, Vita Secunda c. 15. This seems to bring Miliuc into touch with reality. He further states that Patrick, when a captive, had nurtured Gosactus. Our first idea would be that this was an inference from the Miliuc legend, but it seems just possible that it might account for the rise of the legend in the way explained above, p. 123, cap. Romans 6. There are two ways in which an attempt might be made to reconcile the tradition of the captivity near Mount Mis with the passage in the Confession. 1. It might be held that Patrick changed masters and served as a slave in both regions. But the passage in which he describes his captivity seems incompatible with such a conjecture. He says that he had been 6 years with the man from whom he escaped, and his narrative distinctly conveys the impression that he had been in the same place since his arrival in Ireland. 2. It might be suggested that he escaped from Antrim to a port in Mayo, near the wood of Fochlad, and thus became acquainted with that district, though he could not have been very long there, cp. White, Proc. of RIA, 1905, p. 224. But the words of the dream et ad hoc ambulas inter nos are not satisfied by this hypothesis. We beg you to come and continue to walk amongst us. This implies a previous sojourning far more protracted than the day or two spent at the port in waiting for the vessel to sail. It may be added that a flight from the west to an eastern port is what we should rather expect than a flight from the east coast to a western harbor. 5. Tentative chronology from the escape to the consecration as bishop. The following discussion is founded on the working hypothesis, see Excursus 3, that Patrick was born c. AD 389 and carried captive c. AD 405. In the 20 years intervening between Patrick's escape, c. AD 411-412, and his consecration as bishop, AD 432, we know that he visited Britain, that he was attached to the Church of Auxerre and studied there, and that he sojourned for some time in the monastery of Lerins. But our data do not permit us to arrange this part of his life with certainty, and various reconstructions are possible. The two indications which we possess are: 1. His own statement that he was again in Britain, post Pacos Annos, after his escape, Confession 3641. 2. His association with Bishop Amator of Auxerre, who probably ordained him deacon. The grounds of this probability will be shown in Excursus 9. The death of Amator probably happened in AD 418. Our view will partly depend on the latitude we may feel justified in giving to the expression post Pacos Annos. It might be held that his ordination by Amator preceded his return to Britain, or it might be held that he was not ordained at Auxerre till after his visit to Britain, so that he would have returned to Gaul before AD 418. The second alternative seems the more probable, and it agrees with the tradition, Muirchu, that he went to Auxerre to study after his visit to Britain. His choice of Auxerre, combined with the circumstance that it was a bishop of Auxerre who afterwards took a prominent part in helping the Orthodox British against Pelagianism, suggests that relations of some intimacy were maintained between Auxerre and some of the British sees. When Patrick, in Britain, made up his mind as to the destination of his life, he would have gone to Auxerre with recommendations from his friends. It seems most likely that his connection with Auxerre should have originated in this way. The tradition as embodied in Muirchu represents him as remaining at Auxerre till his departure for Ireland, and though it might easily be erroneous, it is, so far as it goes, against the possible theory that Patrick's sojourn at Lerins is to be placed after his visit to Britain. But we have another piece of evidence which seems to me decisive, namely, one of the so-called dicta patricii. See Excursus 6, ad fin. The argument for placing the sojourn at Lerins before the return to Britain may be summed up thus. 1. The reminiscence of Patrick's wanderings almost certainly refers to his wanderings after his escape, and there can hardly be any doubt that the islands in the Tyrrhenian Sea mean the islands of Lerins, in view of the definite tradition, Tyre-Chan, 30,224, that he stayed in the Insula Arelanensis. 2. This date for the retreat to Larens supplies the much-needed explanation of his delay in returning home. The following chronology, then, may be a rough approximation. AD 411-2, escape from his ship companions. AD 411-2, 414-5 at Larens. AD 414-5, returns to Britain. AD 415-6 goes to Auxerre. AD 416-8 is ordained by Amator. AD 418, death of Amator, who is succeeded by Germanus. AD 418-432, Patrick remains at Auxerre as deacon. AD 429, Germanus goes to Britain to suppress the Pelagian heresy. AD 430, 1. Palladius consecrated bishop for the Irish Church. AD 432, Patrick consecrated bishop by Germanus. 6. The escape to Gaul. The state of Gaul, AD 409-416. The Vandals, Sueves, and Alans, who entered Gaul at the end of AD 406, remained in the land, devastating, slaying, and burning until AD 409, in which year they crossed the Pyrenees to find homes in Spain. The extent of their ravages is indicated by Jerome in a letter of AD 411, in which he mentions the devastation of Aquitania, Lugdunensis, and Narbonensis, and the destruction of Mainz, Reims, and Speyer. It is also described by Salvian, writing at a much later date, in the Degubernation Day, who tells how the Vandals, gens ignivissima de loco ad locum purgens de urb, in urbum transiens laid all things waste. Arsit regio Belgarum deigned opes aquitanorum luxuriantium et post hic corpus omnium Galiarum. But more valuable as genuine pictures by eyewitnesses, men who had themselves suffered with the sufferings of Gaul, are the Combinatorium of Orientius and an anonymous poem entitled De Providentia Divina. Both these poems can be approximately dated to AD 415-416, and they describe the condition of the country at the time, enabling us to realize the long misery and desolation produced by the scourge of the years AD 407-4. 09 nor had Gaul, at least southern Gaul, been allowed a respite of peace to recover from the effects of that scourge. For the provincials had hardly become conscious that the Vandals had passed into Spain when Atholf and his Visigoths entered Gaul. Moreover, a large body of Alans had remained behind, instead of accompanying their fellows across the Pyrenees. We derive a vivid picture of the unsettled state of Aquitaine from the Eucharisticon of Paulinus of Pella. Some passages in Orientius, the De Providentia Divina, and another anonymous poem Ad Uxorum of the same period illustrate the condition of the Gallic provinces. 1 Orientius ed. Ellis in the Corpus Scriptorum Ecclesiasticorum, Roman 2, 165 SQQ. Non Casella locis, non tudi monibus urbs, in via non pelego, Tristia non hirmo, non cava, non etiam nudis sub rupibus antra ludir barbaricas previlior manus. 2 De Providentia Dei in mean pater, gr. LXI, c. 617. C. Totus Gallos, etc. 3 Ad Uxorum in mean ib, c. 611. Non idem status est agris, etc. It is possible, but I can find no direct evidence to show that the devastation had extended down the Loire. It might be considered whether the words of Orientius in via non pelego, which imply that the invaders attacked islands, allude to the islands of Noirmoutier, Ray, etc. Thus considerable regions of Gaul were a desolate wilderness, according to contemporary, rhetorical, and poetical evidence from AD 408-409 to 416. And therefore, it might be argued, Gaul suits the narrative of St. Patrick in his Confession, 362-363. He and his companions reached land 3 days, post-triduum, after they left the coast of Ireland, so that our choice lies between Britain and Gaul. The data do not suit Britain. We cannot imagine what inland part of Britain they could have wished to reach, which would have necessitated a journey of 28 days per desertum. Suppose that the crew disembarked on the south coast of Britain, and that the southern regions had been recently ravaged by the Saxons, yet a journey of a few days would have brought them to Londinium or any other place they could have desired to reach from a south coast port. Moreover, if they had landed in Britain, Patrick, when he once escaped from their company, could have reached the home of his parents in a few days, whereas he did not return home for a few years. Ib. 364. His own words exclude Britain. Having mentioned his final escape from the traders, he proceeds, Et itrum post pocos annos in Britannies eram cum parentibus meis. I believe that post pocos annos has been interpreted by some in the sense, a few years after my capture. But this is an unnatural explanation. The words naturally refer to what immediately precedes, viz., his escape. The only thing which can be alleged in favor of Britain is the intimation in the dream that he would quickly come to his native land. Cito iteris ad patrium tuum. This, of course, represents his expectation at the time of his escape. But the very fact that he fails to say that the promise was literally fulfilled and glides over intervening years in silence strongly suggests that his expectation was not realized. I observe that Mr. T. Olden, in his short history of the Church of Ireland, arrived at the conclusion that Patrick's desertum must be placed in Gaul. His subject, as a whole, lies outside my knowledge, but his chapters on Patrick would not lead one to form a favorable opinion of his work. His whole argument and narrative are vitiated by his astonishing ignorance of imperial history. He quotes a passage of Jerome to prove barbarian devastations in Gaul. He quotes it not from the original text, but at second-hand from Montelembert's Les Moines d'Occident, a book which should be used with extreme caution. The passage cited by Mr. Olden has no bearing on Gaul at the time at which Mr. Olden set St. Patrick's escape from his captivity, AD 395. The devastations did not begin till AD 407. This gross ignorance of the superficial facts of the general history of the period damages Mr. Olden's credit. Mr. Olden, however, has made one useful contribution to the question, the only good thing in his account of St. Patrick. He has brought out the significance of the dogs, which are mentioned incidentally in Patrick's narrative. He has pointed out that the dogs, which, it is implied, were numerous and valuable, must have been part of the merchandise which the traders shipped in Ireland. Celtic hounds were highly valued in the south, and it would be probable a priori that they were exported from Ireland as well as from Britain. The route of this trade would have been overland through Gaul, from the north of the Loire or Garonne to a port on the coast of Provence, or to Italy. Mr. Olden acutely suggests that Patrick, so long the servant of an Irish chieftain, had become skilled in the management of wolf-hounds, and that this consideration may have determined the traders to take him on board. Thus the cargo of dogs seems to support the conclusion that it was to Gaul, not to Britain, that the traders sailed. They might have landed at either Nantes or Bordeaux. Now the only positive statement that we find anywhere as to the landing place is in the Life by Probus, see above Appendix A Roman 2. 9, where it is said to be Bortgallum. Bordeaux is obviously meant, and the form should probably be Bortgallum, as the Irish was Bordgall. See the instructive passage in Vit. Trip. p. 238, where Patrick, intending to visit Rome, is said to have waited for a ship o Bordgalletha from Bordeaux in Gaul. Probus did not invent the statement. The form of the name shows that he got it from a source of Irish origin. He adds, evidently from the same source, that the company then went to Trajectus, but we cannot identify the Gallic Utrecht, which is intended. It is of course impossible to say whether there was any positive tradition at the back of this statement, or if it was only a deduction from the fact that Bordeaux was a regular port for travelers from Ireland to South Gaul. Admitting, then, as a conclusion from which we can hardly escape that the landing place was on the west coast of Gaul, it follows that if the traders marched for 4 weeks per desertum, they must have designedly avoided the beaten routes and the habitations of men. Aquitaine was at the time in an unsettled condition, on account of the barbarian invasion, but no devastations would account for a month's wandering in a wilderness, unless such wandering was deliberate. The corroboration of our general conclusion is supplied by Patrick himself. It was inferred above from his confession that Britain was excluded. One of his sayings, which we saw reason to believe genuine, points distinctly to Gaul dicta. I see above Appendix A I3. It is clear that the journey through Gaul and Italy must have been one beset by particular dangers and hardships, and a little reflection will show that we are justified in identifying it with the journey described in the confession. It is a case where the argument from silence is valid. The motive of the confession is to set forth the crises in his life at which the writer conceived that he was conspicuously guided by heaven. It is clear that the journey through Gaul and Italy, in which he used to tell his companions that he had the fear of God as a guide, was one of those crises which had made a deep impression upon his mind, and which we should expect to find mentioned in the confession. It is therefore fair to identify it with his perilous journey in the company of the traders, especially as it is not easy to imagine that, at a later period, when he was at Auxerre, a journey which he might have made through Gaul would have been so memorable or exceptional. The dictum, in conjunction with the other considerations which point to Gaul, justifies the conclusion that, having traveled with the traders through Gaul into Italy, he escaped from them in Italy. The last words of the dictum, in islands in the Mediterranean, taken in conjunction with Tyrchon, 30,224, point to his having gone to Larens after his escape, and a protracted stay at Larens would account for the few years which elapsed before his return to Britain. 7. Palladius. There were 2 readings in the MSS. Of Muirchew as to the place of the death of Palladius, in Britannem Finibus and in Pictorum Finibus. It seems probable, see my tradition of Muirchew's text, p. 205, that the author wrote Britannem so lib. Arm, but that in one copy this was corrected to Pictorum from another source, presumably the same source which supplied W and Vit. Trip, with the details about Palladius. We may conclude, I think, that Pictorum represents the genuine tradition, and that Muirchew, taking it to refer to the Picts of North Britain, as was natural, substituted Britannem. But it seems most extraordinary that Palladius should have sailed off to the Picts of North Britain, seeing that he was ordained bishop for Ireland. I think we should interpret the land of the Picts or Cruthen v. Trip. Locke. Sit. Hidirib Cruthnech to mean Dalaradia, the land of the Picts in Ireland. As I have pointed out in Cap. Roman 4. The assumption that there were Christian communities in this part of the island makes Patrick's work there at the beginning of his bishopric more intelligible. Professor Zimmer's theory that Palladius and Patrick were one and the same person, a theory which had been already maintained by Skoll and Loofs, is at variance with the distinct tradition and does not account for the change of name. It is based upon a paragraph which was added, probably by the Armagh scribe Ferdinand, to his copy of Tyrchon, Rolls ed. p. 333, where it is stated that Palladius was also called Patricius. It is also stated that Palladius suffered martyrdom among the Scots, ut tradunt sancti antiqui. This is at variance with W and V. Trip, which state that he died of disease. Muirchew says simply died. The same notice says that Patrick was sent by Celestine. This paragraph cannot carry any weight, it is not supported by the earlier sources. But why, we must ask, should anyone have invented the assertion that Palladius was also called Patricius? The answer seems to be that the 2 dates for Patrick's death, the true 461 and the false 493, led in the 8th century to the belief in a second Patricius. This phantom is called the other Patrick in one of the interpolated stanzas in the hymn Genere Patrick, and he came to be distinguished as Senex Patricius An. Ult. and Chron. Scott. 457, or Sen Patrick, Calendar of Ongus, August 24. One attempt to give this fictitious personage a reality may have been to identify him with Palladius. Many wild and worthless speculations have been founded on this duplication of Patrick. See, for instance, Shearman's chapter on the history of the 3 Patricks in Locke. Pater. pp. 395 SQQ. Olden, Church of Ireland, Appendix A, and the article on Patrick in the Dictionary of National Biography, which is vitiated by the Sen Patrick delusion. Another attempt to place the second Patrick was to connect him with Glastonbury, and thus account for the medieval Glastonbury tradition that the true Patrick was an abbot of that monastery, so Usher, followed by Petri Tara Hill, p. 73. But there is no evidence that the Glastonbury story has any foundation or is older than the 10th century. It is to be observed that the date August 24, given in martyrologies as the day of Old Patrick, cannot be alleged as an argument for his existence. In the Mart of Talat, ed. Kelly, p. Roman 32, we find 2 Patricks under this date. Patrice ab, Acus ep, Ruisdella. Patrice hostere Acus ab, Erd Macha. It is clear that there was an obscure but historical Patrick, abbot of Ristella, near Duro, whose day was August 24, and that his name was the motive for placing Old Patrick here. Compare the glosses in the calendar of Ongus. Armagh also wanted to appropriate Old Patrick, and so he appears in some of the lists of its abbots. 8. Patrick's alleged visit, or interrupted journey, to Rome in AD 432. Muirchew's account of the events preceding Patrick's ordination as bishop has certain difficulties which involve an important question. Patrick, we are told, had left his home in Britain for the purpose of visiting Rome, ad sedem apostolicam uisitandum, etc., to receive instruction there for his life work in Ireland. But he halted on his way at Auxerre and remained there at the feet of Germanus. Then, when the right time came and new visions warned him, coeptum ingreditor iter ad opus in quad olim preparatus furet utique euangeliae, 27,210. What is the meaning of coeptum iter? The journey which Patrick had begun was the journey to Rome, which had been interrupted at Auxerre. Germanus sends with him a presbyter, Sagitius, as a companion and witness. Then comes a notice of the unsuccessful mission of Palladius by Pope Celestine, but the transition to this is curious. Cert enim erat quad Palladius, etc., is the text of the Armagh Ms, while it seems probable that other MSS had certi enim errant, which gives sense. Having heard of the death of Palladius, Patrick and those who were with him declinerunt iter to be ordained by amatorix. Assuming that they were on their way to Rome, it is clear that Muirchew did not suppose that they ever reached Rome, for, if he did, he could not have failed to say so. Accordingly, on this view, we have to suppose that the decisive news overtook Patrick somewhere between Auxerre and Rome, and that Patrick turned about and retraced his steps, making a divagation for the purpose of being ordained by amatorix. But if we read the whole narrative carefully up to the embarkation, we can hardly fail to see that in the writer's conception of what happened there was no reversal of direction. The only natural interpretation of Muirchew's meaning is that, met by the news about Palladius, Patrick turned from his direct route for the sake of ordination, and then resumed it. In other words, he was on his way to Ireland. But it can be proved definitely that this was Muirchew's conception. In his table of contents to BK, we find a statement which throws light on coeptum iter. We find the items. De renuncians sancti Germani and Galliaes, et ideo non exuit ultra. De reversion ius de Galliaes, et ordination pallida et mox mort ius. Here it is 1. Expressly stated that Patrick did not proceed beyond Gaul, as he had intended, and 2. Implied that the journey which he undertook in the company of Sagitius was a ruercio to Britain or Ireland. In the light of these headings, we are compelled to interpret the words coeptum ingreditor iter, euangeliae, as meaning not the interrupted journey to Rome, but the missionary journey to Ireland, which had been begun, in a sense, by the coming to Auxerre and the religious preparation there. With this interpretation, the words certi enim erant, which seems the probable reading, for they knew, or were informed, are intelligible. This explains the preceding statement that Patrick, although setting forth for Ireland, had not yet received episcopal ordination. They knew at Auxerre that Palladius had been ordained bishop and sent to Ireland by Celestine, and therefore Patrick was not ordained bishop. It was therefore on his way to the Mare Britannicum that he received news of the death of Palladius. Ebmoria, or whatever may be concealed under this form, must be sought north of Auxerre. I have elsewhere, in the next excursus, pointed out that Patrick was consecrated bishop by Germanus, and that Muirchew used inconsistent sources. This note aims only at showing what Muirchew intended to convey. It may indeed be held that the ambiguity is due to his own misinterpretation of an older document. Coeptum iter may have occurred in his source, and there meant a journey to Rome, and he may have misunderstood the meaning. If it were possible to locate Ebmoria with certainty anywhere between Auxerre and Rome, this, I believe, would be the solution. It is, then, quite clear that, according to Muirchew's information, Patrick intended to visit Rome and study there, but that instead of doing so, he was induced to study at Auxerre and consequently did not go to Rome. It is obvious that such a statement about Patrick's purposes cannot be accepted without every reserve. Statements about a man's unfulfilled intentions, unless they can be traced clearly to himself or to an intimate friend, are in quite a different position, as historical evidence, from statements about his acts and deeds. It is equally obvious that if Muirchew had known of any evidence, oral or written, of an actual visit to Rome in AD 432, he would not have suppressed it. He would have had every reason to emphasize anything like a mission from the Roman see, for in the Roman controversy of his day, he was on the Roman side. The stress he lays upon the unfulfilled intention only sets his silence in a stronger light. Chron records a visit to Rome in later years. See below, excursus 15. But he knows nothing of a visit in AD 432, and evidently did not find any notice of such a visit in the Liber apud Ultanum, from which he drew information about Patrick's early life. The earliest text which can be quoted for the alleged visit is the note of the 9th century scribe of the Liber Armicianus, 33,219. And even that note, a Celestino, Miditor, which, in view of the silence of the 7th century documents, has no value, does not strictly involve the idea of a journey to Rome. 9. Patrick's consecration. There is a difficulty as to the circumstances of Patrick's ordination as bishop which has a direct bearing on the determination of the chronology of his life. The oldest evidence, and we have no independent source to supplement it, is the account in Muirchew's life, pp. 272-3. It is there stated that Patrick, learning at Moria of the death of Palladius, interrupted his journey northwards, and went to a certain bishop, who conferred upon him episcopal ordination. This bishop is designated Episcopum Amatho Rege, and is described in terms which imply that he was eminent and well known. Now we know of no Gallic bishop called Amathorix, and we know of no Gallic bishop alive in the year 432 whose name at all resembles Amatho Regem. But we do know of an eminent Gallic bishop named Amator, whose episcopal seat was at Auxerre, where Patrick received part at least of his ecclesiastical training. Only Amator died in 418, and therefore could not have ordained Patrick bishop in 432. Nevertheless, there can hardly be a doubt that Amator is meant, for he is the only Gallic bishop, of similar name, in Patrick's time. He could be described as mirabilis homo summus episcopus, and he was bishop of Auxerre, with which, under his successor Germanus, we know that Patrick was connected. This high probability was raised into certainty when Zimmer showed that Amatho Rege is perfectly intelligible as an Irish form. The Latin colloquial casus communis amator was treated in Irish on the analogy of a name like Einmeyer, dat, ac, Einmirig, so that amatorg represents amatorig, relatinized, see above, Appendix A, Roman 2. 3. Amator, then, is meant. The inconsistency in the chronology can be explained as due to a perfectly intelligible confusion of two different occasions. For when we come to examine closely the narrative of Muirchew, we find a statement which is inconsistent with the assertion that Patrick was ordained bishop ab Amatho Rege. We are told that when he started from Auxerre for Ireland in the company of Seditius the presbyter, he had not yet been ordained bishop by Germanus. This clearly implies that the prelate who ordained him bishop was no other than Germanus, and this is just what we should expect. If Patrick heard of the death of Palladius at some place on the road from Auxerre to the Channel, his natural course was to return to Auxerre and receive ordination from his master Germanus. How came it, then, to be stated categorically that he was ordained ab Amatho Rege? This admits of a very simple explanation. We have only to suppose that Muirchew confounded his ordination as bishop with his ordination as deacon. This solution fits in perfectly with the interpretation of Amatho Rege as equivalent to Amator. Amator ordained Patrick deacon before or in AD 418. A further criticism of Muirchew's text supplies a remarkable confirmation of this solution of the inconsistency of his statements. He tells us that not only was Patrick consecrated bishop, but that others, including Auxilius and Iserninus, received lesser orders ab Amatho Rege. It is necessarily implied that Auxilius and Iserninus were of Patrick's company and were on their way with him to Ireland. But we may ask in the first place why their ordination, whether as deacons or priests, should have been deferred till this occasion, should have depended, like Patrick's ordination as bishop, on the death of Palladius. In the second place, we have the distinct record in the Irish annals that Auxilius and Iserninus arrived in Ireland 7 years after Patrick's coming. There is no reason to question that record, and the inference is that they did not accompany Patrick. This error confirms the truth of the hypothesis that under Muirchew's account there lies a confusion between Patrick's ordination to the diaconate and his elevation to the episcopate. The authentic record was that Amator ordained Patrick, Auxilius, and Iserninus Patrick as deacon, the others perhaps as deacons also. When this was taken to refer to Patrick's episcopal ordination, the association of Auxilius and Iserninus was still retained, and they were represented as accompanying Patrick. The result of this criticism is in accordance with the general probability that Patrick had a continued connection with one church, namely, the Church of Auxerre, a connection begun in the time of Amator and protracted in the time of Amator's successor Germanus. And it suits the chronological data derived from the confession, as shown above. 10. Evidence for Christianity in Ireland before St. Patrick. The circumstances which render it antecedently probable that Christianity should have penetrated to Ireland before AD 430 have been set forth in the introductory chapter. The positive evidence which shows that this occurred is Prosper's notice of the mission of Palladius. It is supported by other evidence, but is in itself fully sufficient to establish the fact. 1 Prosper Chron, Essay 431. Ad scatos in Christum credens ordinatus, a Papa Caelestino Palladius primus episcopus mittiter. It is important to observe that, if the express words in Christum credens were absent, this record would establish the existence of Christian communities in Ireland. For neither Rome nor any other church would have ordained a bishop for Ireland unless there had been Christian communities there to be submitted to his authority. If all parts of Ireland had been still as entirely heathen as Scandinavia, a missionary might have been sent, but he would not have been a bishop. Nothing can shake the inference from this record of Prosper, but some have attempted to weaken it by a statement in a later work of Prosper concerning Christianity in Ireland. In the Contra Collatorum, written c. AD 437, Prosper, praising Celestine, says, Et ordinato Scotis episcopo dum Romanam insulam studit, server Catholicum fecit etiam barbaram Christianam, mean, 51, 274. The expression is obviously rhetorical and is not inconsistent with the statement in the Chronicle. It is quite possible that it is based on information which had reached Prosper of the progress of Christianity in the years 433–436, and, in a eulogy of Celestine, it was plausible to ascribe this success to his initiative in ordaining the first bishop. To infer that Prosper did not know of the death of Palladius would be unwarranted. Prosper was evidently interested in the mission of Palladius. He probably knew him personally, as there is reason to think that he was at Rome, engaged on ecclesiastical business with the Roman See in the year 431, and these considerations render it highly improbable that he would not have been aware of his death. But it was not Prosper's purpose to record the details of missionary work. He was merely concerned to notice, and not to minimize, what Celestine had done. The passage, therefore, must not be used to support the theory that Palladius and Patricius were one and the same person, Zimmer, Early Celtic Church, p. 33. On the other hand, it may be added to the other evidence which shows that Patrick was not ordained by Celestine, for in that case, Prosper would not have omitted to notice that the Pope had ordained 2 bishops. 2. It has been generally overlooked that Patrick's expression ad plebum nuper unientum ad credulitatem, conf. 3689 suggests, in its most natural interpretation, a spreading of Christianity before his arrival. Otherwise, we should expect primum rather than nuper. 3. If Pelagius, as Zimmer holds, was born in Ireland, we might consider it probable, almost certain, that he belonged to a Christian community, and thus we should have a confirmation of the existence of such communities before the end of the 4th century. But the evidence rather points, as I have shown, see note in App. B, p. 296, to Pelagius belonging to one of the Scotic settlements in western Britain. There is, however, another piece of evidence of the same kind. An Irishman named Fifth, better known under his ecclesiastical name of Iserninus, was with Patrick at Auxerre and was ordained by Amator. See the evidence in App B, p. 297. 4. Certain linguistic facts are best explained, as Zimmer has ably pointed out, by the unofficial introduction of Christianity from Britain. A number of Irish ecclesiastical loanwords have forms which are not such as we should expect if they had been borrowed straight from Latin, but can only be explained by intermediate Brythonic forms. Zimmer says, "It is altogether incredible that the Latin loanwords in Old Irish should have been introduced by Patrick and his Romance-speaking companions from the continent after AD 432. On the other hand, their linguistic form is easily explained if Christianity was gradually spread throughout Ireland in the 4th century by Irish-speaking Britons." The words, "gradually spread throughout Ireland," are far too strong and are not required for the argument, but it is clear that the linguistic facts in question harmonize with the testimony of Prosper and enable us to draw the further inference that the introduction of Christianity was due to intercourse with Britain. We may go further and conjecture that the transformation of the Brythonic Latin loanwords into Irish equivalents was made in the Irish settlements in Western Britain, which must have been the most effective channel for the transmission of the Christian faith to Ireland. 5. The attitude of King Laegaire, see below, Appendix C, 11, to Christianity shows that it had become a force with which he had to come to terms. If it had been first brought by Patrick, he could easily have stopped its spreading in his own kingdom, and would doubtless have done so, since personally he was not well disposed to it, and the Druids were strongly against it. His policy implies that it had already taken root. 6. The circumstance that Patrick's missionary work was in the north and west of Ireland suggests that Christianity had made considerable progress in the south, and an apostle was not needed there in the same way. As Zimmer says, Ib. 18, southeastern Ireland in the Kingdom of Legion was the district whence, thanks to the intercourse with the southwest of Britain, the first diffusion of Christianity in Ireland must naturally have taken place. As for the lives of alleged pre-patrician saints, Aelb, Ibar, Declan, Ciaran, they are so full of contradictions and inconsistencies, as Todd demonstrated, that they are useless for historical purposes. The only hypothesis on which any significance could be ascribed to them is that there was a confusion between earlier and later men of the same name. This hypothesis is too uncertain to build on, but we should have to entertain it if we accepted Zimmer's remark that the contradictions in the lives are the natural result of attempting to varnish facts derived from genuine local tradition with the views universally accepted at the time when the lives were compiled. 7. Patrick's particular interest in West Connaught is probably to be explained by his captivity there, but the appeal which this region made to him suggests that it was a specially benighted part, in a Christian's view, in contrast with other parts of the island where Christianity was known. 8. I cannot ascribe much weight to particular passages in Tyrchan which Petrie, History of Tara Hill, p. 23, and others have cited as evidence for pre-patrician Christianity. 1 Tur. 32:12, et fuit quidem spiritu sancto plenus, etc. 2 32:96, et in quo loco quidem episcopus venet, etc. We do not know enough of the circumstances to draw any conclusion. We do not know, assuming the records to be correct, that Patrick's acquaintance with these men began on these occasions. 3. The alter mirabile lapidum in Monte Nepotum Elelo, 3135, supposed to be the altar of a pre-patrician community. To these may be added, 4. The Signaculum Crucis Christi, said to have been found by Patrick in a graveyard in Roscommon, 3253. A story told also by Muirchew, 294. And 5. The implied existence of pre-patrician Irish Christians in the expression, Hiberni Sanctis Omnibus Praetor Ritus Praesentatis Futuris, 323-2. There is also, 6, a passage in the additions to Tyrchan, 337, cited by Petrie to prove pre-patrician bishops, Colman, Bishop of Clonkean. The story of the cross, common to Tyrchan and Muirchew, and evidently a pretty early legend, has, I think, some significance in so far as it implies that, at the time when it was invented, the existence of Christian crosses and Christian sepulchres in Ireland before Patrick's preaching was taken for granted. 9. If the view put forward below in Excursus 17 as to the paschal cycles in Ireland is correct, it is further evidence for pre-patrician Christianity. 10. The prophecy of the Druids, which was probably not post-eventum, see above, chapter Roman 4. Ad fin, suggests the existence of Christian worship in Ireland. If it stood alone, it would not be of much significance, but it fits in with the other evidence. 11. King Laegaire and King Dath's. The view which I have put forward of the significance of King Laegaire's reign in Irish history, and his claims to the title of statesman, is based on inferences. That his policy was pacific is an inference which may be fairly drawn from the rare mentions, in the annals, of wars and battles during his reign of 36 years. The Ulster Annals record only 3 battles with Leinster, a victory in 453, the Battle of Audh in which he was captured, in 458, and the engagement in which he met his death, SA 462. No expeditions beyond the sea are attributed to him, though the condition of Britain might have been tempting to a monarch ambitious of conquest. The great achievement of his reign was the codification of the laws of Ireland, see Excursus 12 on Senchus More, and the other feature for which his reign was remarkable was the spread of Christianity favored by his attitude towards it. The record of Tir Chon, 3083, that he did not personally adopt the new faith non-potuit credir, is obviously true, for it explains the coolness of ecclesiastical tradition in regard to him. And the conflicting statement of Muirchew, 28,527, credit it, etc., which is in a legendary context, must be rejected. It bears indeed a mark of internal inconsistency, for if the High King had been converted, it is hardly credible that Patrick would have dwelt only on his previous opposition, and prophesied that no kings of his seed would inherit the kingdom, a prophecy which was not verified. These words ascribed to Patrick in the legend, Quia resististi doctrini me, etc., 28,529, seem to reflect the true tradition that Laegaire remained a pagan. If he had become a Christian, the Irish Church would have been as loud in his praises as the Roman Church in the praises of Constantine. The legend told by Muirchew represents him finally converted through fear, melius est me credir quam mort, as the crown and culmination of Patrick's triumphs at Slane and Tara, but at the same time it refutes itself by the cold indifference which it manifests towards the converted king. The statesmanlike policy of Laegaire in coming to terms with Christianity is proved by the official recognition of it in the Senchus More, see Excursus 12, and by the toleration of it in his kingdom. See the record in Tir Chon, which seems trustworthy, 3082, apud alum fotis pepigit ut non oxitor redder in rigno Elias. We can hardly attach much credit to the story that Patrick acted along with Laegaire in adjudicating on the inheritance of Amulgade. Ter. 309. This might have been an invention for the purpose of magnifying Patrick's importance. The circumstance that members of Laegaire's family were baptized, see the conversion of Fedalmid and Fortune, add, notices 334-5, was an element in the situation. In connection with the conclusion that Laegaire was influenced by the prestige of the empire, I referred to his predecessor Dathai's expedition to Gaul. Dathai, son of Fiacre and nephew of King Niall, succeeded Niall as King of Ireland in 405 and was killed by lightning near the Alps, according to the Irish Annals, in 428 CN. Alt. SA 445. Through some error the entry has been inserted under a wrong year. There is a notice of his death in the Leber na Huidir, p. 38, where he is said to have been killed in Gaul, while besieging a town of King Firminus, Rye Tracia, whose name suggests, as others have pointed out, the Pharamond of the Merovingian genealogy. Zimmer Nennius Vindicatus, p. 85, dismisses the story as a reminiscence of the death of an Attocotic chief in Roman service. But this does not account for the data, and for the consistent tradition that Dathai met his death on the continent. I can see no reason to doubt the tradition. There was no motive for its invention. Accepting it, we are obliged to infer that Dathai went, with Irish troops, by the invitation of the Romans. The date of the annals for Dathai's death and Laegaire's succession, AD 428, harmonizes with the inference. For just in this year the general Aetius, on whom the defense of Gaul at this time rested, was engaged in war with the Franks. Prosper, SA 428, pars Galliarum propinqua Reno quam Franci Poseidondum occupaverant Aedii armies recepta. The name Firminus supplies a remarkable confirmation. As has been said, it seems to represent Pharamond, the father and predecessor of Clojo, according to Merovingian tradition. Clojo, who appears a year or two later on the scene, is the first Merovingian monarch who has a clear place in history. Pharamond has always been regarded as shadowy. The independent survival of his name in Irish tradition in connection with an event of 428, shortly before the first appearance of his son Clojo, may be fairly brought forward as a piece of evidence for his historical reality. The transference of the scene from the lower Rhine to the regions of the Alps, due originally to vague knowledge of Gallic geography, makes the evidence more valuable, as it shows that the name Firminius was not introduced into the story from Merovingian sources. The Alps would not have suggested to any antiquarian a connection with a war against the Franks in northeastern Gaul. It is said that the corpse of Dathai was brought back by his companions to Ireland and buried in the cemetery of Rathcroghan. See the poem of Tournoises on the famous men and women who lay there, published by M. Darbois de Jubinville in Revue Celtique, 17, 280 SQQ. Under thee is the king of the men of Fail, Dathai son of Fiacra, the good. Croghan, you have hidden him from the Gauls, from the Goidels. Under thee is Dungalach the swift, who led the king beyond the sea of seas. 12. The Senchus More. The Irish Code of Law, entitled the Senchus More, preserved only in late MSS, is a work which contains a very ancient code embedded in glosses, commentaries, and accretions. Passages are quoted from it in Cormac's Glossary, a work of the 10th century, and these quotations appear to be the earliest testimonia. In the 10th century, it was believed that the original code was drawn up in the reign of King Ligeir in the 5th century. Here is the note in Cormac's Glossary, in Dr. W. Stokes's translation, Trip. p. 570. Nos customary law, the knowledge of 9, to wit 3 kings and 3 bishops and 3 sages, namely, a sage of poetry and a sage of literature and a sage of the language of the Feni. All these were composing the Senchus More. Thence it is said. Loiguire Cork Dower Dare, Patrick Benane just Cairnech Ross Dubthach, Fergus with goodness 9 props, those of the Senchus More. The same account is found in the introduction, which was prefixed in late times to the Senchus, and professes to record the circumstances of its compilation. Was this tradition, which was current in the 10th century, genuine, or was it an invention made for the purpose of enhancing the prestige of Patrick? In deciding this question, there are 2 considerations which seem to me important. 1, if the code, which evidently held such a high place in public esteem in the 10th century, had been drawn up in the 7th or 8th centuries, it is inconceivable that an event of such interest and importance as its publication should not have been recorded in the annals. In my opinion, this argument applies also to the 6th century. But in any case, if it be admitted that the silence of the annals forbids a date later than AD 600 at the latest, all the probabilities are in favor of the correctness of the tradition. The entries in the annals for the 5th century are extremely meager, so that the omission of a notice of the Senchus More would not be surprising. It may be said, however, that as a matter of fact, the annals do notice the composition of the Senchus More. Under AD 438 we find, Senchus More du Scribun, the Senchus More was written. But in the first place, this entry is in Irish. If it had been a contemporary record, it would have been preserved in Latin. It is clearly an addition, and perhaps a comparatively late addition. In the second place, the date is suspicious. The year AD 438 is the very year in which the Theodosian Code was issued, and therefore we can hardly doubt that the motive of the insertion of the Irish entry under this year was a desire to synchronize the issue of the native with that of the great Roman Code. These considerations force us to reject the entry in the annals as evidence of independent value. 2. If the story of the compilation of the Senchus in the reign of Ligeir had been a deliberate invention, say of the 9th century, it could hardly have assumed its actual shape. The persons alleged to have taken part in the compilation would naturally be those who play a prominent or well-marked part in the patrician story. Now, leaving out Patrick and Ligeir, of the other 7 only 3, Dare, Benignus, and Dubthach, are conspicuous in the lives and legends of Patrick. Of the other 4, Rose appears indeed, but not so conspicuously as his brother Ditchu, while Cork, Cairnech, and Fergus are not mentioned at all. The case of Cork, King of Munster, is particularly to be noted, because Ongus, Cork's second successor, comes into the patrician story, and would naturally have been selected as Patrick's colleague if the record were a pure invention. The record, I therefore conclude, has a genuine and ancient basis. It would be rash to be confident that the number 9 and the arrangement in 3 classes may not be an improvement upon the original record. In other words, some names, e.g. Benignus and Dare, may conceivably be additions. The number 9 was considered a number of virtue by the Gaels, and it is conceivable that a savant of a later age might have added to the tradition in order to make up that number. But the argument is double-edged, for it is equally likely that, for just the same reason, the number of the real commission should have been fixed at 9. The story that the occasion of the composition of the census was the slaying of Audran, Patrick's charioteer, in order to test Patrick's doctrine of forgiveness, is told in the introduction to the census, pp. 4 SQQ. And in the Leher na Huiter text and translation, in Stokes, tripartite, 562 SQQ. A different story of the death of Audran at the hands of Foilge is told in Vita Quarta, c. 77, and Vita Tertia, c. 59, where the charioteer's name is not mentioned. According to this version, the missile was aimed at Patrick. This version, but without reference to Foilge, is likewise noticed in the introduction to the census, p6. The simplest explanation may be that a driver of Patrick was slain by an enemy, and that the incident was used by Patrick for raising the question of criminal justice. Mythopoeic instinct then attributed the murder to a deliberate intention of raising the question. The story as told in the introduction seems to preserve a tradition that an attempt was made by Patrick to change the penalty of Eric fine for murder into a penalty for death. This is the motive of the poem which is fathered upon Dubthach. I pronounce the judgment of death for his crime to everyone who kills, p13. This is to be reconciled with the Christian doctrine of perfect forgiveness by considering that the body only is killed, the soul is forgiven. The murderer is adjudged to heaven, and it is not to death he is adjudged. Ib. The commentator notices the disagreement between this principle, which in the story Patrick is assumed to have established, and the custom of Eric fine which actually prevailed, and explains it on the ground that Patrick's successors had no power of bestowing heaven. Hence the death penalty was discontinued, and no one is put to death for his intentional crimes as long as Eric fine is obtained. The historical fact underlying this story is, I submit, that the Church in Patrick's day attempted, unsuccessfully, to supersede the system of composition for manslaughter and private retaliation by making the act a public offense punishable by death. The questions connected with the material of the laws and the fane lie quite outside my competence and do not concern the scope of this book. I may refer to Atkinson's article Fane in his Glossary, Ancient Laws, Volume Roman 6. Rise, Studies in Early Irish History, pp. 52-55 Proc of Brit, Acad, Volume I. For the legal processes and customs, the chief work is M. Darbois de Joubinville's Études sur le droit celtique, 2 vols. 1895. See also the prefaces to the volumes of the Ancient Laws and Sir H. Maine's Early Institutions. 13. Patrick's Visits to Connaught. An analysis of the itinerary which Tyrchan has traced for Patrick through Connaught shows that he compressed into a single journey events which must have belonged to different visits. I pointed this out in a paper on the itinerary of Patrick in Connaught, Proc. of RIA, Roman 24, c. 2, 1903. It was remembered that Patrick visited Connaught 3 times ter. 32,912, and we may probably suppose that on the 2 later occasions he would have not only worked in new fields, but revisited the scenes of his earlier work. Tyrchan, who used written material as well as oral information, worked all his records into the compass of a single journey. This is betrayed by a number of inconsistencies in the narrative, and it is possible to show that certain events which he ascribes to the same journey must have happened on different occasions. 1. It is clear that the expedition to Turali with the sons of Amilngade was the principal motive of one visit, and that Patrick must have proceeded direct from Tara to Turali. Tyrchan's naive reconstruction implies that having left Tara for this purpose he engaged in a round of missionary activity, not only in Connaught, but in Meath, performing labors which would have occupied years, before he finally reached Turali. I have pointed out at length the absurdities involved in the story, op. Cit. 166-7. 2. The description of the visit to Elphin implies earlier work in the same district, A. Perhaps the previous foundation of Senella Sella. B. The presence of Asicius and Bethius, who had been settled there, Locke. Cit. 163-4. As to Senella Sella, however, Dr. Gwynn has made a very plausible suggestion that Tyrchan confused it with Sentua equals Shankoff in Sligo. The information which he gives about Senella Sella, its location in the land of the High Elela, its association with Mathona, and connection with Tanog, suits Sentua much better. And this comparison would account for the introduction of the statement et exiit per montem filium Elelo, etc., in 31,418, as well as in 3,281 if this view is right. It is another illustration of Tyrchan's use of written sources. The difficulty is that we should expect Tyrchan to have been sufficiently acquainted with the geography of Connaught as to know whether Senella Sella was in the land of the High Elela or not. Can Senella Sella Dumich be distinct from both Shankill at Elphin and Shankoff? 3. An earlier visit to Tyrol is implied by a Patrick's knowledge of the stone altar Tur. 3135, and B. The fact that Tamnek had already been founded, 31,415. Here indeed we can extricate a piece of Tyrchan's written material relating to Patrick's work in Tyrol, and showing that he entered that territory from Leitrim, crossing the Braleve Hills, 31,418. Et exiit per montem filium Elelo, et plantivit ecclesiam liberum Hitamnuch. And 328, et exiit, cell sentui. See Barry, Locke, Cit. 164-6. 4. In the passage in the Liber Armacanus, F9, R. 1D52, 301, which Dr. Gwynn has shown, see above, p. 250, to belong to the work of Tyrchan, the baptism of Hercaith and the dedication of his son Feridach equals Saschalis to the church are noticed, and it is recorded that Patrick ordained Saschalis at Rome. But immediately afterwards at Cels, 319, Saschalis is already a bishop of Baslic, Trip. 108. Thus 2 visits, separated by an interval of years, are here implied. If the statement is correct that Patrick took Saschalis with him to Rome, then our conjectural chronology for his visit to Rome, see Appendix C, 15, would give a lower limit for one of his journeys to Connaught. 5. An earlier visit to North Sligo is implied, but without inconsistency, in the account of the visit to that region, 327, as well as in the presence of Bishop Braun at Cels and CP. 3138. 6. The notice of the visit to Ard Senlis seems to imply an earlier foundation there, 317. 7. Sanctus Irenescus in Maganerneu, 32,026, is introduced as if Christianity had already been planted there. It may be noticed that in this passage the words Uiris Uii, out Roman 12, show that Tyrchan was using a written source. He was doubtful about the reading. 8. Entering Turoli, Patrick crosses the Moy. This implies that he came from the east, not from the south, as Tyrchan's itinerary would imply. If we assume as probable the correctness of the statement that Patrick's work in Connaught belongs to 3 different visits, we may draw tentatively the following conclusions. 1. In the first visit, which was prior to AD 441, he worked A. in Tyrol and B. in North Sligo, where Braun was ordained bishop for his church Killisbugbrone under Knocknary. Perhaps he also visited C. the neighborhood of Elphin. He visited D. Mag Erthic and E. the district of the Sciarigi, and F. Maganerneu. In these regions he converted the father of Saschalis. It is possible that on this occasion he extended his journey to Mount Aigley, and fulfilled the special aim of his missionary ambition by planting a church, Eicht Fabier, near the southern limits of the forest of Fochlad. 2. On another occasion he crossed the Shannon, as described by Tyrchan at Lake Boffin, worked in Magglais and Maggai, revisited the Elphin district, founded Baslic, proceeded to Lake Tessit, revisited Mag Erthic and the Sciarigi, etc. 3. On a third occasion, he proceeded straight from Tara to Turoli in the company of Nd and the sons of Amilngade. After his plantation of his faith in Turoli, he may have revisited other parts of Connaught. The visit falls soon after Amilngade's death, which may have been c. 445 AD. It seems not at all unlikely that the second and third visits thus distinguished occurred chronologically in reverse order. It must also be borne in mind that he would have probably revisited many places in the course of the 2 later visits. Conclusions very similar to mine have been reached by Dr. Gwyn, who discusses the subject in a supplemental note to Chapter 5 of his introduction to the Book of Armagh. There are in the abbreviated memoranda, which has been described above in Appendix, a Roman 2, vestiges of the material used by Chron, and Dr. Gwyn points out that the first group supplies evidence of the existence of a tradition as to Patrick's work in Tyrol, independent of the rest of the itinerary which Chron sketched. The first group is Aelb Eisentui, alter Maché Sechen Redan Mathona. Here, Dr. Gwyn observes, is a memorandum combining in continuous form several unconnected passages in Chron. It is reasonable to infer that the tradition condensed into this memorandum was known to Chron, that he endeavored to work it into his history by breaking it up into pieces and inserting them where he judged best. 14. King Amilgaid, date of his reign. The death of Amilgaid, king of Connaught, is not noticed in the An. Ult, but is recorded SA 449 in the Annals of the Four Masters and must have been derived from older annals. Probably it was given by Tigernach, this part of his work is not preserved, who generally records the changes in the succession in Connaught. We cannot indeed infer that a d. 449 was the precise year designated in the source of the Four Masters, because at this period their dates are not very accurate, as can be shown by a comparison with the Annals of Ulster. But we can consider it as an approximation to the date assigned by the older annals. The extant lists of the kings of Connaught, from Amilgaid to Ede, son of Eochaid Termcharna, Ob AD 577, are hopelessly confused. The material which I have examined consists of 1. The names and dates in the annals, An. Ult. And Tigernach, 2. List in Book of Leinster, 41a, 3. List in Mislaud, 610, F 116 R letter 1 D52b, 4. A prose list, B. Poetical Catalogue by O'Duin in Book of Balamote, 57a, 58a. I owe the translation of O'Duin's poem to the kindness of Mr. E. J. Gwyn. These sources generally agree with the exception of 3, which seems to be worthless, that the 3 kings following Amilgaid were, in order, Aello Molt, Duach, and Eogan Bell. It is in regard to Duach that the chief difficulty occurs, for he appears again in the lists as the 2nd or 3rd king after Eogan Bell. He was son of Fergus, and is distinguished as Tenga Uma, and is said to have fallen in the Battle of Segais. The annals give the date of the Battle of Segais as AD 502 An. Ult. An. Inisf, or 500 Tigernach. But Tigernach has a notice of Duach Tenga Uma under 550, p. 139, ed. Stokes, and of his death under 556, as well as under 500. The list of O'Duin distinguishes clearly 2 Duachs, Duach Galach, son of Brian, who succeeded Aello Molt, and Duach, son of Fergus, 7th in the list, who fell at the Battle of Segais. The list in the Book of Leinster also distinguishes the 2 Duachs, designating the first as Galach and the second as Tenga Uma. This would put the Battle of Segais about 550. The earlier date of that battle must be accepted, as Muirchertach Massarca was the victor in it, and the notice of it in the annals is undoubtedly independent of the lists of Connaught kings. It is also clear that there was a fixed tradition that Duach Tenga Uma fell at Segais, since O'Duin, placing his reign at a later period, has to transfer the Battle of Segais along with him. We may therefore conclude that Duach Tenga Uma preceded Eogan Bell and fell in the Battle of Segais AD 505-02. Now all the lists agree in giving to the first Duach, who succeeded Aello Molt, 19 or 20 years. This agrees with the circumstance that Aello Molt fell in the Battle of Acha, AD 482. Eogan Bell, the sources consent, fell in the Battle of Sligoch. The date assigned to this battle in the annals is AD 543 or 547, both dates in An, Ult, and Tigernach. The length of his reign is given in the lists as 37 or 34. The variation is obviously due to confusion of Ui and Ei, which is not long enough for either of the obituary dates if he followed Duach in AD 502 Tigernach. However, SA 503 gives his regnal years as 42, which would be consistent with AD 543 for the Battle of Sligoch. Aelil, the womanly Eogan Bell's son and successor, was slain in the Battle of Cuil-Canaire, which is noticed in the Annals SA 550. The remaining years up to AD 577, the year of Ead's death, would be just accounted for by Eachade Termcharna, S reign of 1 year and Ead's reign of 25 years, 22 years in lists 2 and 4, a confusion here too of Roman 2 and U. But at this point, after Aelil, occurs the repetition of Duach Tenga Uma. He appears in Tigernach as well as in the lists, except 4, and 7 years are assigned to him. Further, the catalogue of Oduin inserts Eogan Esrem between the second Duach and Eachade Termcharna and gives him 27 years. Eogan Esrem also appears in the prose list in the Book of Balimote, but before Aelil. If we take as fixed points the death of Aelil in 550 and that of Ead in 577, it is obvious that, even if Ead reigned only 22 years, there is no room for a second Duach and Eogan Esrem in this period. On the other hand, if we take the sum total of all the regnal years as given in Oduin's poem up to Ead's death, and reckon back from AD 577, we find that we are taken back to the neighborhood of the death of King Dathai. It will be best to give Oduin's list. Amilngade reigned 20 years Aelil Molt, Duach, son of Brian, Eogan, Aelil, Eogan Esrem, Duach, son of Fergus, Eachade Ead total. Reckoning back 153 years, from AD 577, we reach AD 424. The date of Dathai's death was AD 428, but if we take into account the conditions of such a calculation, where incomplete years may be set down as full years, the divergence might be consistent with the conclusion that the list was constructed on the initial assumption that Amilngade succeeded Dathai in 428, which implies that Dathai was king of Connaught, but see below. We can now see how the chronology was constructed in Oduin's source. It will be simplest, for the purpose of criticism, to tabulate the dates, approximately implied by that construction. Amilngade ceased to reign 444 Aelil, I Duach I Eogan I Aelil Roman II, Eogan Roman II, Duach Roman II, Eachade Ead. These dates are entirely at variance with the chronology of the Annals. We are entitled to criticize them on the assumption that the dates of the Annals for the battles of Segais, Slijic, and Cuil-Canaire are approximately correct. Oduin's figures would place Segais c. 475 instead of 502 or 500, Slijic c. 512 instead of 543 or 547, Cuil-Canaire c. 517 instead of 550. But if we omit from his list Eogan Roman II and Duach Roman II, and then reckon back from 577, we get approximately dates assigned in the Annals to the second and third of these 3 battles, namely 551 for Cuil-Canaire, 546 for Slijic. While the contradiction between the duration of Eogan Bel's reign and the date of Segais is the same here as in the other sources. If Segais was fought in 502 and Slijic in 546-7, and Eogan Bel reigned 37 years, then 7 or 8 years are left unaccounted for, and the reign of the second Duach serves to fill this interval. But there is no room for Eogan Esrem between the Battle of Segais and the death of Ead. Again, if we take Duach I's death at Segais in 502 as a fixed point, and reckon backward with Oduin's figures, we find 482 for the accession of Duach I, 471 for the accession of Aelil Molt, and 451 for the accession of Amilngade. If Amilngade followed Dathai in 428, this would imply an error of about 24 years. We have now the clue to the construction of Oduin's list. A period of c. 153 years from the accession of Amilngade to the death of Ead had to be accounted for. The recorded regnal years were insufficient, and the defect was supplied by an impossible interpolation in the 6th century, whereas it was in the 5th century, in the period anterior to Duach, that the supplement was chiefly needed. Having established this point, we need not consider further the succession of kings subsequent to Duach Tenga Uma. It is clear that there was a definite tradition assigning to Amilngade 20 years, to Aelil Molt 11 years, and Duach 20 years, and that the chronologer, whom Oduin followed, did not venture to tamper with these numbers in order to account for the missing years. As for Aelil Molt, 20 years are assigned to him in the list in the Book of Leinster. But this may be at once rejected, for 20 years represent the duration of his reign as King of Ireland, 460–482, and it is highly improbable that the throne of Connaught became vacant at the same moment as the throne of Ireland. Accepting then 11 years as the genuine tradition, he must have succeeded to Connaught c. 471, as he died in 482, and there is no reason to suppose that he resigned the kingship of Connaught before his death. The interval from 482 to 502 is exactly covered by the 20 years assigned to Dúach Tenga Uma. If Amilngade followed Dathai in 428 and reigned for 20 years, the end of his reign would fall c. 448, which would correspond to the record in the Annals of the Four Masters, 449. Thus we should arrive at an interval of about 24 years between Amilngade's death and Ailill Molt's succession, 448–471, which is unaccounted for. The confusion of Ailill Molt's regnal years in Connaught with his 20 regnal years in Ireland served to shorten this period by 9 years. And in the list of the Book of Leinster, the residue of the chronological error is corrected by adding 14 years to the reign of Amilngade, to whom 34 years are assigned. The question therefore is, who reigned in Connaught between Amilngade and Ailill Molt? Now I think it can hardly be insignificant that in the annals as well as in the lists Dúach Tenga Uma is reduplicated. This must have had some motive, and the most probable explanation seems to be that 2 Dúachs did reign in Connaught, and that O'Duin is right in distinguishing Dúach son of Brian from Dúach son of Fergus, though he confuses the order and chronology. For it is clear that he had knowledge of Dúach Galach son of Brian, whom he describes as falling in battle with the Sinal Iagain. His notice of this king is as follows. I use the text and translation furnished by Mr. E. J. Gwyn. Dúach mac Brian Abus Dúach son of Brian next Roman 20 Blyad and Aflathus, was sovereign 20 years, fewer a brath, ba tenalter, he met his betrayal. He was a prince in the east, in sa cath re Sinal Iagain. Battle with the Sinal Iagain. Said Rycloindi Brian na Emblad, the first of the family of Brian the famed Dúach Galach Garg Dargial said, was Dúach valiant Galach, fierce, to whom men gave obedience. Blad don Duine os gach dine fame, the man had beyond all generations Gurgeb Uil in Airdrige, so that he took the entire overkingship. Sect Oshin Rachuala, 77 years from thence, I have heard Sect Endike de Blyadin Buadha, years of victory, co Segais in Corint Cain, to Segais of Fair Corand, co Har Canale is Iagain. To the battle of Canal and Iagan. The last stanza presents a difficulty. The battle of Segais was not the battle of Canal and Iagan, so that the preposition co to either in v3 or in v4 must be a mistake for o acute from. O'Curry, in his manuscript material, refers to this poem and evidently assumes that should be read in v4. For he infers that the battle in which Dúach son of Brian was killed was fought 79 years before the Battle of Segais, which he dates AD 504 after the Four Masters, thus obtaining 425 for Dúach's death and placing his reign before Amilngade. Now it is to be observed that the 77 years exactly correspond to the sum total of the regnal years between the death of the first Dúach and that of the second Dúach, according to O'Duin's own incorrect arrangement. 37 plus 5 plus 27 plus 7 equals 76. The question therefore arises, is the statement as to the period of 77 years an inference from the arrangement, or is the arrangement determined by an independent record that 77 years elapsed between the two battles in question? The former alternative seems less probable, for it does not appear why this particular interval, if it were only an inference from the arrangement, should be selected for special mention. It seems much more probable that, as is suggested by the expression I have heard, the stanza embodies a tradition independent of this particular reconstruction of the regnal list. If so, O'Curry's inference was correct, and we get 502.77 equals 425 as the date of the battle in which Dúach mac Brian fell. There would be no difficulty in this date for Dúach's death. His father, Brian, was son of Eachade and brother of Niall. He was himself cousin of Laegaire and Amilngade. In this case, One of the causes of the contradictions in the Connaught succession was a confusion of the Duech who reigned towards the beginning of the 5th century with the Duech who reigned at the end. If then the first Duech died c. 425, it seems probable that he was succeeded by Amilgaid. There seems to be no clear evidence that Dathai was king of Connaught while he was king of Ireland. It is stated in the genealogy of the High Fiacrach, p. 90, that he ruled Connaught and Ireland. It is quite conceivable that he was king of Connaught before 405, and that in that year he secured the succession to the throne of Ireland by agreeing to transfer the kingship of Connaught to his cousin Duech. The hypothesis that Amilgaid immediately followed Duech c. 425 is supported by two considerations. 1. Provisionally assuming, for the purpose of the argument, that Amilgaid might have succeeded Dathai, I pointed out that the sum total of regnal years in Oduin's list, from Amilgaid's accession to Ead's death, would take us back to the close neighborhood of Dathai's death in 428. But there is actually a difference of 4 years. 577, 153 equals 424. If Amilgaid succeeded Duech in 424-5, we may say that the agreement of this date with the total of years in Oduin's reckoning is precise. 2. On this hypothesis, we are able to solve the main problem, the interval between Amilgaid and Ailill Molt. For if Amilgaid succeeded in 424-5 and reigned 20 years, his death would fall in 444-5. There would consequently be an interval of 26 or 27 years between his death and the accession of Ailill Molt in 471. Now, if Duech mac Briain had a son, we might expect to find him elected to the throne. The prose list in the Book of Ballymote designates Eogan Esrem as the son of Duech Galech, that is, Duech mac Briain. And the Rignal years assigned to Eogan Esrem in Oduin's poem are precisely the number required to fill up the interval between Amilgaid and Ailill Molt. The inference, therefore, would be that Amilgaid was followed by Eogan, Duech's son, c. 444-5. In order to show the force of the argument, I may say, at the risk of tautology, that it consists of 3 converging considerations. A. Eogan Esrem is introduced, in the lists in the Book of Ballymote, among the kings of Connaught in the 6th century in defiance of chronology. His appearance in these lists has to be explained, and is most naturally explained by supposing that he was at one time king of Connaught, though not at the time implied in the lists. If the conclusion is right that Duech mac Briain died in 425, then his son Eogan Esrem must be moved back into the 5th century. B. The 27 regnal years assigned to Eogan Esrem exactly occupy the vacant interval between Amilgaid and Ailill Molt. C. The succession of Eogan Esrem, son of Amilgaid's predecessor, is just what we might expect. It is exactly parallel to the successions in the 5th century to the throne of Ireland. Thus, Niall Dathai, Laegair son of Niall, Dathai, Laegair, Ailill son of Dathai, Laegair, Ailill, Lugaid son of Laegair. These considerations seem to me to outweigh the circumstance that Amilgaid's death is assigned in the annals of the Four Masters to AD 449. It would be otherwise if the date were recorded in the annals of Ulster. But a comparison of the Four Masters with the other annals shows that the former compilation constantly deviates by several years, and for the early period at least, a date which is found only in it cannot be accepted as accurate with any confidence. I have presented this investigation so as to show the steps by which I reach the conclusion, as I believe that thus it will be easier to criticize it. The reconstruction which I propose seems at least to satisfy the conditions of the problem. It may be convenient to tabulate the list of the kings, in accordance with these results, as follows. Duech Galech mac Briain d. 424/5 Amilgaid d. 444-5 Eogan Esrem, son of Duech d. 471 Ailill Molt d. 482 Duech Tenga Uma d. 502. 15. Patrick at Rome. The evidence for a visit of Patrick to Rome AD 441 depends upon 2 records, one in the Annals, the other in Tyre Chon. 1 Ann, Ult. Sub A 441, Leo ordinatus est Roman 42, I Roman ecclesi episcopus et probetus est in fide catholica patricius episcopus. 2 Tyre Chon, p. 3016, See above, p. 250. Et exeuit cum patricio ad legendum xxx annis, et ordinoit ilium in urb Roma et dedit, illi nomen nauum sacellum et scripsit, illi librum samorum quernuiti. Et portit ab illo partum de reliquis Petri, et Pauli Laurente, et Stephani qui sunt in matchae. CP, Tyrchan, 32,924, where Patrick is said to have given to Alcan, ordained bishop at Dunseveric, partum de reliquiae Petri et Pauli et alirum et uclum quod custodiuit reliquias. The ordination of Leo is wrongly placed in the annals in 441. It belongs to 440. But its close association with the notice of St. Patrick's probatio shows the meaning of the words probatus est. And in fact, there is no other conceivable meaning than formal approval by the Church, and the only form which that approval was likely to take in such a case was the approval of the Church's chief representative, the Bishop of Rome. Such approval might have come in the shape of a formal epistle from the Roman bishop to the bishop in Ireland. But when we find in our 7th century authority, Tyrchan, a statement that Patrick was in Rome accompanied by Sacellus, and when we find that in his time there were relics of Peter and Paul and other martyrs at Armagh procured by St. Patrick, and seeing that there is nothing improbable in these records, and that, on the contrary, a visit of Patrick to Rome is antecedently probable, we may venture, I think, to combine these testimonies and conclude that Patrick did visit Rome at the beginning of Leo's pontificate. The tradition of Sachal has all the appearance of being genuine, and Tyrchan in this passage was using an older written document, as is proved by his uncertainty about a numeral, cum iuris uiae aut uiae, 30,027, CP. Above, app, a Roman 2. 1. The notice in the Annals Probatus Est in Fide Catholica is, by its brief formal character, stamped, in my judgment, as a contemporary entry made probably in a 5th century calendar. If it had been concocted in the 6th century, or at any later period, it could never have taken this shape. It would have been expressed more clearly. It implies and assumes contemporary knowledge, the knowledge, as I contend, of the visit to Rome. There is another remarkable notice in the Annals, 2 years later, which it seems to me may bear on the subject. Ann. Alt. Sub A 443, Patricius Episcopus Ardor Fidei et Doctrina Christi Florens in Nostra Provincia. Ann in Nisf, Patricius in Christi Doctrina Floruit. It is clear that the Ulster Annals give the entry in its original form, which is abbreviated and translated into the past tense by the annalist of Innisfallen. It has never been explained why a notice of this kind should be entered under this particular year. Such a notice, attached to a certain year, must have had a motive in some particular occurrence which happened at that date. It belongs unquestionably to that small group of contemporary entries which, preserved in calendars, found their way into the later annalistic compilations. See above, p. 282. Now Patrick's visit to Rome supplies an explanation which would fully account for it. His return from Rome, with the new prestige and authority with which the Roman bishop's approbation would have invested him, furnishes a motive which would explain a formal entry recording his activity and success at this juncture. The passage in Tyrchan quoted above calls for a remark. There is obviously an error in ad legendum xxx annis. The error probably arose from some combination of the genuine tradition that Sacellus accompanied Patrick to Rome with the false idea, which had arisen before Tyrchan's time through chronological confusions about Patrick's life, that Patrick studied for 30 years abroad. 16. Appeal to the Roman See. The genuineness of the canon prescribing reference to the Roman See has been sufficiently indicated in the text, chapter Roman 8. Section 4. But some observations may be added here by way of illustration. It is clear that the attitude of the Irish Church to the See of Rome in the 6th century has a very distinct value as evidence from which inferences may be made in regard to its relation to Rome in the 5th century. And for the feelings of Irish ecclesiastics towards the Roman See in the 6th century, we can have no better evidence than the letters of St. Columbanus, who was born and educated in Ireland. For on the one hand, Columbanus identifies his own opinions with those of the Irish, and speaks as if he were writing in Ireland, while, on the other, he admonishes the bishops of Rome with such boldness and plainness that he cannot be accused of Romanizing tendencies. We are therefore justified in taking the spirit, which he displays towards the Cathedra Petri, as indicative of the spirit of the Irish Church. In the 3 letters which are addressed to bishops of Rome, Ep. 1, 3, 5, there is the fullest recognition of the Pope's auctoritas in the Western Church, and it is just this recognition which makes Columban lay such solemn weight on his own admonitions, an error, Peruicides p. 1754, committed by the Pope being one of the most serious disasters that could befall the Church. It is clear that Ireland is in no wise excluded from the general auctoritas of the Apostolic Fathers, CP, pp. 16,431, 16,523, for Pope Boniface is addressed as Omnium Totius Europae Ecclesiarum Capiti, Ep. 5, p. 17,010. In this letter, Columbanus writes, Nos enim divincti sumus cathedri sancti Petri, 17,425, and vos, the popes, prop caelestes estis, et Roma orbis terrarum caput est ecclesiarum, salva loci dominici resurrectionis singulari prerogativa. The reservation, showing that the writer is expressing his conviction and not merely using rhetorical phrases of politeness, renders this evidence all the more telling, and the same may be said of the reservation which he makes as to the claim of the popes as successors of the keeper of the keys of heaven 175. The attitude of Columban is briefly expressed in the wish, Rex regum, tu petrum, te tota sequitur ecclesia, 17,715. The unity of the Catholic Church is an axiom with Columbanus, and there is not the smallest reason to doubt that this idea was inculcated in Ireland. Unius enim sumus corporis commembra, sive Galli sive Britanni sive Iberi sive quique gentes, 164. It is not without significance that in the story of the baptism of the daughters of King Liger, preserved by Tyrchan, one of the 5 rudiments of Christianity in which the converts are required to express their belief is the unitas ecclesiae, 30:162, Rolls ed. The point is that its own solidarity with the rest of Christendom, and consequent respect for the Bishop of Rome as the head of Christendom, were axioms of theory, however little they were acted on in the 6th century in the Irish Church. And such must have been the teaching of Patrick himself. Patrick, spiritually reared in the Gallic Church, must, without direct testimony to the contrary, be presumed to have shared in the attitude of Gallic churchmen to the Roman See. It was not, indeed, the attitude of unquestioning obedience and submission of later ages, what it was has been fully explained in chapter Roman 3, ad fin, and in chapter Roman 8, section 4. Reference must be made to another passage in Columbanus, which might be thought to prove something more ep. 5, p. 171. Nos enim sanctorum Petri et Pauli et omnium discipulorum divinum canonum spiritu sancto scribentium discipuli sumus todi Iberi, ultimi habitators mundi, nihil extra evangelicam et apostolicam doctrinam recipients. Nullus hereticus, nullus eudius, nullus schismaticus fuit. Sed fides Catholica, sicut a vobis primum, sanctorum fidelis et apostolorum successoribus tradita est, inconcussa tenetur. In this assertion of the orthodoxy of Ireland, the words which I have italicized might be taken to imply that Ireland received the Catholic faith directly from the popes. This would be a misinterpretation. The words can only refer generally to the transmission and maintenance of orthodox doctrine at Rome. The text of the Canon of Appeal, Hibernensis 25b, is as follows. Si qui difficiles questions in hac insula orienter, ad sedem apostolicam referenter. It is referred to in the Liber Angli, 35,611, where the claim of Armagh to decide a causa ualda difficiles is laid down. But if Armagh does not succeed in settling the question, then ad sedem apostolicam decruimus esse mittendum. It is further stated. He sunqui de hoc, decruerunt id est auxilius patricius secundinus benignus. If these names are selected from the signatories of a synod at which the canon was passed, the presence of Secundinus, who died 447 c. App. B. Note p. 292, shows that the synod must have been held before that year. Benignus would have been still a presbyter. 17. Patrick's Paschal Table. See Dr. B. Macarthy's Introduction to the Annals of Ulster, Volume Roman 4. The Paschal Table drawn up by Dionysius, based on a cycle of 19 years like the Alexandrine, superseded the Paschal canon of Victorius of Aquitaine about 525 AD. In the Roman Church, the canon of Victorius, based on a cycle of 532 years, had been introduced in 457 AD and continued to be used in Gaul to the end of the 8th century. Before the reception of the Victorian system, the date of Easter was calculated in the West by a cycle of 84 years. In the time of St. Patrick, the terms between which Easter could fluctuate, according to the Supputatio Romana based on this cycle, were the 16th and 22nd of the lunar month, the 22nd March and 21st April of the calendar. These terms were due to modifications, which had been introduced in 312 and 343 AD. Of an older computation, in which the lunar limits were the 14th and 20th of the lunar month, the calendar limits the 25th March and 21st April. There were thus 4 stages from the end of the 3rd century in the paschal computation adopted at Rome. 84 cycle, lunar terms 14 times 20, cal, terms m 25 times a 21 2. 84 cycle, lunar terms 16 times 22, cal, terms m 22 times a 21 after AD. 3. 532 cycle, lunar terms 16 times 22, cal, terms m 22 times a 24 after AD. 4. 19 cycle, lunar terms 15 times 21, cal, terms m 22 times a 25 after AD. The Celtic Church in Britain and Ireland never adopted the Victorian cycle, and the great question of the 7th century controversies was whether they should adopt the Dionysian computation and abandon their old system, which was based on a cycle of 84. There is no doubt that a cycle of 84 was used in Ireland in the 6th and 7th centuries, for we have the clear and express testimony of one of the great Irish churchmen of the 6th century, Columbanus of Bobbio and Luxeuil. In a letter addressed to a Gallic synod 603 or 604 AD, he writes, Plus credo traditioni patrimi, iuxta doctrinam et calculum octogenta quateranorum. The confirmation supplied by Bede, H.E. 2, 2 and 5, 21, as well as by Aldhelm ed. Dumler, M.G.H. Ep. Muretkar. Eui, I. 233, is superfluous. But what surprises us is that this paschal reckoning which prevailed in Ireland in the 6th and 7th centuries was not the Supputatio Romana of the 4th and 5th centuries. The paschal limits were different. The Irish celebrated Easter from the 14th to the 20th of the moon, and not before 25th March. In other words, their system represented the oldest of the 4 stages noted above. How is the survival of this system to be explained? If we suppose that a table of paschal computation was brought by Patrick to Ireland in the first half of the 5th century, it is not probable that he would have introduced any other than the Supputatio Romana. This inference does not depend on the view which we adopt as to Patrick's relations to the Church of Rome. It depends upon his connection with the Gallic Church. There is no evidence, so far as I can discover, that the Gallic Church did not agree with the Roman in the 4th and 5th centuries as to the paschal limits. We should have to suppose that Patrick rejected both the system prevailing in Western Europe and the Alexandrine system in favor of the older usage prevailing in his native country, Britain, and this, in view of the circumstances of his career, seems extremely unlikely. The evidence, in my opinion, suggests rather a different conclusion. It suggests that the paschal system which prevailed in Britain in the 4th century and survived to the 7th had been introduced from Britain into Ireland and taken root among the Christian communities there before the arrival of Patrick. This is what we should expect. It is in accordance with the hypothesis of the British origin of pre-patrician Christianity in Ireland. It is easy to comprehend that Patrick, though accustomed to the Supputatio Romana, acquiesced in the continuance of the other system, or was unable to change it. It would be not at all easy to comprehend that, if he had found Ireland a tabula rasa ready to receive any paschal calculation that he might choose to inscribe, he should not have introduced the system generally received in the Western Church, unless it were the system generally received in the Eastern Church. The paschal evidence appears to be another proof of pre-patrician Christianity in Ireland. But if Patrick acquiesced in the continuance of the old system, and did not make the fixing of the paschal feast a crucial question in Ireland, it does not follow that he adopted it himself, or may not have made some attempt to introduce another canon. There is no a priori objection to the possibility that, while the old method continued in the old established communities, he may have sanctioned a different table in the new communities which he founded. This brings us to the consideration of an important piece of evidence contained in the letter of Cabcenne addressed to Séguin, abbot of High, probably in 632 AD, arguing for the Roman Easter. Cabcenne states definitely that the Pasch of Patrick differed from the Pasch of the Irish and Britons. He describes the cycle used by Patrick thus: Illum quem sanctus patricius, Papa Noster, cilit et facit leg. Fecit, in quo luna a Roman 14 usc in Roman 21 regulariter et equinoctium a Roman 12 kl. April observator. The paschal lunar limits in this text are those ascribed to Theophilus and the Council of Caesarea, in the spurious acta composed by an Irish computist, possibly towards the beginning of the 6th century. The probability, however, seems to be that the text of Cabcenne has suffered corruption in the numbers, and the question is whether 1 Roman 14 is an error for Roman 15, and the Alexandrine cycle is implied, or 2 Roman 14, and Roman 21 are errors for Roman 16 and Roman 22, respectively, and the Supputatio Romana with 84 cycle is intended. Both these alternatives are possible, for, though we should expect Patrick to have accepted the Gallic usage, he might have been prepossessed in favor of the Alexandrine system at Lerins, where there was probably Eastern influence. In any case, we can hardly feel prepared to reject the statement of Cabcenne that Patrick brought and sought to introduce a different paschal computation from that which prevailed among the Celts in Cabcenne's own time. We may fairly cite in confirmation the express mention of his studies of the calendar, at Auxerre in the hymn of Fiac L11, as interpreted by Thurnesson, Rev. Celt. Romans 6. 233, see above, p. 264. 18. The organization of the episcopate. Todd showed in great detail that bishops without sees were common in the Irish Church in the 6th, 7th, and 8th centuries, St. Patrick pp. 1 SQQ. Strictly speaking, he did not prove it for the 5th century, nor did he show that there were no bishops with sees, even in the times to which his instances and illustrations apply. Loufs has maintained that both in Patrick's time and in later times there were episcopi paracales in Ireland. I hardly think that the positive arguments which he brings forward are very convincing. The inscription of the letter of Pope John Roman IV. Bede, He 2:19, proves nothing, but the passage which he cites from the letter of Columbanus, AD 603 or 604, to a synod of Gallic bishops and clergy may be quoted in this connection. The Irish monk writes, In de sanctis hieronymus hic sciens, easit episcopos imitari apostolos, monachos euro docuit sequi paters perfectos. Alia enim sunt et alia clericorum et monachorum documenta, et longe ob innuisum separata. Had the abbot of Luxeuil, who writes with such approbation of the separate functions and ideals of sequestered monks and active clergy, including bishops, whether regular or secular, had he been accustomed in his native country to a system in which there were no bishops who were not members of monasteries. This bears on the question whether the Irish Church in the 6th century was as exclusively monastic as it is generally represented. It is quite inconceivable that Patrick and his foreign coadjutors should have organized a purely monastic church. Such a church might have grown into being by degrees, but it would never have been deliberately organized in the 5th century. There was no model for it. Nor is it conceivable that Patrick would have introduced an order of bishops, none of whom were bound to any defined sphere of activity, but who might go about the island promiscuously, performing episcopal duties wherever they liked. It is incredible that he was not guided by geographical considerations in his ordination of bishops, and it is not easy to see how a geographical distribution could have been dispensed with. There is indeed a total absence of evidence to suggest that there were large episcopal dioceses, and this is perfectly consistent with the tradition that Patrick ordained an immense number of bishops, variously stated, with great exaggeration, at 450 and 350. Tyrchan, who gives the former number, cannot mention the names of more than about 45. But the fact that he can record so many shows that the number of bishops under the patrician system was not small. It does not follow that they had no dioceses. It only follows that the dioceses were comparatively small. A priori, this is what we might expect. The number of small tribal territories in Ireland could not fail to affect and largely determine the ecclesiastical organization. And when we find in the records of Tyrchan, concerning the foundations of St. Patrick, that in some churches he placed presbyters, while for others he consecrated bishops, we may be sure that in this discrimination he was guided by considerations of secular geography, and that he did not wish to multiply bishops beyond necessity. The evidence of the records and traditions preserved by Tyrchan has the more weight because it is quite undesigned, and, so far as it goes, it seems to bear out the general view of the patrician organization which has been indicated above. Here are the bishops who were ordained by Patrick for certain churches in Connaught. Esicus, Elphin 313 Rolls ed. Seychelles, Basilic 304 32,014, CP. Vit. Trip 110 Bronus, Caselire 327 Muckneus, Donigmore near Fochled 326 Senechus, Agagauer 322 Canech, Celolatog 324 Fellardus, Cieli 313. To these may perhaps be added the Epis Presbyter Bonus, whose name is illegible in the Ms. Fall 13 R letter 1D52B, L12, who founded a church in Imgo Mercerigi in the barony of Costello, Mayo. As many foundations in Connaught are recorded by Tyrchan, with which no bishop is connected, it is clear that, so far as this evidence goes, Patrick proceeded on some principle in the distribution of episcopal churches. There is one passage from which it might be hastily concluded that he set two bishops in one place. He installed Esicus and his nephew Bidius at Elphin, and both Esicus and Bidius are described as bishops, 313. The true interpretation obviously is that, when Esicus left Elphin as described in 31,329, fecit profugam ad montem Lapides, he was succeeded by Bidius, as was natural. And that Bidius is here, 31,322, described as a bishop proleptically. This accords with the part he took in the ordination of Carol at a later time, in connection with which Esicus is not mentioned, 31,426, see below. There is one interesting piece of evidence for the multiplication of bishops after Patrick's death. Under his arrangement, there was no bishop at Tamnac in Tyrol, but id Carolam, post hic autem posserunt episcopos, iuxta sanctam ecclesiam Tamnach, quos ordinauerunt episcopi patricae id est, Bronus et Biathius. The language is a little loose, but clearly means that afterwards Carolus was ordained a bishop for Tamnac by Bronus of Caselire and Bidius, who had succeeded his uncle Esicus of Elphin, and that he was succeeded by a line of bishops. Why was this innovation made? Clearly because the community of Tamnac, founded by Mathona, had grown in importance and aspired to have a bishop for itself. Here we may recognize a distinct bit of evidence for the early introduction of the system, which very soon became prevalent, of bishops without sees attached to religious houses. There seems then to be no evidence in support of the improbable supposition that Patrick's bishops had not episcopal districts. Such districts would naturally have been determined by the tribal divisions of the country. Nor is there any difficulty in explaining the subsequent development of this episcopal church into a church which was predominantly monastic. The double position of the bishop is the clue to the development. For the bishop was not only bishop for a certain diocese, which would contain several churches and religious foundations, but he was also head of a particular community. Thus Esicus presided over a religious community at Elphin, besides being episcopally responsible for a certain district. This system was a natural consequence of the condition of the country. There were no cities. Monastic establishments were the substitute. Hence Patrick's bishops were probably in most cases monks. We have references to Monachi Patricae, from whom Patrick doubtless selected some of his bishops, just as Larens supplied some notable bishops for the sees of Gaul. It is easy to conceive how in process of time other religious communities might aspire to be self-sufficient and have bishops of their own. If the bishop, whose jurisdiction included a number of communities, had not been himself the head of a similar community, such a tendency would not have been likely to arise. But when there were a number of monastic communities, a BC, etc., in one district, which was under the episcopal jurisdiction of a bishop who was the princeps of a, one can understand how this jurisdiction might have soon seemed to be, see, etc., an intolerable claim to superiority on the part of a neighboring community. The bishop came to be regarded, and perhaps came to act, less as the bishop of the parochia than as the princeps of his community. The double position of the bishop exposed him to a jealousy which would not have been aroused if he had stood outside all communities alike. The consequence was the multiplication of bishops, many communities wishing to be independent and to have bishops, each for itself. Thus the diocesan system partly broke down, and the instance of the ordination of Carol for Tamnac seems to be an early instance. Was there any discriminating designation to distinguish those religious settlements which were seats of bishops from those which were not? I venture on the conjecture that the name civitas was originally applied only to the former communities. In Gaul, in Italy, in Rome and Britain, the bishop's seat was in a true civitas, and we can understand that in a cityless land, civitas might have been used in the special ecclesiastical sense of the settlement in which the bishop lived. It is worth noticing that in the memoir of Tyrchan, 2 episcopal seats in Connaught seem to be distinguished as places for the ordination of bishops: Agagauer in Quo Fiant Episcopi, 3227, and perhaps Donigmore in Fauchlade. Did Patrick specially mark out certain episcopal residences as places where bishops might be consecrated? The outcome of this discussion is that Patrick's organization was from one point of view monastic, from another episcopal. It was monastic in so far as many of the churches in the various regions were connected with religious communities of a monastic character, and the clergy were largely monks. But this did not prevent it being episcopal, in the sense that there were episcopal districts or dioceses. There was not a body of bishops without sees, who went round visiting churches promiscuously, but each bishop had his own diocese. There is another consideration which has not been noticed, and which seems to me of great weight. It is the position which bishops hold in the few laws in the Census More which touch the church. The bishop appears in these laws as the dignitary in the church who corresponds to the king in the state. There is no mention of presbyter abbots as sharing the privileges of the bishop, who has the same dire fine as a king. Clearly, a state of things is contemplated in which the bishops are the important administrators in the church. Such rights could not have been established from the 6th century forward, when the bishops were of less account. This feature of the census more seems to me, therefore, to have a double significance, in establishing both the antiquity of the code itself and the eminence of the episcopal office in the 5th century. The two things hang together and mutually support each other. A corroboration is perhaps also supplied by the Duobisionibus Seculi, a treatise of Irish origin, written before 700 AD. See App. I. 4, where the 10th abuse is the episcopus negligens, in which the pastoral duties of the bishop are insisted upon and his functions as a speculator. It seems by no means improbable that the work is older than 600 AD. 19. The place of Patrick's burial. The decisive reasons for determining the vexed question of Patrick's burial place in favor of Saul have been given in the text, but something more may be said here in criticism of the evidence. Among the miscellaneous notices appended to Tyrchan's memoir, p. 332, by the scribe Ferdinand, occurs a comparison of Patrick to Moses in 4 points, of which the 4th is, Ubi sunt asa ius nemo nuit. The author of this similitude has simply taken advantage, for his purpose, of the fact that there were 2 rival claimants, Saul and Downpatrick. It does not imply that there was no distinct and universally accepted tradition placing his burial in this district, for if there had been any room for doubt about that, Armagh could not have failed to claim his bones. Another notice follows, professing to tell how the place of sepulture was revealed. Colum sil spiritu sancto instigante ostendit sepulturam patrice, ubi est confirmet. Id est high sabel patrice, id est in ecclesia iuxta mare proxima, ubi est conductio martyrum id est ossuum collium soli de Britannia et conductio omnium sanctorum hiberni iudiciae. Whatever value we may attach to this passage as a record of an opinion of Columba, it is good evidence for the existence of a tradition that Patrick was buried at Saul. Todd, St. Patrick, p. 494, thinks that Downpatrick is intended, and thereby reconciles this passage, which he wrongly ascribes to Tyrchan, with the statement of Muirchew that he was buried there. If it were a case for reconciliation, it would be a more defensible hypothesis that Muirchew used loose language and said that Patrick was buried at Dun, whereas he was really buried in its neighborhood. But the two statements should have been protected against any such arbitrary attempt to reconcile them by the existence of the third statement, ubi sunt ossa ius nemo nuit, for they afford us its explanation. Muirchew meant Dunlith glass, as he said, and the writer of the Notice of Columba's discovery meant Saul, as he said. There were two rival traditions, the Saul tradition and the Dun tradition, and it was just the existence of these two traditions which could enable a man to say, after all, we know not where the saint was buried. In that, too, he was like Moses. The whole story or collection of stories related by Muirchew and reproduced in the text contain obvious marks of their growth and internal inconsistency, though as put together by Muirchew they represent the account accepted at Dunlithglass. The first part, containing the interview with the angel and the death and exequy, 295-297, does not contemplate Dunlithglass at all. It only contemplates Saul, reverter ad locum unto Euenes, hoc est sabel. It reflects, as I have said, a conciliation between the claim, or rather disappointment, of Armagh and the actual burial at Saul. It is designed to protect, if I may say so, the countenance of Armagh, and the compromise is reflected in the two petitions representing the two interests. After this comes the passage relating the burial at Dunlithglass, 298. It is quite evident that it has a distinct and subsequent origin. It was manufactured in a different ecclesiastical workshop. It adds, like a sort of postscript, a new piece, a new command, to the discourse of the angel, in a new interest, namely of Downpatrick. If the whole story had been of one piece, this command would have formed part of the angel's original address. It would not be introduced as an appendix. This criticism is in itself sufficient to exhibit the falsity of Downpatrick's claim. It is to be noted that this claim had the further purpose of establishing an early date for the origin of the Church of Downpatrick. It could not claim to have been founded by the saint. It alleged that it was founded in connection with his burial. The two stories, which Muirchew relates of the contention between the Ulidians and the men of Orier Orientals, supply an instructive illustration of the genesis of legends. When we have two stories of this kind, one is generally subsequent to the other and suggested by it. The common argument of both is to show how hostilities were prevented. There can be no doubt which was the genuine and primitive story. The inundation of the sea, a motive, as I pointed out in the text, characteristic of the district, furnishes a presumption in favor of the priority of the first story. The second story obviously arose out of the Dunlithglass legend of the oxen. In fact, its point depends upon that legend. Thus was myth added to myth in the workshops of Irish ecclesiastics. The ecclesiastical origin is seen not only in the incident of the burning bush, but in the invention of the cart and two unyoked kine, 1 Samuel Romans 6. 7 SQQ. 20. Legendary date of Patrick's death. The true year of Patrick's death is furnished by our oldest document, Tarchon 30,229, a Passion Christi, Annie CCC6XCI, Anne, of Ulster, SA 461 CP. Anne, Inisf, SA 493, Nennius Hist Brit. 16 pp. 158-9 ed. Mommsen. See the criticism of this material in Barry, Tyrchon's Memoir, pp. 239 SQQ. But side by side with the true tradition, we find in the annals another date, AD 493, which has been generally received and is the vulgar era of the event. It is closely connected with the legendary age of Patrick, 120 years, which is as old as Muirchew's life, 29,619. The question arises, how came his age to be raised from somewhat more than 70 to 120 years, and why was AD 493 fixed on as the date of his death? In the analogy which was drawn between Patrick and Moses, one of the items of resemblance is the same length of life. But the Mosaic motive cannot have been sufficient to determine originally such a marked perversion of fact. On the contrary, the age of 120 years must have been otherwise suggested, and have then, in its turn, contributed to suggest the Mosaic analogy. It is to be noted that in the Liber Armacanus, two divergent supputations of Patrick's age are found. One of these was originally appended to the exemplar of Muirchew, which was used by the Armagh scribe. The other is among the notes, which are appended to his transcription of Chron. In the first 30,021, it is stated that Patrick, having been captured in his 20th year, was a slave for 15 years, studied for 40, and taught for 61. Hence it is inferred that his age was 111. There must be errors in the figures. In the second 33,122, we have the following statement. Baptized in 7th year, captured in 10th, was a slave for 7 years, studied for 30 years, and taught for 72. Hence his age at his death is inferred as 120. 10 plus 7 plus 30 plus 72 equals 119 moises. It is, I venture to think, of the greatest significance that in both these cases the fictitious age is given as a total, and preceded by a statement of the items which compose it. This fact furnishes the clue. The Mosaic age, 120, was not handed down as a legend, nor was the true age of somewhat over 70 audaciously raised to the Mosaic figure for the purpose of the Mosaic comparison. The figure 120, or something approximate, was reached by means of a computation of chronological items, and it is these chronological items that we must examine in order to discover the origin of the error. In the two anonymous computations, which I have quoted, the items disagree with each other, and also disagree with the data in Patrick's confession. They cannot therefore form the basis of our examination, because we may safely assume that the computation, by which 120 years, exactly or approximately, was reached and was generally accepted in Ireland, did not contravene the data of the confession, data which were rightly quoted in Chron 30,217 from the Book of Alton. We may safely assume that the computators, who succeeded in establishing the Mosaic age, started with the incontrovertible fact supplied by the confession that Patrick was either 22 years old or in his 22nd year, when he escaped from captivity. It is equally clear that the period which they assigned to his teaching was 60, rather 61 years, for that is the period from his arrival in Ireland, AD 433, rather 432, to the alleged date of his death, AD 493. This would leave 38, rather 37 years to be accounted for. Now Muirchew mentions two different records, 30 and 40 years, for the sojourn with Germanus. It is to be observed that of the two computations noticed above, one reckons with 30, the other with 40 years. If either of these, 30 years must have been the period accepted in this computation for St. Patrick's studies, and an interval of 8 or 7 years left, which agrees remarkably with the notice of Chron, from the Liber apud Altanum ib. Ui. Aliis annis ambuloit, etc. The sum worked out thus, plus 7 plus 30 plus 61 equals 120. Of these items, 22 had the best authority, and 30 and 7 were independent records or traditions, as we know from Muirchew and Chron. The problem is therefore reduced to discovering the origin of the 61 or 60 years during which the apostle is wrongly supposed to have taught. That it was due to a misinterpretation and not to a deliberate invention, there can, I think, be no question. A list of the Armagh succession in the Book of Leinster, printed in Stokes, Trip, pp. 542 SQQ, supplies a hint which suggests an explanation of the error. The first entry is Patrick, 58 years from the coming of Patrick to Ireland till his death. The fact that a period of 58 years is given here instead of the usual number, 493 433 2, is remarkable. Now if we count back 58 years from the true date of Patrick's death, 461, we reach the year 403 404, which was in the close vicinity of the year in which, as we saw, he was probably taken into slavery. Hence it seems probable that in an early record it was stated correctly that 58 years elapsed between the coming of Patrick to Ireland, meaning his first coming as a slave and his death, and that this notice was misinterpreted by subsequent computators who referred it to his second coming as a teacher. They computed 22 plus 7 ambuloit plus 30 legit plus 58 docuit equals 117. An age so close to 120 could hardly fail to suggest Moses. The figures clamored for a slight manipulation, and the means adopted was to increase the last period from 58 to 61. Thus the date of the death was determined. 432 plus 61 equals 493. By this computation, the coming to Ireland divided the whole life into two almost equal parts, 59 plus 61, which would naturally come to be described in round numbers as each 60 years. This probably led to the alternative date for the obit given in the An. Alt. 492 equals 432 plus 60. The computation, which established 120 years for the age and AD 493 for the year of the death, thus involving 61 years for the Irish period, was triumphant and became authoritative. But the computations quoted above from the Liber Armachanis show that other theories had been propounded based on the addition of items. In the Vita Tertia, the age is given as 132. This figure seems to have been obtained by substituting 72 instead of the round 60 for the last item in the sum. This is suggested by the fact that in the second computation in the Liber Armachanis, the last item is Septuaginta duo annos docuit, though the total 120, 119, is secured by erroneous dates for the captivity. What is the origin of this number 72? It must have come down in some form, it must have represented something, when, in order to do justice to it, one computator felt compelled to raise the Mosaic 120 to 132, and another, though holding fast to 120, modified the authentic dates of the captivity. I suggest that this number 72 represents an old and correct record of Patrick's age at the time of his death. 21. Professor Zimmer's theory. The general obscurity which surrounds the early history of Ireland. The difficulties which have been found in making out the period of Patrick's career from indefinite and contradictory data. The fact that while his death fell on any theory in the 5th century, no mention of him in literature is found before the 7th. These circumstances have led to a variety of theories which beset and embarrass the student who approaches patrician literature. Patrick has been in turn eliminated and reduplicated, and, in revenge for undue magnification, his role has been reduced to something quite insignificant. We may say that his writings, like the poems of Homer, have been taken away from him to be ascribed to someone else of the same name. It is needless to notice here theories which are fantastic or baseless, and have never gained any general or wide acceptance. But the view which has been recently developed by the brilliant Celtic philologist, Professor Zimmer, cannot be passed over without criticism. In another note, I have referred to Zimmer's identification of Patrick with Palladius. This is necessitated by, but would not necessitate, his theory. If it were demonstrated tomorrow that Patrick and Palladius were one and the same person, this would be quite as compatible with the view of Patrick adopted in the foregoing pages as with the view of Zimmer. Palladius may provisionally be left out of account for the purpose of the present criticism, though I shall have a few words to say on the subject at the end of this excursus. Zimmer fully admits, though he had once denied, the genuineness of the confession and the missive to the subjects of Coroticus. That is, he admits that they were written by Patricius, a bishop in Ireland in the 5th century. But he holds that the activity of this bishop was entirely confined to southeastern Ireland, Legion, that he accomplished nothing for the evangelization or ecclesiastical organization of the rest of Ireland, that he died AD 459. Zimmer, conscious of failure, and for nearly 2 centuries after his death had a merely local reputation. The rejection of the traditional Patrick is, so far as I understand, based chiefly on 2 arguments. 1. Zimmer's interpretation of the confession. And 2. If Patrick's work had at all corresponded in scope, magnitude, and import to the descriptions of it given by Irish writers of the 7th century, it would have been noticed by Bede in his ecclesiastical history. As for the confession, I have said enough in the text, and have shown, I think, that its note is not, as Zimmer holds, consciousness of failure. As for the argument from the silence of Bede, on which he lays much stress, I may quote what I said in reviewing his book. The value of arguments from silence depends entirely on the cases. In some cases, an argument from silence is conclusive. But can it be said to weigh much here, if we reflect that a notice of Patrick and his work in Bede's book could have been simply a defensible digression? We can place our finger on the unproven premise in Zimmer's argument. He speaks of Bede evidently keen interest in the early beginnings of Christianity in the British Isles. P. 11. Substitute Britain for the British Isles, and the cogency of the argument disappears. Ninian and Columba are immediately relevant to his subject. Patrick is not. And, assuming the common tradition of Patrick's work, as believed in Ireland c. AD 700, to be roughly true, it would be no more surprising to find nothing about it in Bede than it would be to find no mention of Augustine in an ecclesiastical history of Germany written on the same lines as Bede's. English Hist. Review, July 1903. Zimmer's reason for restricting the sphere of work of his patricius to Legend, or part of Legend, seems to be the circumstance that the author of the earliest biography, Muirchew, belonged to this part of Ireland, being connected with Slept. It is possible, though he does not allege it, that another reason may have been the tradition which associates Palladius, whom he equates with Patrick, with the territory corresponding to the county of Wicklow. The suggestion is that in this neighborhood, at Slept, for instance, were preserved traditions and writings of the obscure patricius, who was in the 7th century to be transformed into the great apostle of Ireland. It is obvious that the argument, even if it were based on a correct statement of facts, is quite insufficient to prove the thesis. But the statement of facts is not correct. There is another document which, though also dating from the second half of the 7th century, may claim see above, p. 248, to have some slight advantage in point of priority over the life of Muirchew. This is the memoir of Tirchan. He had nothing whatever to do with Legend. He was connected with Connaught and Meath. His spiritual master, Ulton, was a bishop at Ardbraccan and had in his possession a book concerning the life of Patrick. We might therefore, if we adopted Professor Zimmer's method of argument, conclude that the sphere of the true Patrick's activity was confined to a part of the kingdom of Meath. The mere existence of Tirchan's work forbids us to attach to the provenance of Muirchew's work any significance of the kind which Zimmer attributes to it. It must also be observed in what a strange light Zimmer's theory would place the work of Muirchew. We should have to suppose that this writer, taking upon himself to be Patrick's biographer, because he belonged to the province in which Patrick had worked, ignores entirely Patrick's connection with that province, merely mentioning that he landed on the coast of Legend, and devotes all his space to legendary adventures in other parts of Ireland. As a matter of fact, a critical analysis of his work shows that a large amount of material depends on ancient local traditions of the island plain in Ulidia. This brings us face to face with the great difficulty which Zimmer has to meet. How and why, and when was the obscure patricius of fact transmuted into the illustrious patricius of tradition? Zimmer's answer to the question, when, has at least the merit of precision. He finds the motive of the glorification of Patrick in the Roman controversy of the 7th century, and he dates the appearance of the legend about AD 625. His own words must be quoted, Celtic Church, p. 80. It would not require a long stretch of imagination if we assume that, about 625, Ireland's pious wish of having an apostle of her own was realized by reviving the memory of this patricius, who had been forgotten everywhere except in the southeast. It was in this way, I think, that the Patrick legend sprang up with its two chief premises. First, that Ireland was entirely pagan in 432, as the lands of the Picts and of the Saxons had been in 563 and 597, respectively. And secondly, that Patrick converted Ireland within a short time and introduced a Christian church, overcoming all obstacles and winning the favor of King Liger, incidents analogous to Columba's conversion of King Brude or Augustine S. of Ethelbert of Kent. Pointing out that the first mention of patricius is in connection with a paschal cycle, in Cummian's letter to Segane, Zimmer proceeds. Thus, the Patrick legend is characterized on its first appearance as serving the endeavors of the Southern Irish to enter into the Unitas Catholica by yielding to Rome on the Easter question. It is to be observed that Zimmer does not categorically allege that the Patrick legend was invented by the Roman party in South Ireland. He leaves this open. He says, if this legend was not expressly invented by an Irish member of the party in favor of conformity, it was, at any rate, utilized at once by that party. Let us take in turn the two alternatives. 1, that it was invented expressly by the Roman party. 2, that it was otherwise invented, but precisely in time for them to utilize. 1. This alternative implies that the legend was manufactured in southeastern Ireland, the only place where, ex hypothesi, Patricius was remembered for the purpose of bringing about the conformity of the Northern Irish. But the legend itself, as developed in the 7th century sources, as developed in Muirchew's work, on which Zimmer lays great stress, repudiates this origin. Southern Ireland, southeastern Ireland, do not appear in the legend at all except the single reference to Fiach and the mention of the landing in Wicklow, and it would require the strongest direct evidence to prove that, in spite of this radical fact, the legendary story originated there. The theory implies that the southeastern Irish, while they resuscitated Patricius, made him over entirely and transferred all their rights in him to the north of the island, severed him entirely from themselves. So far as the single circumstance of the conversion of Laegaire and the incidents of the first Easter is concerned, that might pass, for in Laegaire, as High King, the south as well as the north of Ireland had part. But the point is that the whole setting connects Patrick with the north and not with the south. Zimmer's hesitation shows, I suspect, that he was to some extent conscious of this difficulty, and so he leaves open. 2. The other possibility that the rise of the Patrick legend may have had another origin. The only motive he suggests is Ireland's pious wish of having an apostle of her own. Now, if the origin of the Patrick legend was independent of the Roman controversy, why need it be placed in AD 625? How are we to determine its date? The answer, which seems to be implied by Zimmer, is that it must have been subsequent to the times of Saint Columba and Saint Augustine, the object being to set up a primitive apostle, to be for Ireland what Columba and Augustine were for Pickland and for England. This is, of course, the purest speculation, but setting aside the question of date, we should have to suppose, if we are not to fall into the same difficulty as in the case of the first alternative, that the idea arose in North Ireland and that the legend was invented there. This would imply that the northern ecclesiastical mythopoets had recourse to southeastern Ireland to find an obscure ecclesiastic to glorify, that they detached him ruthlessly from his home and appropriated him entirely. We need not, however, consider this improbability, as Zimmer himself does not contemplate it. His view is that Patrick was resuscitated in the district of his special activity, with the help of his own writings and of documents about him. It would seem far more natural that if the Irish were in search of a founder, they should seize on Palladius, whose mission was recorded by Prosper. Zimmer therefore identifies Palladius with Patricius, but the Irish had no idea of such an identity. For in the oldest life, Patricius and Palladius are distinguished. If, as Zimmer thinks, the creation of an apostle was due to a specific tendency, namely, approximation to Rome, it would be strange if Palladius, for whose direct mission from Rome there existed the record of Prosper, were not chosen. The legend of the conversion, the story of the first Paschal celebration, could as easily have been spun round him as round the author of the Confession. Zimmer avoids the difficulty by identifying them. For his combination of the rise of the Patrick legend with the Paschal question, Zimmer lays much stress on Muirchew. I have pointed out above, Appendix A Roman 2. 3. That a certain indirect connection between Muirchew's work and events connected with the Roman controversy may be fairly inferred, but this inference does not furnish any support for Zimmer's daring theory. And it is important to notice in this connection that Muirchew did not believe that Patrick went to Rome. He admits that he wished to do so, but denies that he passed beyond Gaul. This in itself would make us hesitate to believe that the story of Patrick, as expounded by Muirchew, was a recent fabrication in the interests of the Roman cause. But we may waive all particular criticisms of Zimmer's reconstruction and state the general and decisive objection to his or any similar theory. It is this: the nature of the traditions which are preserved in the two 7th century compilations written by Tyrchan and Muirchew forbids the hypothesis of recent fabrication. In the first place, a critical examination of the texts of these works enables us to conclude that they were largely based on older written material. In the second place, it is perfectly inconceivable that all the detailed traditions which Tyrchan collected both from written and from oral resources concerning Patrick's work in Connaught should have been deliberately invented between 625 and 660, in a region where Patrick's name was never known. In the third place, the really characteristic patrician stories, the death of Miliuc, the events of the first Easter, the story of Dare, are not of the kind which are fabricated, generations after the life of the hero, for a deliberate purpose. They belong to the legends that spring up soon after the death of their hero, or even during his lifetime. I may refer to what I have said in the text, p. 111. If we had no other evidence, the tale of the first Easter at Slane and Tara would be in itself a guarantee that the Patrick legend could not have been deliberately invented in the 7th century. One more observation. It would be difficult to explain how it came that, if the author of the confession spent his life in Leinster, and his name was sufficiently well remembered to make his fortune in the 7th century, no particular church in that region claimed him. Zimmer may get out of the difficulty through his identification of Palladius with Patrick. He may say that Patrick's church was the Palladian Selfine, where memorials of Palladius were preserved. But this explanation would only serve to emphasize the improbability of the theory of identity. It is impossible to understand how Selfine remembered its founder as Palladius and not as Patricius, seeing that ex hypoth. The name Patricius, as used by the author of the confession, had so completely superseded the name Palladius that the bishop was not only glorified as Patricius in the 7th century, but even distinguished definitely from Palladius. Again, either it was remembered in South Ireland, or it was not remembered at the beginning of that century, when the patrician legend is alleged to have taken shape, that Palladius and Patricius were the same person. If it was remembered, then how came it that Palladius Patricius was differentiated into two, when it was assuredly more in the interests of the Roman cause to glorify an apostle sent by Celestine than to discriminate a successful missionary who was not sent by a pope from an unsuccessful missionary who was? If it was not remembered, then the only passage which Zimmer can quote for the identification, lib. Arm. p. 332, see above, p. 389, note, can be at once eliminated from the discussion, as resting on mere conjecture. The argument, which Zimmer adduces for his theory, from the statement that Patrick's burial place was unknown, falls to the ground when the evidence in regard to his burial place is criticized as a whole. See above, Appendix C, 19. Footnotes. I may be permitted to remark that in vindicating the claims of history to be regarded as a science or wissenschaft, I never meant to suggest a proposition so indefensible as that the presentation of the results of historical research is not an art, requiring the tact and skill in selection and arrangement which belong to the literary faculty. The friendly criticisms of Mr. John Morley in the 19th century and after, October 1904, and of Mr. S. H. Butcher in Harvard Lectures on Greek Subjects, 1904, Lecture Roman 6, show me that I did not sufficiently guard against this misapprehension. For the expansion of Christianity in the first 3 centuries, see Harnack's invaluable work Die Mission und Ausbreitung des Christentums in den ersten 3 Jahrhunderten, 1902. Rufinus Hist. Eck, Roman 2. 7 for the Georgian legend of Nino Sea Life of Saint Nino, translated by Marjorie and J. O. Wardrop in Oxford Studia Biblica et Ecclesiastica, Volume V, 1900. De Vocation Gentium, Roman 2. 32. On the other hand, it may be questioned whether the army itself did anything to diffuse Christianity within the empire. In the West, certainly, its chief significance in the history of religion was what it did to spread the solar Mithraic worship. C.P. Harnack, Op. Cit. 268-388. Rufinus Hist. Eck I9. Armenia was already Christian at the beginning of the 4th century in the days of Maximin. Eusebius Hist. Eck, Roman 9, 8-2. Socrates Hist. Eck, Roman 7, 30. The island of Man is indeed another exception. The Scotic colonization of northwestern Britain, Argyll, etc., was comparatively late, but before the middle of the 5th century, see below, chapter Roman 9, p. 192. Professor Rise thinks that it was to Ireland, more than to Britain, that the Gallic Druids went to learn their art, and that Caesar in B.G. Romans 6. 13 was badly informed, and he has recently stated this view in Studies in Early Irish History, Proceedings of British Academy, Volume I, p. 35. It is remarkable that, apart from Caesar's assertion, the only evidence for Druidism in southern Britain pertains to the island of Anglesey, Tacitus, and Roman 1429, and Professor Reeves holds that in the 1st century AD, Anglesey, Mona, was not yet Brythonic. Druidism in the Isle of Man is attested by a stone inscribed Davedona Macedrota, the burial place of Devedo, son of the Druid. See Professor Reeves in the Academy for August 15, 1890. Tacitus Agricola, C24, Medio inter Britannium ac Hispanium Cita. CP. Caesar, BG, V13, the Notice in Orosius Hist. I2, Section 72 of the lighthouse at Brigantia in northwestern Spain, as built ad speculam Britanniae, is noteworthy. Compare the remarks of Professor Reeves, Op. Cit. p. 47. Tacitus, Ib. Addidus portusque per commercia et negotiators cogniti. Tacitus, Ib. The policy recommended by Agricola, who considered 1 legion sufficient to hold the island, was based partly on the ground of political expedience. The conquest of Ireland, he thought, would have a similar wholesome effect on Britain to that which the conquest of Britain had on Gaul, by removing the spectacle of liberty, si romance ubique arma, et ulet e conspectu libertas toleretur. The baronies of Upper and Lower Dease, in Co Meath. Decize within Drum, and Decize without Drum, in Co Waterford. See note Appendix B. Ib. It seems probable that Pelagius sprang from these Gaelic settlers in Britain. See below, p. 43. See below cap Romanate, ad fin. Un pupil en empreinte pa l'alphabet des voicens, essil en a pas corresponder avec you. Qui donc constate un empreinte de monia et d'alphabet, en tous temps et en tous lieux, pute affirmer un échange de produits et d'idées, v. Berard, les Phoenicians et l'Odyssée, IP 20. See Appendix C, 1. See note Appendix B. See Appendix C, 2, for the following account of the invasions of Britain. Circa AD 389, see Appendix C, 3. See note Appendix B. There is no evidence, and no probability, that the name Paul was adopted on his conversion, or that it had anything to do with Sergius Paulus. Friedrichus is Gothic Frigererths. For date see Appendix C, 3. See Appendix C, 4. Croag Patrick, close to Westport. Dauriata equals North Antrim, Dalaradia equals South Antrim and Down. The Latin form Ulidia is used in this book for Ulaid in the narrower meaning. It has been conjectured that Miliuc's dwelling was on the hill of Skerry, on the northern side of the Braid. See below, p. 86. Another possible theory is mentioned in Appendix C, 4. See note Appendix B. The association of St. Elias with the sun was due to the resemblance of the name to the Greek letter 1F25 lambda Omicron sigma. See Appendix C, 6. Saint Honorat, Liro Isti, Marguerite. AD 426. AD 433. His own expression as a son shows that parents here means kinsfolk, not parents, and justifies the inference that his parents were dead. Pelagius, letter to Demetrius mean PL, Roman 32, 1100. Prosper has an epigram on the thesis that the whole life of non-Christians is sin. Perc omnes calls erit sapientia mundi et tenebris addit qui, sine luce gerit. Epig 83 ed. Mean 51 p. 524. Compare Celestine ep. Roman 4. Mean PL 1434 nullus inuitus deter episcopus. The conjecture is due to Professor Zimmer. The Old Kingdom of Leinster, or Legion, was south of the Liffey, and in this book, Leinster is used in this sense, not equivalent to the modern province, which includes the Old Kingdom of Meath. See below, chapter Roman 4. See Appendix C, 9, on Patrick's consecration. No better illustration of this can be found than Pope Gregory's provision for the mission of Augustine to England, as recorded in Bede Hist. Ec. I-29. He sent, besides fellow workers, unius qui ad cultum erant ac ministerium ecclesiae necessaria, uasa videlis et sacra et vestimenta altarium, ornamenta quoque ecclesiarum, et sacerditalia eul claricilia indumenta, sanctorum etiam apostolorum ac martyrum reliquias, necnon et codices plurimos. It has recently been held, more plausibly, but erroneously, that Patrick was on his way to Rome when the news of the death of Palladius overtook him. See Appendix C, 8. Celestine probably died July 27, and Xystus succeeded July 31, 432. These dates have been determined by M. Duchesne, Liber Pontificalis, IPP. Secli, Roman 2. It is probable that excommunication by a Roman bishop was also recognized as universally binding. The question whether the popes had the right of annulling sentences pronounced by provincial councils on bishops depends on the question of the authenticity of the Council of Sardica. C. J. Friedrich Sitzungsper, of the Bavarian Academy, 1901, 417 SQQ. E. Babbitt, Le Concile de Turin, 75. AD 366-384. C. Babbitt, Le Concile de Turin, 1904, a valuable work. This has been well brought out by M. Babbitt. Novella, Roman 16. Combinatorium, Roman 2, 33-34. The chief source for the social and economic conditions of ancient Ireland is the collection of the Ancient Laws of Ireland, 6 vols. 1865-1901. A clear account of the general framework of society, with interesting details and illustrations, will be found in Dr. Joyce's Social History of Ireland, Volume I. Tuath equals people, tribe, tribal district. Flaith equals noble. The boiras. The tributes and presents which are due from the underkings to the overkings, the donations which the overkings owe to the underkings, the privileges which the various kings possess, are the subject of the Book of Rights, edited and translated by O'Donovan, 1847, which still awaits a critical investigation. It is easy to see that it was compiled in Munster in the 10th century, but it was based on older material of high antiquity, and clearly reproduces the general character of the mutual relations which theoretically bound together the Irish kingdoms. The King of Ailech was so called because his palace was at Ailech near Londonderry. His territory was North Ulster to the Bann. Ulaid was East Ulster, Oriel South Ulster. This is clearly to be inferred from the Book of Rights, where no relations or mutual obligations are mentioned as existing between the 3 Ulster kings. Nor was there, since the destruction of the Old Ulidian kingdom in the 3rd century, any name to designate the whole province, for Ulaid was confined to the kingdom in the east of Ulster. The use of Ultonia to describe the province, as distinguished from Ulidia equals Ulaid, is of course merely a literary convention. See Petri, Tara Hill, 135. His date, according to the annals, was AD 358-366, Niall reigned AD 379-405, his nephew Dathai 405-428, and then his son Lager 428-463. For Amulgaid, Dathai's brother, king of Connaught, see Appendix C, 14. Tiacanal. The derivation of the word Druid nom, Drui, gen Druad is uncertain. Perhaps, as Professor Rise holds, Druidism was not of Celtic origin, and the word was adopted by the Celts from some earlier population conquered by them. See his Studies in Early Irish History, in Proceedings of the British Academy, Volume IP8. Druidect is the Irish for magic. For the functions and powers of the Druids, some excellent pages in Dr. Joyce's Social History, IC Roman 9, may be recommended. Illustrations and references will be found there. Mug Ruth, Servant of the Wheel, was the name of a mythical Druid. The Fethfiada. For these superstitious ceremonies at baptism CP. Duchesne, Origins du Culte Chrétien, pp. 296-7, The Exorcism of Salt, 299, 317, cp. 349. In the remarkable ancient Irish Christian incantation, the Larica ascribed to St. Patrick, see Appendix A5, the Trinity, angels, prophets, and other Christian powers are invoked, but also might of heaven, brightness of sun, brilliance of moon, splendor of fire, speed of light, swiftness of wind, depth of sea, stability of earth, firmness of rock. To intervene between him, who repeats the spell when he arises in the morning, and every fierce merciless force that may come upon my body and soul. Against incantations of false prophets, against black laws of paganism, against false laws of heresy, against deceit of idolatry, against spells of women and smiths and druids, against all knowledge that is forbidden the human soul. Ravel, dealing with the 3rd century, puts this very well. Chacun croit sans la moindre difficulté, attauts les merveilles et attauts les folies. Endurate merm que plus une pratique est merveilleuse, plus elle a de chance d'erder admise sans contestation. Chose singulière. Les adeptes des religions opposées ni contestant par la réalité des miracles allégués par leurs adversaires. Cels admet les miracles des créations, et ceux ni si refusant pas admettre les miracles païens, des du parts en attribu aux mauvais esprits les merveilles invoquées par les adversaires. La religion à Rome sous les savers, p. 131. See note Appendix B. The Memoir by Teirchan. The Life by Muirchew. Cuchulainn of Legend. Then called Breen Strait. The Slaney, see Appendix B note. It flows from El Money past Rahulp. It has been conjectured that the stronghold of Miliuc was on the hill of Skerry, north of Slemish, on the other side of the Braid Valley. Muirchew says that Patrick saw the conflagration from the south side of Slemish. We may interpret south to mean southwest. A cross, mentioned by Muirchew, was erected on the spot where the legend supposed Patrick to have stood, and the memory of this is still preserved in the name of the townland of Cross, on a hill to the west of Slemish. Dr. W. Stokes, taking the story literally, suggests that Miliuc committed self-destruction as a mode of vengeance. Book of Lismore, p. 295. Maganise, later known as Lekel Leth Cattle, now the baronies of Lower and Upper Lekel. It is accurately described as a peninsular plain, but meaning barns. There is a second story, also recorded by Muirchew, clearly inspired by the same motive. Patrick was resting near Druimbo in the north of Maganise and close to a salt marsh, and he heard the noise of pagans who were busily engaged in making an earthwork. It was Sunday, and he commanded them to cease from work. When they refused, he cursed them. Mudabrod, may your work not profit you. And the sea rushed in, as in the other story, and the work was destroyed. The curse Mudabrod or Mudabroth has not been explained. See above, chapter IP 14. See Appendix C, 11. See above, Cap Roman 4, p. 72. Compare what has been said above in chapter IP 9. This name is the same as the British Vortigern Welsh GW Arthaean, and the original Goidelic form was similar. It occurs in Ogham inscriptions, thus, Mackie Vortigern I on a stone of Ballyhank near Cork, now in the Dublin Museum Rise Proc of RSAI PT, I volume Roman 32, p9, 1902. The distance of Tara from Slane is about 10 miles. Yet more remote from the Paschal season was the Feast of Samhain at the close of autumn November 1, when on the hill of Teelachka, not far from Trim, a fire was kindled from which, tradition says, all hearths in Ireland were lit. It was at Samhain too, according to tradition, that the High Kings used to hold such high festivals at Tara as are designated in the story. See note, Appendix B. This incident is obviously suggested by St. John Roman 20, 19:26. When St. Columba went to the palace of King Brood, the closed gates opened of their own accord. Adamnan, v. Call Roman 2, 35. See note Appendix B. See note Appendix B. Teirchan, p. 308. Paroxic ad civitatem temro ad legarium filium nil itrum quia, apud alum fotis pepigit ut non oxider redder, in rigno Elias. See Appendix C, 12. At Cragg in Cokerry, McAllister studies in Irish epigraphy Roman 2, p. 52. CP Appendix A Roman 2, 5. It should be Donaghshallen, for Donagh is Domnach, a church, whereas Dun is a fort. There is no doubt that Dun here is a corruption, as we get the form Donaghshalling in a document of AD 1216, Reeves Eccl. Ant. p. 128. See Appendix B, Note on Cap Roman 2, p. 23. See Appendix A I6. One of the best quatrains is the fourth. Dominus alum elegit ut dosrit barbaras nations, ut piscarit per doctrini redia, ut de seculo credens traherit ad gratiam dominum sequerenter sedum ad etherium. The confession shows that this comparison was sometimes in Patrick's mind. Perfectum vitam, hymn v4. Secondinus died AD 447 ac. to Anne, ult. Teltown comes by popular etymology from the genitive tailteen. The site is marked by a round rath. O'Donovan said in 1856 that it had been in recent times a resort for the men of Meath for hurling, wrestling, and other sports. 4 Masters, IP 22. Herboard Vit, Ot, Roman 2, 14. The silence of early authorities is decisive against the isolated statement that Patrick preached at Tailt against the burning of the firstborn offspring. See Appendix B note. Mac Fetchech, Terchan, 31,024. Othbron, Ter, 30,728. St. Colum's House. For its description and measurements see Petrie, Round Towers, 430-31, who compares it with St. Kevin's House at Glendalough, and Dunraven S. Notes on Irish Architecture, Volume Roman 2. p. 50, Plans and Photograph. Tyrchan, 310-11. See Appendix C for Adfin. See Note Appendix B. It may be observed that if the idol of Magslecht had been eminently important for all Ireland, and had been destroyed at a period subsequent to St. Patrick, there could hardly fail to be a Christian record of its fall. In the Annals of the Four Masters, SA 464, it is said that Conall, son of Niall, ancestor of the Lords of Tyrconnell, was done to death by the old folks of Magslecht, who caught him unprotected. The thought occurs that Conall had supported the attack on the worship of Sen Cruach, and that his death was an act of vengeance wreaked by people of the plain who still clung to the old faith. Perhaps AD 444-5, see Appendix C, 14. See Appendix C, 13, on Patrick in Connaught. At Duma Graid, close to Lake Kilglass, see Tyrchan, 313, and Vit, Trip, p. 94. Between Sligo and Leitrim. May the name be the same as that of the tribe of the Anghill, Annally, who extended their power subsequently into Tethbia, CP. O'Donovan, Book of Rights, p. 11 note. Tamnek, Church of Bishop Braun. In Mag Airthic, see Appendix C 13. Sirigi, through the baronies of Costello, Clanmorris, and Kilmaine. Possibly Agamore, south of Kilkelly, may lie on the supposed route. It has been conjectured that the church in Campo Nerniu, Tyrchan, 321 was there. In Quofiant Episcopi. Muirisk, Muir equals C, Aigley. The promontory dominated by Knocknary in Sligo Bay was also called Muirisk, Tur, 327. The promontory was also known as Umil. This name is preserved in the Owls, designating the regions on both sides of Clew Bay, now the baronies of Murisk and Burrishool. The latter word also contains the name Umil. Its height is 25-10 feet. Mount Neffin, close to Lake Conn, is higher. Carricon Shannon. He first went to a place called Duma Graid and ordained there the archpresbyter Aelb, who resided at Shanco, as mentioned above. It may be suspected that the name Duma Graid, for which we expect a modern Dugarry, is preserved in Dockery's Island, near the mouth of Lake Kilglass. See Note Appendix B. Tuatha De Danann, people of the goddess Danann. They are said, in the mythical history of Ireland, to have colonized the country and to have been conquered by the Milesians. Fountain of Klebach. See Note Appendix B. See Appendix A Roman 2, 1. See Appendix A I4 on the tonsure question. Celse has not been identified. Killeret, from here Patrick may have revisited Mag Airthic and the Kerrys. Iris Domnend, the peninsula of Domnu equals barony of Eris in Mayo. CP. Rise, Studies in Early Irish History, p. 38. Ballina. It was one of the many Donegmores, great churches, which Patrick is said to have founded. He consigned it to the care of Muckneus. The name of a townland, in which there is an old churchyard and traces of ruins, to the right of the road from Ballina to Killala, a mile south of Killala. For Donegmore and Mullaghferry, ferry equals Forech equals Foiragia Tur. 327, see O'Donovan, High Fiacrach, pp. 466 and 467 notes. See Appendix C 8. De Laud Sanctorum Mean Pater, Lat. Roman 20. Jerome, Adversus Vigilantium, c. 5. AD 440. See above, Chapter Roman 3, p. 64. For the evidence, see Appendix C 15. It may be Ptolemy's Regia, Letter 1 Fe 5 Eta Gamma Iota Alpha. CP. Rise, Studies in Early Irish History, p. 49 Proc. of British Acad. Volume I. See note Appendix B. The dimensions of these houses are given, vit. Trip. p. 226, 27 feet in the Great House, 17 feet in the kitchen, 7 feet in the oratory, and it was thus that he used always to found the Kungbala, i.e., the sacred enclosures or cloisters. If these houses were circular, the numbers represent the diameters. For the topography of Armagh, see the paper of Reeves, The Ancient Churches of Armagh, Lusk, 1860, with a plan. The locality of the first settlement, ubi nunc est ferdi martyrum, the grave of the relics, Muirchu, 290, he fixes, by means of the monastery of Temple Furdog, which existed at the beginning of the 17th century, to the land south of Scotch Saint, near Scotch Saint River, p. 10. The two stages, first below, and then on the hill, are doubtless historical. We may conjecture that the second and final foundation is that which is recorded in the annals, and that the first settlement had been made before the visit to Rome. This is expressed by quantum habeo, so far as it is mine, in Muirchu, 29,231. See note Appendix B. Ib. There can be little question that the contemporary expression in Provincia Nostra in Anne. Alt. AD 443 means in Ireland, conceived as a single ecclesiastical province, like the province of a metropolitan. Lathrach Patrick Tripp, 3498. CP. Reeves, Antiquities of Down and Connor, pp. 47 and 236, for Glore, Ib. 87 338, for Dunseveric, Ib. 286, for Clogher and Ard Patrick Louth, see note Appendix B. Ep against Korat, 375. Anne Alt, AD 439. Orkillishia. See note Appendix B. Athfithat, south of Tallow. Old Kilcullen, south of New Kilcullen in Co-Kildare. See note Appendix B. Ib. In Barony of Slievemargy, in Queen's County, a mile or so northwest of the town of Carlow. The Life by Muirchu, see Appendix A Roman 2, 3. See note Appendix B. Generally described inaccurately as the Acts of a Synod. The genuineness of the document is vindicated in Appendix A 4. For this sphere of Christian activity in the early church, see Harnack, Mission und Ausbreitung des Christentums, p. 120. A Christian who believes in a supernatural female form, lamia qui interpretator striga, seen in a mirror, is to be anathematized. One is reminded of. Was say ich, welch ein himmlisch Bild zeigt sich in diesem Zauberspiegel. Goethe Faust Part 1. See Appendix A I4. Chapter Roman 3, pp. 61 SQQ. Collection of Irish Canons, 20. 5b ed. 2 Wasserschleben, p. 61, for the possible date of the canon and for some further illustration of the subject, see Appendix C, 16. See Appendix C, 17. Confession, 3689. Ib, 37217, cp. 36713. Ib, 36826. Otto of Bamberg is said to have baptized 22,156 converts in Pomerania during his first journey. Mone, Preflingensis v. Ott, Roman 2, 20, Ebo v. Ott, Roman 2, 11. Confession, 36,922. Confession, 36,716. Ib. 372. It may be conjectured from the context that this happened in Connaught. So Otto of Bamberg used to distribute presents in Pomerania as a means of propagating Christianity, Herboard Dial. 2-7. The question arises, where did Patrick get his money? Did he inherit from his father? It is useless to ask. Confession, 37,125. See the anecdote in Tyrchon, p. 303. Epistles of Gregory, Romans 6. 10, AD 595, MGH, Volume IP 389. Todd, St. Patrick, p. 154. The early abbots of High Iona were almost entirely chosen from a branch of the family of Tyrconnell Reeves, Adamnan, Genealogical Table, p. 342. See the bequest of Fifthvio and Lib. Arm. Trip. 338. It is added that if there be no suitable person in the community of Drumlease, someone from Patrick's community, Armagh, or any patrician community, should be chosen. Chorus Biskna, p. 73, Ancient Laws of Ireland, Volume Roman 3. Tyr Chan, 30,3029, Fecit Alteram Ecclesiam, Hi Tortina Orientali in Quagens Othig Serpani, sed liber semper. CP. 3217. Additional notices in Lib. Arm. 3384 Liberoit Rex Dio et Patricio. The exact boundaries of the land are given, as if from the original document. Two interests were concerned here, that of Cachan and that of Macarthin, and the land is described as Cachan's fifth. The two men are designated as Flaith, Lord, and Aethech, tenant farmer, and they jointly devoted the land to ecclesiastical use. Chorus Biskna, p. 73. Ib, p. 71. CP, Ancient Laws, Roman 3, Introd, p. Alexa. Ib, Liui, Chorus B, pp. 41-43. Ib, pp. 39-43. CP, Introd, pp. Liui, SQQ. See Appendix C, 18. Todd, St. Patrick, 51 SQQ. See Appendix C, 17. See above, Chapter Roman 7, p. 143. It has 21 letters, a B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, and NG, a guttural nasal, which occurs in the name Amalgade, CP. The Greek double gamma. If the Goidels had originally invented an alphabet to suit their own language, they would never have constructed this. They had to resort to various devices to represent their sounds by its means. See further note, Appendix B. More strictly, a new letter was added, and U was differentiated into two to represent its two sounds. It is as well to say that in describing the Agams as a cipher, it is not intended to imply that they were cryptic, but only that they were not an independent alphabet. For the Iberian alphabet, see Hubner's Monumenta Linguae Iberici, 1893, CP, Strabo 316. BG, Roman 6, 14. Desjardins, Geographie de la Gaule, Roman 2, 214, note 3. Ale Cluade. Millets. Conf. 3608. CP. Letter. Adenit. Inter barbaras idac gentes habito proselytus et profuga. Conf. 37,429. Compare 35,715. Conf. 3,702. The passage 373 also supports the view in the text. In that passage, the oldest Ms has ob aliquo eustro, and we should probably read eustrum with the later MSS. Ib. 3,592. Ib. 37,231. See above, Chapter Roman 3, p. 53. But see note, Appendix B. See Appendix O5. This is the theory of Professor Zimmer. The second letter to the Corinthians seems to have been especially before him. This was natural. In it, Paul was vindicating his character. The legend will be found in Vit, Trip, pp. 112 SQQ. The old lists of the Armagh succession agree in assigning to Benignus 10 years as bishop, so that, as Benignus died in 467 Ann, Ult. Sub Anno, he would have succeeded in 457. March 17. Warthir, not to be confounded with the kingdom of Oriel Wargil, of which it formed the eastern portion. Inundations are a recurring motive in the legends of the island plain. See the Saltmarsh stories, above, p. 91. This second incident can be shown to be a subsequent invention. See Appendix C, 19. This story is also told by Muirchew, but not in immediate connection with the story of the wagon and oxen seized by the men of Orier. It seems probable that the latter was suggested by the former. We meet the duplicate wagon and oxen in the life of St. Abban, Colgan, Acta Sanctorum, I March 16, cc. 41 SQQ, where the account of that saint's death and burial and the struggle between the North and the South Leinster men is obviously borrowed from the stories about St. Patrick. Another story of wild bulls drawing a saint's body to its tomb will be found in the life of St. Melorus of Cornwall, Acta Sanctorum Bull, Jan. 1, Volume IP 136. It is to be seen in the National Museum at Dublin. For the evidence as to the bell and the staff, see notes, Appendix B for the copy of the Gospels, which used falsely to be supposed to be his, see note, Appendix B on chapter Roman 8. p. 162. This theory of Professor Zimmer is examined at length in Appendix C, 21. Except in regard to Britain, and the British Church was similarly isolated. Decans, still, Lib. Roman 3, L. 151. Zimmer put forward the theory that the original confession contained more biographical details than our texts, Celtic Church, p. 50. See my criticism showing that his argument has no basis, Eng. Hist. Review Roman 18, July 1903 pp. 544-6. St. Patrick, p. 347. Councils Roman 2, p. 296, note A. Celtic Church, Ib. Barry Ib. Huc usque eulumen quad, patricius manu conscripsit sua. Septima decima Martii ditranslatus est, patricius ad calos. 6th century, or not much later, because the writings of Muirchew and Tyrchan attest its existence in the second half of the 7th century. The attempt of Pflug Hardung, Die Schriffen S. Patricks, in New Heidelberger Jawbücher, p. 71 SQQ, 1893, to prove the confession and letter spurious is a piece of extraordinarily bad criticism. He designates the Liber Armichanus as Erland's pseudo-Isidorisch Falschung, now fully admitted by Zimmer, who formerly doubted it. Itinerus A. Tirreno A. Requisistica with sign of query, Z, in margin. Paradisum A. Ecclesia A. Curie A. Equals letter 1F1 zir, lambda epsilon eta sigma omicron u. It may be well to translate this sentence. Church of the Scots, nay of the Romans, in order that ye may be Christians as well as Romans, it behoves that there should be chanted in your churches, uibiscum, at every hour of prayer the Kyrie eleison, Christ eleison. Compare Mr. Jenkinson in the Academy, Aug. 11, 1888. Ecclesia A. See Tyrchan, p. 302. The assumption that all these details are taken from the book is confirmed by the one explicit exception. The sojourn in the Insula Arelanensis is given on the oral authority of Bishop Ulton, 30,224. This was evidently Ulton's explanatory comment on the text in Insolis, etc. In a paper on Muirchew in The Guardian, Nov. 27, 1901. It may be pointed out that the small number of the dicta, 3, or more probably 2, is in favor of their genuineness. Since writing this, I observe that the same thing struck Loofs de Ant, Brit, Scott, Queeckel, p. 50. He held the dicta to be genuine, admitting the possibility of later additions. So too be Robert, Etude Crit. Sur la Viette Elover de St. Patrick, 1883, p. 74. This is also shown by the addition of Christ eleison, as Mr. Brightman has pointed out to me. C.P. Gregory the Great, Ep. Roman 9, 12. Milan is also excluded. The Milanese only use Kyrie. I have had the advantage of communicating with Mr. Brightman on the subject. Otherwise, I should hardly have ventured to deal with it, as I have no liturgical knowledge. So the missionary Boniface insists on the necessity of synods and canonica iura in a letter to Pope Zacharias, Ep. 50, p. 299, ed. Dumler in MGH, Ep. Roman 3. Bradshaw has clearly distinguished two recensions of the collection, which he designates as the text and the B-text. Theodore's Penitential is the latest work quoted in the text, Adamnan's canon's the latest in the B-text. See Bradshaw's letter to Wasserschleben in Wasserschleben's edition of the canons, p. LXX. Spellman I-59 SQ, Haddon and Stubbs Roman 2, 333 SQQ. The canons which are cited in the Valaisolane only are marked by square brackets. The list of correspondences in Haddon and Stubbs, Roman 2, 333, A, is incomplete. See Haddon and Stubbs, Roman 2, 333, 18, B 52, 62b 2 MSS. Give sin, Rom 1 sin, Rom cu Cardigan, the rest sin. Cardigan, 7-3 a 23b 4013, a 4635, c 4638, a b 4712, b 4712, c 4720 66, 19. A. There is another case of sin, Rom Yulkart, in 1 Ms 91, A. The quotation from Pope Symmachus ep. ad keys. Ep. Errol. C1. Under the title Regula Canonica Romana in 17. 8 may stand on a different footing. 14. 2c. 17.7b. 17.9. B. 18.2 a 23 a 23c 25. A 21.2 33.1. F. 35.4c 41.6 and B. 42.7 42. 25. A 45, 13, 45, 14, 46, 29, 52, 2, 52, 3, 52, 6, 56, 4, a 66, 16. To these may be added 3 other items, 20. 6. A Institutio Romana, 28, 5. B and 33, 4, Disputatio Romana, also 42. 23 Synodus Romana, but the chapter is found only in 1 Ms. and in 3. 4 1 Ms. has an additional quotation from Synodus Romanorum. I do not include 42. 24, because the heading Idem Synodus may be referred to the heading of C22 Synodus Hibernensis, and not to the heading of 23 Synodus Romana, which, as I have mentioned, is found in only 1 Ms. Sangalensis. Here are the 2 sections. E Synodus Romana, omnes qui fraudet debitum fratris ridu gentilium excommunis sit donic reditorit. F item, qua frunt rogas adio debitum tibi dimiti cum debitum proximi tui non reditisti. It may be observed that in the Valle Salane MS, we find some instances of Hibernensis Eule Romana, 33.4, 6, and 9. 11, 1b, 25b, 21.12, 21. 6b, 25.3, 25.4, 29.7, 37, 27.37, 29.42, 26, b 44.9, 46, 32, b 47.11, b 67.2d. Of these 37, 29 has the curious heading Synodus Todius Mundi et Patricius Decruit with the variant Synodus Hibernensis et Pat Decker, and simply Synodus Hibernensis. 21, 25 occurs only in 1 Ms. 37, 6 and 2. 25, 3 and 4. In Ware's S. Patricio, Adscriptor Opuscula, London, 1656, a rare little volume, pp. 85.7c below, p. 245. Brit. Eck. Ant. In Opera, Volume Roman 6, p. 491. The same view was urged by Varin, but neither Usher nor Varin gave positive proof. It is officially recognized in the 40th canon of the Fourth Council of Toledo, AD 633. CP, the 15th canon of Nicaea Mansi Roman 2, 200. So too in the Hibernensis, I-22, Aaron C. Fasts Episcopox de Elantian Gaul, Volume IP 41. CP. Also Canon 27 of the Council of Hippo, AD 393. Mansi, Roman 3, 923. Ut episcopi non proficiscanter trans mer nisi consulto primi sedis episcopo sui cuiusque provinciae, ut ob eo precipiu passant formatas sumir. Printed by Pamelius in his edition of Cyprian, by Ware in his Opuscula of St. Patrick, 1656. By Mean, PL 40, 649 SQQ. For his alleged relationship see below, p. 292. To this rule the MSS present 2 exceptions which should be corrected, v70 preuitit which has been corrected to preuitit, cp. Atkinson lib. Him. Roman 2, 13, and v66 qui ornator justamento nuptial indutus where we ought evidently to read includus. 31,129, Rolls ed. Ann. Ult. Essay. 31,428, Ann. Ult. SAA. See Barry Tyrchan's Memoir of St. Patrick Eng. Hist. Reverend April 1902, p. 255. Ib. pp. 237, 238, 260. 311, cp. Barry Ib. 261. 311 312. Barry Ib. 258. His whole book is a practical service to the cause of the claims of Armagh. It is virtually a list of the churches which claim to have been founded by Patrick. If it had been completed, it would have exhibited the full extent of the Parochia Patriciae. 31,327, 3077, 31,328, 32,329, 3195, 31,825 times 3019. 31,128. In Libro apud ultinum, 3023. Barry Tyrchan's Memoir, 248-50. Barry Tyrchan's Memoir, 239. 3194 Barry, Supplementary Notes, Eng, Hist, Reverend Oct, 1902, 702-703. It stops at p. 331, L9 in the Rolls Ed. See my paper in EHR, ut sit, p. 237. Proc of RIA, Roman 24, Sect, C3, 1903, p. 164 SQQ. This has been fully recognized by Dr. Gwyn, Locke, Sit. Machia 33022 probably means Domnech Majan, not Armagh Gwyn Locke, Sit. 34,818, DG, Aelb I Sentui Alter, and Mache Sechan Radon Mathona. Compare also 358 with 3,314. The credibility of the genealogy, as an independent record, is particularly strong. The Balamote scribe was acquainted with the tripartite, and quotes from it apropos of the sons of Forat, notwithstanding the contradiction. The discrepancy with the patrician tradition is, in fact, a guarantee that the record is trustworthy. p. 26,913 Rolls Ed. Patris me cogitosi, the brilliant correction of Bishop Graves for the corrupt cognito C and A on the passage, and on cogitasis, see his paper in the Proceedings RIA, Roman 8, 269 SQQ. See Graves Ib. The conjecture is accepted by Dr. Stokes Trip, Life 269, Note 2. Colgan, Acta SS, p. 465 and N 31. Ann Ult, Essay. See Reeves, Adamnan, pp. L. Lee. Professor Kuno Mayer has just published an old Irish treatise on the law of Adamnan, passed at this synod, Cain Adamnan, in Anecdota Oxoniensia, 1905. The document contains a list of the bishops, abbots, and kings present at the synod which was held at Birr. Muirchu appears p. 18, Merchu Macui Matchthine. Muirchu appears in the Martyrologies under June 8, see Calendar of Ongus, ed. Stokes, p.xci. I suggested this in the Guardian Nov. 20, 1901, p. 1615, c2. Muirchu does not name his father's work, but his expression in Genioli May, 26,914, may be an echo of the Rusticus Sermo in Genioli May and the prologue to the Vita Brigidi. 27,117. 26,919. This is suggested by the use of the third person. In the preface, Muirchu writes in the first person. The note is similar to the note which is prefixed to the memoir of Tyrchan and is obviously due to a copyist. See 4953 Rolls Ed. Ad Britannia's Neugoit and 495, the second captivity. Some mistakes have occurred in the course of compilation and transmission. See below, p. 348. See Barry, Tyrchan's Memoir of St. Patrick, p. 16, but I did not see then that the source was probably Irish. Tyrchan, 330, Muirchu, 276 and 300, Barry, Ib, p. 14. The tradition of Muirchu's text, in Hermathena, Roman 28, pp. 199 SQQ. On account of the notice of Auxilius, of Kilossi, and Iserninus, of Kilcullen, it seems very probable that the notice of Iserninus in the Liber Arm. F18 may have been derived from information furnished by Bishop Ede on the occasion of his visit to Armagh. See above p. 253. In the table of contents to Book 2, this is the title of the first and the last section alike, but the last item in the table was wrongly taken to be a heading of sect. 1, though there are no other headings to the sections, until the true explanation was pointed out by Dr. Gwyn. Ann Ult, Essay. This is the conjecture of Zimmer, Celtic Church, p. 81. These parts were first published by Reverend E. Hogan, Anal. Bowl, Volume I have had the advantage of using a photograph of the Ms., kindly given me by Dr. Gwyn. See also Todd, St. Patrick 489, Stokes Inter, to Tripartite CXI, SQ, Bernard and Atkinson, Liber Hymnorum Roman 2, 175-6. criticized by Thurnesson, Revue Celtique, 6, 326 SQQ, who rejects the theory of interpolation except in the case of stanza 17. So too Stokes and Strachan. The stanzas which are abnormal or defective in meter assonance, etc., are 2, 7, 9, 12, 14, 15, 17, 24, 26, 27, 29, 30, 31, 33. For criticisms on their subject matter, see Atkinson, Ib. Roman 43. SQQ. Stanza 16 has a glossatorial character Ib. Roman 48. The ejection of 10 on ground of subject matter may be confirmed by the abnormal endings, nua and tua, CP. Atkinson, Roman 42. 18, rejected by Zimmer and Atkinson, is clearly an imitation of 18, and this is indicated by the repetition of the rhymes. The rejection of 19 and 20 depends on the subject matter, and 21 repeats 19. The irrelevance of 22 is obvious. I leave the second stanza as doubtful, for though there is a metrical anomaly, deca disyllable, there is no objection on the ground of the subject matter, but it could be dispensed with. CP. Muirchew, 29612. C. Barry Guardian Nov. 27 1901, p. 1647. There is no other edition. I have shown, from misunderstandings in V4 that its author was ignorant of Irish, while the author of V2 was an Irishman op. Cit. 197. Dr. W. Levison of Bonn kindly called my attention to a Vita preserved at St. Omer, which proves to be a copy of the Vita Secunda different from that used by Colgan. It is contained in Cod. 716, Legendarium Bedi Marii de Clare Morisco, a book of the 13th century, volume Roman 2. FF. 155-9. For the text of Vita Quarta, the Stowe MS, 105 A. Brit. Muse. Is important, see my tradition, etc., p. 186 note. Except so far as to show that neither of the two existing MSS was used by Colgan. The text is based on Rawlinson B. 512, but it is not explained why this was chosen as the basis in preference to Edgerton 93, which, I speak under correction, does not seem inferior. Ann Ult, Essay. Ib. The Tripartite Life of St. Patrick, in Trans of RIA, Roman 29, pt. Roman 6, 1889. A Scribe of Armagh, Ob 725 Ann Ult. Ann Ult, Essay. The narrative here, C14, is very confused, and perhaps there is interpolation. I observe that Lanigan wished to derive Herman from her, great and mean, rock. Todd, St. Patrick, 337 note. The literature which I have used in working through the Nennian problem is as follows. Zimmer, Nennius Vindicatus, a brilliant and indispensable book, but too ingenious, and full of wire-drawn arguments. Many of the conclusions have been upset by the Chartres text, Mommsen's Z, which Zimmer left out of consideration. This text was published by Duchesne, Nennius Retractatus, in Revue Celtique, Roman 15, 173 SQQ, and was used by Mommsen for his authoritative edition of the work in Chronica Minora, volume Roman 3. It is much to be regretted that he did not devote a separate column to printing the text of Z in full. New light was then thrown on the problem by Thurnesson, Z. Tisch, F. Deutsche Philology, Roman 28, 80 SQQ. His interpretation of experta in the title in the Chartres, mis as a mistake for excerpta, incipient excerpta filii urbigen, seems probable. Dr. Traub's emendation experta has not convinced me. His identification of this son of Urbigen with Run Map Urbigen, who baptized the Northumbrians in 627 Hist. Brit. C63, though plausible, cannot be considered certain. Duchesne, in a judicious and instructive criticism with reference to Mommsen's edition and Thurnesson's article, has summed up the conclusions which may safely be drawn from the data. Revue Celtique, Roman 17. 1 SQQ. Mr. E. W. B. Nicholson, who had reached several of Professor Thurnesson's conclusions independently, published his views in Z. Tisch. F. Celtish Philology, Roman 3. 104 SQQ. The most important point in this paper is that the true reading of the important words in the title of the Chartres MS is Experta Filii VRBA Gen. See also L. Traub in News Archive, Roman 24. 721 SQQ. Nennius Preface ed. Moms, p. 143, Elbedug died AD 809 Zimmer Nen, Vind, 51. 1. Noteworthy is the explanation of said prohibuit alum deus quia nemo, etc., Murchu 27220, by the insertion of per quastum tempestates after deus. In the context, this is incongruous, and it can hardly have been originated by Nennius. Had he a mis of Muirchu containing additions inserted from Muirchu source? Deus is in the Bruxellensis, but omitted in the Armachanus. 2. He changes Muirchu's Victoricus into Victor Angelus Dei. 3. He says that Patrick's first name was Mon Maganus, Tyrchan, 3025. 4. It is to be observed that while Muirchu mentions two views as to the duration of Patrick's sojourn with Germanus, namely 40 or 30 years, Nennius gives a much smaller period, per annos septem. Thus Muirchu's life does not explain Nennius, c. 52, he had some additional material. Nennius agrees with Brux, and v2-v4 in recording that Palladius died in Terra Pictorum. Todd Lecture, Series Roman 3. The Codex Palatino Vaticanus, 830 p. 354 SQQ, cp. 252 SQQ. Ib. 247 SQQ. cp. Columbanus Epist. MGH. Ep. Roman 3. 157 and the notice in the Wurzburg Ms of St. Matthew, quoted by Zimmer Nen. Vind. 252, Note Scheps, Die Altesten Evangelien Hinschriften der Wurzburger Bibliothek, 27. A genealogy of Brito is ascribed by Gillicoimgin to Senior Nobilis Guanac, and Todd pointed out that the reference was to the Liber Cuanac, Zimmer, Nen. Vind. 251, calling attention to the notice in Ann. Alt. Essay 616, Usc hunc annum scripsit Isidorus chronicon suum, Zimmer observes that the old recension, up to 616, of Isidore's chronicle was known in Ireland, and conjectures that its arrival may have been the stimulus which prompted the work of Cuana. An older authority, Moctius, was quoted by Cuana Ann. Alt. Essay 471. Dr. McCarthy quotes appropriately the 20th canon of the Council of Milevy, AD 416. See mean, PL 87, 969. For such entries in the blank spaces of a Paschal table, compare e.g. the Paschal Campanum, Chron. Min. ed. Mommsen, I 745 SQQ. Mr. Phillimore's suggestion that cum is a misrendering of the Old Welsh cant equals by seems improbable, as the notice is not likely to be a translation. I should say that cum is simply a didogram of the last syllable of Dominicum, and has ousted a. We are indeed enabled to infer that before the 10th century AD, 457 had been maintained by some to be the date of Patrick's death. An examination of the dates in the 6th century suggests that the entries of contemporary events did not begin before the 7th. Certainly, the erroneous date of the Battle of Mons Badinus was a late insertion. For references, see Tillemont, Memoirs, Roman 15, 769. Leo had taken the step of writing to the Emperor Marcian on the matter in 453. Vit Hilary Errol, 16. See Levison, News Archive, Roman 29, p. 99. Levison, Locke, Sit, pp. 125 SQQ. Compare Zimmer's criticism, Celtic Church, 64-5. Stokes Erkeltischer Sprachschatz, 198, and Rise seek a Celtic etymology for Maganus. Rise treats it as a derivation from Gaelic magus, whence the Irish mug, servant, meaning perhaps originally a boy. His day was Nov, 27 Mart, of Donegal, p. 319. Ditu of Saul appears in the Martyrology of Donegal under April 29, p. 114. Instances are collected by Professor Rise in Proceedings of R. S. A. I. Pt. I. Volume Roman 32, p. 5, to which add the Donard Stone, Ib. Pt. Roman 2, Volume Roman 33, p. 114. This comes from Muirchu's Irish source for the legend. See above app, a Roman 2, 3. For scriptum erat, I would read scriptum quad scriptum erat. Sign honor, supposed to mean, without recognition of my episcopal title. Male uidimus facem designati nudato nomen, 36,529. This gives much better sense than the ordinary rendering, which refers designati to Patrick and nud, nom, to the suppression of the episcopal title. I observe that Mr. White, though he does not adopt it in his translation, gives it as an alternative interpretation in his note. Another petition which in V-trip, p. 116, appears in connection with Mount Crochan, is added in V3, c. 88. C. Barry, trans of RIA, Roman 32. See Part 3. p. 223. I retract the date, c. AD 850, in my note, op. Cit. p. 218. I have abandoned a view of the relations of the Nennian MSS, which prompted me to assign this date. The Armagh tradition, connecting Columba with St. Patrick's tomb, is referred to in the additions to Tir Chon, see Appendix C, 19. I have shown that this was possibly the original corruption, tradition of Muirchu's text, p. 196. Hout has been restored for Cha out of the Brussels Ms. The restoration, obviously right, is borne out by Probus, Colgan, Trias Thaum. 47, who here transcribes Muirchu. See Stokes, ad loc. Probus here, using another but related Ms. of Muirchu, gives Nentrii Provinciae. Mr. Nicholson's explanation that it is a corruption of Britanniae will hardly be accepted. Paleographically, it has no probability, it was hardly necessary, and we should rather expect Britanniarum. It is obvious how readily the corruption rose from Banna Edinburgh or Ernie. Stokes' tripartite introduction p. cxxxv. He refers to Gregory of Tours Hist. Frank, x28 in Uico Nemtudoro. Skene, Celtic Scotland Roman 2, 436 n. identifies Nemther with neuter in the Black Book of Caermarthen, 4 Ancient Books of Wales, Volume Roman 2, p. 3. It is perhaps hardly necessary to observe that Ammianus, when he says that Theodosius in Storabat Herbs does not refer to Valentia, which he has not yet mentioned in particular, but to Britain in general. In AD 383, he was sent on an embassy to the Persians, whom Keller calls Parthians, p. 15, and married Serena soon after 384 or 385. In AD 386, he was engaged in the campaign with the Gruthungi. This seems to me a just remark of Mr. Hodgkin, Italy and Her Invaders, Volume I, 2nd ed. p. 716. Tyrants of Britain, Gaul, and Spain, Ang Hist, Review 1886, I, 55, Note 3. This is the chief study on the subject, republished in Western Europe in the 5th century, 1905, chaps, Roman 2, Roman 3. CP. App. 20 to Barry, S. edition of Gibbon, Volume Roman 3. Roman 2, Kajan, ed., Mommsen, p. 465. Prosper's notice, sub Ann. 407, agrees with the implication in Olympiodorus. Preface to edition of Gildas Chron, Min Roman 3, 1, p. 7. The Picts are described as a gens transmarina, the Picts of Dalaradia. Ann Ult, sub A 461. Ann Inisf, ed., O'Connor sub A 488 equals 493. Anno CCCCXXA a Passion Domini. Ed. Mommsen, p. 158-9. Rolls ed. p. 36515, Nessio Deus Sit, si Habem Tunc Annos Quindecim. Ib. 36,610. 36,510. So it is interpreted by Todd, St. Patrick, p. 392, by Neander Alg. Geschichte der Christlichen Religion U. Kirch, Roman 3. 185, note by Zimmer, Celtic Church, p. 43. I adopt the admirable correction of Dr. N. J. D. White for occasionum, in Unirunt me, MSS. The truth is that the length of time which elapsed since the wrongdoing is not pertinent. The point is the interval between the confession of it to his friend, who offered no obstacle to his ordination as deacon, nor later to his ordination as bishop, and the occasion on which it was used against him. It is this lapse of 30 years which makes his friend's conduct so unaccountable. It is interesting to note that this name is found on 3 agam stones, in the genitive forms Gossactas, Gossactias, and Gossactias. See Rise, agam inscribed stones, in reprint from Proc. Of Royal Soc. Of Antiquaries of Ireland, Part 1, Volume Roman 32, 1902, p. 24. The force of Adhuc here, not synonymous with Itram, is exactly like its force in Adhuc capturam dedi. See above, Appendix B, note on p. 34. Muirchus et erat anorum trigenta, 4961, must not be alleged. It is based on a misconception of the Annos Trigenta of the Confession, 36,510, and influenced by the scriptural parallel to which Muirchu refers. Jerome Ep. CXCI. Ad Agerucium means ed. Volume I 1057-8. After AD 439. Roman 7, Section 50. Orosius Roman 7, 38 and 40 gives no details of the devastations. Edited by Brands in the Corp Script, Eckel, 1889. Compare the sketch of Professor Dill, based on these poems in Roman Society, BK, Roman 4. Cap. 2 p. 263 ed. 1. So I would amend the corrupt metuendis. Ellis reads tetrasis and suggests mediais, but there is greater point in nudis. It implies, without the crops, etc., which would naturally attract an enemy. P18. pp. 1618 and Appendix B. CP Arian Synageticus Esp. Chaps. 123. The nature of the cargo is another argument against the view that Britain was the destination. Annie's XXX. Ter. Lock. Sit. The numeral is less probably a mistake for Roman 3 than the result of a mistaken attempt to account for the chronology of Patrick's life on the hypothesis that he lived to the age of 120. Other schemes assigned 30 or 40 years to the Oxera period, Muirchu, 27,122. For the traditions and legends connecting Palladius with Scotland's sea skene, Celtic Scotland, Roman 2. 29 SQQ. Skol du Ecclesiastici Britanum Scotorum Historiae Fontibus, 1851, p. 77, Loufs de Antiqua Britanum Scotorum Ecclesia, p. 51, 1882. Compare B. Roberts' criticisms on their arguments, Etude critique, etc. pp. 28 SQQ. Professor Zimmer, Early Celtic Church, p. 38, regards Palladius as a Roman rendering of Patrick's name Sucatus warlike, following a suggestion of Mr. O'Brien Irish. Eckel. Record 1887 pp. 723 SQQ. This is quite unconvincing in the absence of any evidence that Palladius was a Briton. Why should he not have belonged to the Stirps Pallidirum of Bourgs, a Paul? Sidon, Ep. Roman 7, 924, CP. Duchesne fasts a pisc, Roman 2, p. 26 note. P. CXXV. Ed. Stokes, 1871. This calendar, Mr. Stokes has shown, cannot be earlier than the end of the 10th century. The name of Palladius does not appear in any Irish calendar of saints. It appears under July 6 in the Breviary of Aberdeen. See Todd, St. Patrick, p. 299. C.P. Chron, Scott, pp. 2425, Cormac's Glossary sub Moghaim. M. Darbois de Jubinville has a note on Saint Patrick in Revue Celtique, Roman 9. p. 111 SQQ. He thinks a second Patricius came over to Ireland as a mere name in a copy of the Hieronymian Martyrology towards end of 6th century, and that of him were made the two Patricks of August 24 in Mart. Of Talat. See Barry, Tradition of Muirchu's Text, p. 205. The name of this place, whether in the form Ebmoria, lib, arm, or in the variant form Euboria for the variant C. Barry, Tradition of Muirchu's Text, p. 185, is unknown. The context shows that it lay between Oxera and the north coast of Gaul. Ebroica equals Evru would be my guess. It probably became the seat of a bishop before the end of the 5th century, but probably not long before. C.P. Duchesne fasts ape, Roman 2, 226. On the evidence for this date, see note 15 in my Sources of Early Patrician Documents, EHR, July 1904, where I refer to the discussion of Dr. W. Levison in his monograph cited above, Appendix I 7. Nennius Vindicatus, p. 123 note. Later compilers divided Amatho rege. In Irish conditions, a rex episcopus would not sound so strange as in Gaul, though I do not know of an instance before Cormac of Cashel at the beginning of the 10th century. In Tripartite Life, p. 34, we get a further step in the evolution. The bishop appears as Amatho Rai Romanac, king of the Romans. and the final stage is reached when Patrick is ordained coram Theodosio imperator. I pointed out this inference in sources of early patrician documents, Cit. Sup. Ann. Alt. Essay 439, for the separate coming of Isernina C. account in Lib. Arm. F18 R letter 1D52 A 342 Rolls ed. It is there indeed supposed that they started at the same time from Gaul, but were severed by storms, and so arrived separately in Ireland. The motive for this tale is evidently the genuine record that they did not come together. There are 3 cases, Zimmer, Ib. 2426. 1. Long O instead of long E, e.g. Trindate equals Trinitatum, Altwar equals Altair, Candluar Candelarius, Nitlaic Natalitia, Popa Papa. If the Latin forms had come directly to Ireland, the would have been preserved. O for A is characteristically British. 2C for P, Cask Pasha, Crupthir Presbyter. Words of this kind must have been interpreted to the Irish by British mouths, for if they had been borrowed from Latin, P would have been preserved. The motive for the change of British P to C in the loanwords was the observed fact that in native words Gaelic C corresponded to British P, representing the velar Q. The treatment of Patrick's name is a significant instance. From its British form we get an Irish Coithraige, from its Latin form Patrick. Cael, a vale, Caelech, a nun, is supposed to be another case equals Pallium. Mr. Nicholson suggests that it is Celtic, equals Capilia, Celtic Researches, p. 104. 3 SR for FR, SL for FL, e.g. Slechton, Flexionum, Esrogel Flagellum. In case of a direct borrowing, SR, SL would have been kept, but coming through British they were treated on the analogy of Irish Esruth equals BR. Frut. Tracia being an error for Fratia. The prose list in the Book of Ballymote describes both duets as Tenga Uma and as slain by Muirchertach, but in the case of the first duet Galach is written above. Di Galach is mentioned as Brian's youngest son and destined to reign in Connaught in the text printed with translation by Dr. W. Stokes from the Yellow Book of Lecan Call 898 concerning the sons of Eachade Muigmedin in Rev Celt, Roman 24. 1903, p. 182. The notice is discussed by Todd, St. Patrick, pp. 469-70, but he does not attempt any explanation of probetus est, and by omitting the first part of the notice altogether, he shows that he did not apprehend the significant association of the probatio with Leo. Nostra Provincia is ecclesiastical Ireland, or North Ireland, not a particular district or kingdom. The Vit, Trip, Part 3, p. 238, places the visit to Rome after the foundation of Armagh. This order seems to be simply an inference from the fact that the relics which Patrick got at Rome were brought to Armagh. The references are to Gundlech's ed. Ep. Muratcar, EUE Volume I. Mr. Warren rightly rejects the pregnant meaning found in this passage by Dollinger, Liturgy and Ritual, p. 39. Difficiles is in 3 MSS, including the Coloniensis, 8th century. It is clearly wanted, and if there was not some stronger and fuller phrase in the original canon, it has a very pregnant meaning. I believe that the silence of Cummian in his letter to Segane, Mean, PL, 87, 970, has been urged as an objection to the authenticity of the canon. But the argument from silence in such a case as this has no cogency. It is quite possible that he was not aware of the canon. C.B. Crush, Der 84 Jarage Ostercyclus Unsen Quellen, 1880. Columbanus ep. ed. Gundlach ep. 4 p. 162. Ib. ep. 1 to Gregory I, p. 157, Cattle, Sanct. Hib. Unum Pasha, quarta decima luna post equinoctium vernal, H and S Councils Roman 2, 292-293. Dr. McCarthy's explanation in Trod. To Annals of Ulster, Roman 4. p. LX 6 of an entry in the Chronicle of Marius Aventicensis, Adan, A.D. 560, as implying a survival of the old 84 cycle in Gaul, does not seem tenable. C. A. Anscombe, Z.F. Celtish Philology, Roman 4. p. 333. I have omitted all reference to the abstruse technique of the computations, and the question as to the difference between the 2 cycles of 84, differing in the number of the saltus, for which C. McCarthy, Op. Cit. pp. lxv. sqq. Crush op. Sit. For dating, see Macker the op. Sit. cxl. cxli. Mean patrol. 87 969. Crush 302 sqq. For dating, see Macker the op. Sit. cxvi, where the proof of fabrication will be found. So McCarthy, CXXXV, Note 2. Dr. McCarthy shows that Cummian was uncritical, CXL. But I cannot go quite so far as he. He accepts, as genuine tradition, the statement that Patrick brought a cycle with him, rightly observing that the addition of et fecit cannot be pressed, but holds that it was identical with the Celtic cycle of later times. It is with much diffidence that I venture to differ from him on this point, but I owe it to his investigations that I have been able to reach a definite conclusion. The learned appendix of pp. 123 sqq in Reeves Eckel, Ant, is valuable still. Ed. Gundlach MGH Ep. Muret Car, EUI IP 163. C. Jerome Ep. 58 Mean, 22 583. 450 in Tyrchon and 1 Ms of cattle. Sanctorum, 350 in other MSS. Of cat, sanct. It is not, of course, certain that Bishop Muirthachus qui fuit super flumen bratho, for whom Patrick and Bronus wrote an alphabet, is identical with the Epscop Muirdag, an aged man of Patrick's household, who is said in Vit. Trip, p. 134, to have been left by Patrick in Cella Lade. The foundation of Cella Lade is not mentioned by Tyrchon. The text of Tyrchon leaves it doubtful whether the foundation of Celola Tog was laid under Patrick's auspices, and whether Patrick ordained Cainech bishop. He is not included in the author's catalogue of bishops ordained by Patrick, p. 304. For the Monachi of Asicius, c. 31,333 and 32,830. Cainech was a monachus patricae, 32,413 another mon. P is mentioned 3,299, the deacon Koimenes of Ardlix seems to have been another, 31,726 Genjin and Sanach are described as mon. P 30,517, and for the foreigners Kunleng and Erkleng, c. 31,312. Thus Slabed, the seat of Bishop Fiac, would have been a Civitas. It is called Slebshensis Civitas by Muirchu 27,119. See also Lib Angeli 355, Omnes Ecclesia Libera et Civitas qui ab Episcopali gradu uiter esse fundata. CP. An Irish canon ascribed to Patrick in the Hibernensis, 29 C7 P 101 ed. Wasserschel. Auta Sancto Ecclesia aut in Civitate in Tus. 32,621, Quia Deus dixit illi ut legem relinquerent, et, as Stokes suggests, et episcopos ordinaret ibi, et presbyteros et diaconos in illa regiani. This suggests, though it does not necessitate, the inference in the text. Sentius More, I-40. See also the following passages. I-54, a false judging king and a stumbling bishop are placed on a level. I-78, the king's testimony is valid against all except the man of learning, the bishop, and the pilgrim. In his treatment of the Muirchu narrative, Todd does not go below the surface, but he recognizes that the first part embodies a concession on the part of Armagh. The question is discussed in Reeves, Eckel, Antiquities, 223 SQ. The simplest case is when an incident is reduplicated, as in the Cyclops story in the Odyssey, Book 9, where the second stone casting of the Cyclops at the escaping ship is a later addition by an expander who sought to outdo the original incident but failed in his effect. I may note here that the river Cabcenne, where the Orier men discovered the deception, has not been identified, but ought naturally to be sought near their destination, Armagh. So Todd, p. 195. In his article Keltisch Kirch, in the Real Encyclopedie für Protestantische Theologie U. Kirch, 1901, translated by Miss Mayer, The Celtic Church in Britain and Ireland, 1902. In Bede's Martyrology, under March 17, we find in Scotia S. Patricia Confessionis. Zimmer p. 10 accepts this without question as Bedan. I should like to know how far we can distinguish in this document what is Bede S. from later editions. There is, however, another consideration which may be taken into account by those who wonder at the absence of any reference to Patrick in Bede's ecclesiastical history. The Latin literature concerning Saint Patrick only began to appear in Bede's time. Tyrconn's memoir cannot have been written long before his birth, and he was nearly 30 years old when Muirchew's life was composed. The older patrician literature, as we have seen reason to believe, was in Irish and inaccessible to Bede. The Columban Church in North Britain was not concerned to propagate the fame of Patrick. There was rivalry between the Columban and patrician communities in Ireland, cp. Tyrcon, 3148. As I observed above, p. 262, if Muirchew's work were anonymous and nothing were said of Ede, we should never suspect that the author belonged to the south of Ireland. We should certainly connect him with North Ireland. The particular passage on which Zimmer relies, the only positive evidence, is in the additions to Tyrcon in the Liber Armachanus p. 332, Rolls ed., where Palladius is said to have been called Patricius alio nomen, but is distinguished from the second Patrick. But this can be otherwise explained. The double date of Patrick's death, see Appendix C, 7, led to a duplication, a first and a second Patrick, and one attempt to fix the personality of the earlier Patrick was to identify him with Palladius. Index Abban Saint, Life of 210 note. Objectorium 311. Abisionibus Seculi, Liber de 239, 245, 379. Abyssinia, Foundation of Church in 6 SQ. Achad Fabier Aghagauer, 130, 360, 379, 376. Adalbert, Apostle of the Slavs, 215. Adamnan, Canons of 235, Synod of Atbur, 255, 261, Law of 255 note, Life of Columba, 267, once mentions Patrick, 310, alleged work on Patrick, 271. Adoption, Rites of 293. Adratsta, her church, 145. Adshead, Prophecy of 79, 299. Ede, Bishop of Slabed, Relations to Armagh, 253, 261 SQ. Connection with Muirchew's work, 255 SQQ. Attends Adamnan's Synod, 255, 261, date of death of 255. Ede, King of Connaught, 361, 362. Aegidius, Roman general, 190. Aetius helped by Dathai, 95, 354. Campaigns against Franks, 317, 354. Appeal of Britons to 224, 330. Aghade, Church of Iserninus 164. Aghagauer, see Achad Fabier. Aganog, Church of 128. Agricola, British Pelagian, 297. Agricola, Roman general, Irish policy of 12 note, 289. Aigley Mount, see Crachan Aigley. Aelcluid, see Alcluith. Aelb, alleged pre-patrician saint, 351. Aelb of Shanko, 129, 360. Aelich, Kingdom of 70 and note, Patrick's work in, 162. Aelil Molt, 106, 303, date of his reign in Connaught, 361 SQQ. Aelil, son of Eachade Mugmidhoin, 128 CP. Tyrell. Aelil the Womanly, date of reign of 362 SQQ. Aelred, Life of Ninian, 313. Airbacgian, 241. Aethech, 176 note. Alans in Gaul, 338. Alaric in Greece, 24, in Italy, 25. Alcluis Aelcluid, 190-91, 314, 323. Elafind C. Elfin. Alu genitive of Aelcluid, 314. Alphabets, Latin introduced in Ireland, 15 and note Objectoria, written by Patrick, 184, 311 Agam, 185 Escu. 312 Iberian, 186. Amatho, 347 note CP. Amator. Amator, Bishop of Auxerre, ordains Patrick, 49, 337, 347 SQQ. Amathorge, 258, 347. Ambrose, saint, supports monasticism, 38, discovers tombs of Gervasius and Protasius, 151. Ambrosius Aurelianus, 190, 315. Amelgaid, king of Connaught, 27, 72 note, 96, 306 date of his reign and death, 360 SQQ. Anghill, tribe of, 129 note. Anglesey Island, Druids Inn, 11 note. Annals Irish, 279 SQQ. Of Ulster, 279, 281, 282 SQQ. Of Innisfallen, 280, of Four Masters, 281. Annals Welsh, 284 SQ. Antiphonary of Bangor, 311. Arelanensis Insula, 277, 294, 338. Audry High King, 69. Ardbracken, 230, 231, 248. Ardlix, 378 note. Ardmash Monastery at Si Irma. Ardsenleys, 359. Ardpatrick, 162 note, 309. Arrigal, 156 note. Arelate, 294. Armagh, Book of C. Liber Armachanus. Armagh, foundation of, 154 SQQ. New settlements, 159 Ecclesiastical Center, 160, Patrick sets out for before his death, 207 Patrician relics at, 211 Patrician material collected at, 252 SQQ. Connection with Slaped, 261 mentioned in Fiac's hymn, 265 claims of the sea supported by Vit. Trip. 270 by Liber Angli, 287 date of foundation of 308. Northern Church at 159, 308. Armenia, conversion of 8 and note. Armorica, story of Patrick's connection with 274, 293. Arnon Mons, explanation of 276, 7. Arthur of Britain's not a king, 190, 315. Asicius, bishop, 135 SQ. 358, 376, 377. Athanasius, 7. Othbron, 121 note. Othdara, battle of 353. Othfithat Aghaid, 164 and note. Atakati, 325, 354. Augustine, missionary, 221, 389. Augustine of Hippo, 245. Augustinus, companion of Palladius, 299. Odysseodorum, see Auxerra. Auxerra, church at 48 name of 49 Patrick studies at 49 SQ. 296, ordination at 337. Auxilius Auxail, ordained at Auxerra, 49, 297, his coming to Ireland, 348 relations with Patrick, 163, 310 at Killassie, 259 note with Patrick in Leinster, 163 SQ. Acts with Patrick in drawing up canons, 234 CP. 166, 371. Badon MT, Battle of 284, 285 note. Bala Lake, 145. Ballina, 148 note. Ballintager, 301. Banna, 322. Banivanta, position of 17, 322 SQQ. Preface ad fin. Baptismal rites, 193, 367, 316. Baronies modern represent Old Kingdoms, 68 SQQ. Basilic Church of 144, 360. Terchan at 249, 311. Beacon Macula, Feast of 303. Bede, Chronicle of 282 on Ninias, 313 on Dauriata, 316. Silence as to Patrick, 385, 386. His Martyrology, 386 note. Bell of Patrick at Armagh, 211, 320-21. Beltane Customs, 107, 267, 303. Benedictus, companion of Palladius, 299. Benignus of Tyrol, 307. Benignus, successor of Patrick at Armagh, ordeal of 109, 145 adopted, 173 4 date of death, 284 succeeds Patrick, 206 and note, 319, 332. Helps to compile Census more, 355, 356. Canon attributed to, 371. Bernicia, 325. Bishops in Irish Church, 180 SQQ, 243 SQQ, 286, 375 SQQ. In Census more, 379. Bidius, Bishop Bethius, 135 SQ, 358, 377. Boer, 68 note. Boderg Lake, 134. Boffin Lake, 134. Boniface, Bishop Winfrith, at Jasmer, 124, compared to Patrick, 217, 233 note. Boniface, Pope, 370. Book of Armagh, see Liber Armachanis. Book of Clonmacnois, 281. Book of Cuana, see Liber Cunac. Book of the Island of Saints, 281. Book of Rites, 69 note, 70 note. Bordeaux, 34, 274, 341. Braid River, 29. Bratho, Flumen, 376 note. Brechton Bright, 89 90 301, 302. Breg Plain of 104. Breen Strait, 84 301. Brian, son of Eachade Mugmeadhoin, 365. Brian, sons of 144. Brigantia, 12 note. Bright see Brechton. Bridget, Saint, Life of Bicogitasis, 255, 256, 332 date of birth, 284. Britain, Scotic colonization in north of 10-note Druidism in, 11-note Roman rule in 12, annexed by Claudius 13 close relations of with Gaul, Ib. Irish settlements in southwest of 14 invasions of by Picts, Scots, and Saxons, 20 SQQ, 325 SQQ. By Nile, 25 SQ. 331, Patrick returns to 41, Church of, appeals to Gallic Church to crush Pelagianism, 50, Germanus and Lupus sent on a mission to, 51, Dux Britanniarum, 314, 328, comes Britanniae, 328, comes Litoris Saxonis per Brit. 328, Relations of British Church to Irish, 244 Kings and Tyrants in, 315, Celtic Revival in, Ib. Braun Massicny, Bishop, 130, 145, 307, 359, 377, 378. Bratgellum, 274, 341. Brood King, 108 note. Bruno of Querfurt, 215. Buen, 335. Burgundians, Conversion to Christianity, 9. Cabcenne, River, 381 note Stokes and Strachan conjecture that Cabcenne should be read. Cachan, 176 note, 311. Cainach, Bishop, 376, 378 note. Carroll, Bishop, 377. Cairnech helps to compile Census more, 355, 356. Caselire, 130. Calendar of Luxeuil, 319. Calendar of Ongus, 343 note. Calpurnius, father of Patrick, 16 SQQ. Decurion, 20, 290 names his son, 23, 289, 291. Cannaby, 290. Candida Casa Whitern, 313. Canons, Irish, 166 SQQ, 233 SQQ. See Hibernensis. Caplet, Druid, 138, 142 SQ, 240 SQQ. Capraria Island, 294. Caprasius, 295. Captives, instrumental in spreading Christianity, 5 SQQ. Redemption of, 167. Capua, 276. Carausius Roman 2, Tyrant, 330. Cerdig, 315. Cashel, Kingdom of, 69, 299 Patrick at, 163. Castlereagh, Patrick in District of, 144. Catalogus Sanctorum Hiberni, 240, 285 SQQ. Celestine, Bishop of Rome, sanctions mission of Germanus to Britain, 297 notices condition of Irish Christians, 51, 52 note, sends Palladius, 54, 349, death of, 60 note, alleged mission of Patrick, 251, 343, alleged visit of Patrick to, 276, Prosper's notices of, 349. Celadonius, bishop, 285. Cell Alade, 376 note. Cell Angle, 129. Cell Fine, Church of the Tribes, 57, 298, 390. Cell Garrod, 145. Cell Rathan at Granard, 122. Cellolatog, 376. Celts, intercourse of insular and continental, 11. Sen Cruich, Crom Cruich, Idle, 123, 299, 306. Sen Jacan, Bishop of Cashel, 271. Senandy, C. Kells. Censurius, Bishop, 247. Seretic, C. Coroticus. Sechan, 360. Clodwig, King of Franks, Attitude of to Christianity, 101 Code of Lex Salica, 113. Clojo, King of Franks, 354. Chrism, 316. Christianity, diffusion of furthered by Roman Empire, 3 means of diffusion beyond the empire, 4 SQQ. Introduction to Ireland before Patrick, 14 SQ. 51 to 349 SQQ. In Britain, 20 in Galloway, 187. Chronicon Scatorum, 280-81. Churchmoily, 302. Sciaron, alleged pre-patrician saint, 351. Sciaron of Belachduin, 271. Sciaron of Clonmacnois, 286. Sciarigi, 130, 359, 360. Sinuit, 191, 314. Scipia, mother of Bidius, 135. Civitas, ecclesiastical term, 180, 378. Claudian, notices of Britain examined, 325 SQQ. On Roman history, 222. Claudius, Emperor, conquest of Britain, 13. Klebach Fountain, 138. Clergy, married, 290. Cleo, 310. Clogher, 162 note, 309. Clonmore, 164. Coenacher of Slain, 273. Cogitasus, 255, 256, 266. Coimenus of Ardlix, 378 note. Coins Roman found in Ireland, 288. Quarper, son of Amongade, 306. Quarper, son of Niall, attempts Patrick's life, 119, 120. Coithred, C. Cothraid. Coleraine Church at, 162. Collate of Druim Royalgech, 271. Calman, Bishop of Clonkeen, 352. Calman Umach, 271. Columcille, C. Columba. Columba, Saint at Palace of King Brood, 108 note House of at Kells, 121 note, discovers Patrick's grave, 210, 251, 321, 380, finds his relics, 321, alleged work on Patrick, 271 Columban communities, 386 compared to Patrick, 215. Columbanus, Saint, attitude to Roman See, 369 SQQ. Notice of Paschal cycles, 372 on the Episcopate, 375. Canal Muirthemne, 83. Canal, son of Niall, baptized by Patrick, 119 death of, 125 note. Concessa, mother of Patrick, 23, 292. Candieri, land of the churches in, 162. Confession of St. Patrick, 196 SQQ, see under Patrick. Kungbala, 156 note. Kunlade, sons of, 311. Kunleng, 378 note. Kanakan, son of Kalman, 271. Connaught, Patrick's captivity in 27 SQ. Kingdom of, 69, Patrick's work in, 126 SQQ. Order of his visits to, 358 SQQ. Chronology of kings of, 360 SQQ. Connor, diocese of, 162. Constantine the Great, 2-3. Constantine, tyrant, 329. Constantius, author of Vita Germani, 247. Cork, king of Munster, concerned in the Senchus Moor, 114, 355, 356. Corcu Achland, 135. Cormac, king and bishop of Cashel, 347. Note, his glossary, 355. Corona Tonsure, 242. Coroticus rules in Strathclyde, 190 SQ. Invades Ireland, 192. Patrick's letter against, 193 SQ. 226, 227 SQ. 316 evidence for his identification, 314 date of Ib. Source of legend of his death, 261, 317, guess as to date of his raid, 303. Cothraige, Coithraige, name of Patrick, 268, 291, 351. Note, ancient etymology of 264, 265. Crimthan, king of Ireland, 331. Crimthan, king of the High Seensalach, baptized, 163. Croag Patrick, 28. Note, see Crochan Aigley. Crochan Aigley, Mount, Patrick's captivity conjectured to be near, 28, 335, Patrick's fast on, 131 SQQ. His petitions on, 320. Croesus, death pyre of 86, 111. Crom Cruech, idle, 123 SQQ. And note, 299, 306. Cross, townland of, 86. Note. Crosses, early in Ireland, 352. Crosspatrick, church of, 148. Crozier of Patrick at Armagh, 211, 320. Crubthere or Cruimthere equals presbyter, 291, 350. Note. Cruthan Pix, 342. Cuana Mac Ailsine, 281. C. Liber Cuanac. Cucumney, 236. Cuel Canair, Battle of 362, 363. Cummian, his letter, 283, 371, 374, 388. Cup of Patrick, 321. Cyprian, 245. Cyril Constantine, Slavonic Apostle, 217, 219. Dacia, conversion of West Goths in, 4. Dare of Orier, coadjutor of Laguerre, 114, 308, 356, 357. Grants site of Armagh to Patrick, 155 SQQ. Was he king of Oriel? 155, 308, provenance of story of 262. Dairn, 251. Dalaradia, land of the Picts, 28. And note, 29, 342. Dalmatia, islands on coast of, 295. Dalriada, in Scotland, 316. Dalriada, land of the Scots, 28. And note. Damasus, decretals of, 62. Derica, 292. Dathai, nephew of Niall, 72. Note, his expedition against the Franks, 95, 354. Date of reign, 331. Date of reign in Connaught, 362 SQQ. Burial of, 355. Daventry, 322 SQ. Decize, district of Inco Waterford, 14. Note. Declan, Saint, 351. Decretals, 62. Decurions, 17 SQQ, 290. D. River Vartry, port of 81, 83. Dees, district of 14. Baronies of Ib, note. Demetrias, letter of Pelagius to 45. Durlis at Bright, 301. Dissy, tribe of expelled from Meath, 13. New settlements of 14, 288. Ditchu converted by Patrick, 85. Grants Patrick site for church, 87. Historical reality of 89, 301. Dicta Patricae, 228 SQQ, 341. Diocesan jurisdiction, 180 SQQ, 243, see sub-bishops. Dogs, Irish, 31, 341 SQ. Domneck Ergit, 309. Domneck Ert Donard, 56. Domneck Faic, 165, 310. Domneck Majan, 251. Domneck Sechnil, see Dunchelin. Donagmore in Turali, 148. And note, 376, 379. Donnig Patrick, Church of 119, 305. Donard Church at 56, 298. Devato, Stone of 11 note. Downpatrick, Ancient Earthworks at 91 claims Patrick's tomb, 380 SQ. See Dunlethglas. Druidact Magic, 76 note. Druids Gaelic in Ireland, 11 note, practice sorcery, 76 SQ. Derivation of word druid ib. Note, prophecy coming of Patrick, 79, 352 variants of the prophecy, 269, 299 Gaelic, 304, survival of Druidism, 305. Druimbo, 91 note, 302. Druimerchil, 310. Drumlease, 175 and note. Drumut Serigi, 311. Duech Galech, son of Brian, date of reign of 361 SQQ. Duech Tenga Uma, date of reign of 361 SQQ. Dubthach Makuluger, poet, helps to compile Census More, 115, 298, 355, 356, at Tara, 116, 305. Duma Graid, 129 note, 134 note. Dun Alan, 164. Dunna Embretton Dumbarton, 191. Dunlang, King of Leinster, sons of 163, 304. Dunlevin, Wrath of 56. Dunlethglas Downpatrick, Fortress of 84, 87, 301, 302, Legend of Patrick's Burial at 209. Dunseverick, 162 and note. Dunchelin, Church of 117 and note. Easter Fires, 104 SQQ. 107 note, 111, 334, Cycles, 371 SQQ. 215. Ebmoria, 346, 347. Ebroica, 347 note. Ecclesiae Liberi, 176, 311, 378 note. Egli Mount, Secrachan Egli. Elbadug of Bangor, 278. Ellerin, 271. Elia's Saint invoked by Patrick, 33 and note. Elphin Patrick at 135-6, 358, Terchan at 249. Elvira, Council of 291. Emain Navan, Fort Dare dwells at 154, 308. Nd, son of Amongade, meets Patrick, 146, 360. Nd Sensalach, 164. Eachade Muigmeadhoin, King of Ireland, 72 and note 96, 331. Eachade Termcharna, King of Connaught, 362, 363. Eogan Bell, date of reign, 361 SQQ. Eogan Esram, date of reign, 362 SQQ. Episcopate, Organization of Irish, 375 SQQ. See Bishops. Heir converted by Patrick, 105. Erclang, 378 note. Ermidach of Clogher, 271. Eris, Barony of, 146 note. Ethelbert, 101. Ethan, daughter of Laguerre, conversion of 138, 307. Ethan, River Inni, 121. Eucherius at Monastery of Larinus, 39 treatise of Ib. Dwells aloof in Island of Lero, Ib. 295. Uric King, Code of 113. Eusebius, Chronicle of 282. Exorcists employed by Patrick, 77 and note, 310. Pharamond, King of Salian Franks, 354. Fastidius, 297. Faustus, Bishop of Ria, 40, 296. Fedelm, daughter of Laguerre, conversion of 138, 307. Fedelmid, son of Laguerre, 102, 302. Fane the, 357. Phase Temrach, 303. Fellardus, Bishop, 376. Feridaj, C. Satchel. Ferdimnac, Scribe, 225, 229, 254, 260, notes of his own composition in Lib. Arm, 251, 252. Fergus, a compiler of Census More, 355, 356. Fergus, Bishop of Downpatrick, 302. Fergus, grandson of Laguerre, 253. Firminus, Rhytracia, 354. Fethfiada, 76 note, 246. Fethfio, 175 and note. Phaeac, consecrated bishop by Patrick, 115, 116, 165, 310. Sleddy tradition about 258, 305. Hymn ascribed to 259, 263 SQQ. Finian of Clonard, 286. Fifth, see Iserninus CP. 297 and 350, 164. Flaith, 67 note, 176 note. Flurimrit, 304. Fochleth, Wood of, home of Patrick's master, 27, 28, 29. People of, cry to Patrick in a dream, 42, 335 extent of, 127 in Phaeac's hymn, 264. Foiled slays Patrick's charioteer, 357. Faret, sons of, 254. Formity, 244. Fortune, 102 note, 302. Franks, mentioned by Patrick, 194, 317. Dathai fights against, 354. Freewill doctrine of CP, Pelagianism. Friedritus, Renatus Perfuturus, name of analogous to that of Patrick and note. Frumentius, founds Church of Abyssinia, 7 work of 8. Feutiers, 68. Fuerg, 254. Galla, wife of Eucherius, 39, 295. Gallinaria, 294. Gara, Lake Tessit, 130. Gachu, tribe of 55, 58. Gaul, Patrick in, 34, 341, condition of SW. Gaul, 35, invasions of AD 407, etc., 329, condition of AD 400 916, 338 SQQ. Gengen, monk, 378. Georgia, conversion of 5 and note. Germanus crushes Pelagianism in Britain, 50 SQ. 297 consecrates Patrick, 59, 338, 348. Supports Hilary of Arles, 64 at Arles, 285 secular career of 297 life of by Constantius, 247 SQ. Lost life of 277 mentioned in Phaeac's hymn, 264, Church of in Wales, 277. Mountain of 276-7, Patrick studies under 344-5. Gervasius, Tomb of and Relics, 151. Gildas, 188, 330. Gillicoimgin, 281. Glastonbury fictions about Patrick, 273, 344. Glenavy, 162 and note. Glore, 162 and note. Goidels in Britain, 13, 288, 289. Gorgon Island, 294. Gossact, son of Miliuc, Tomb of at Granard, 122, 336. Gossactas in inscriptions, 336 note. Gospel of the Angel, 321. Granard, Church of, 122. Gratian, Tyrant, 329. Gregory I, Pope, 174, 214. Gregory of Nyssa, values relics, 151. Gregory of Tours, 245. Guasect, see Gossect. Gundabad, Code of 113. Hagiography, Early Irish, written in Irish, 266 SQQ. Heptateuch, 311. Hercaith, 359. Herman, Mount, explanation of 276-7. Hibernensis, Collectio Canonum, 235 SQQ. Hilary, Bishop of Arelate at Monastery of Larinus, 39. His struggle with Pope Leo, 64 Anti-Pelagian, 296. Historia Brittonum, 277 SQQ. Homily on St. Patrick, 279. Hone o' Druid, 135. Honorat, Saint, modern name of island of Larinus, 38 note. Honoratus Saint, cultivates Isle of Larinus and founds monastery there, 38, 39, 295. Honorius, Emperor, sends for Britannic Legion, 25 at Ravenna, 63, rescript to Britain, 315, Britain under, 326 SQQ. Hostages, 71. High Iona, 236, 175 note. High Seensalage, 163. High Lugair, 305. High Nilane, 308. Hymns Jenner Patrick, 259, 263 SQQ. Preface to 279. Hymns of Patrick C. Larica. Hymns of Sechnal, see Secondinus, preface to 279. Iacihai. Irlathus, Bishop, 319. Irenescus, Saint, 359. Ibar, alleged prepatrician saint, 351. Ibar, Bishop, 284. Iberia, conversion of 5. Iberians, same race as Ivernians, 11. Iberians of Spain, alphabet of 186. Iction C, 331. Inais Patrick, Isle of 83. Inscriptions at El Cels, 145, 307 Agam, CP. 312 of Ballyhank, 102 note of Brestog, 306 of Burnfort, 289 of Crag, 115 note of Donard, 312 of Drumlusk, 299 of Colleen Cormac, bilingual. 298, 305 of Kilorglin, 289 of Man, Stone of Devato, 11 note stones with Gossoctas, 336 note. Inverdi Inverdi, port of Patrick makes his escape from 31, lands at 81 300. Ireland Teutonic settlements in 1 SQ. Church founded in 2 Gallic Druids in 11 note communication of with Britain, Gaul, and Spain Ib. Position of in ancient geography 12 and note trade of with the empire Ib. Exiles from in Britain 13 relations of to Roman Sea 66 political and social condition of 6780 tribal districts and social grades 67 SQ. Kingdoms of 69 SQQ. Provinces of 70, political condition of 71 SQ, religion and cults in 74 SQ, sorcery and druidism 7680 poets of 115 Christianity in before Patrick 349 SQQ, closer connection of with Roman Empire 213 SQ, monasticism in 214 schools of learning in 220. Ermine Pillar, fall of 124. Iris Domnand, 146 note. Iserninus 5th, ordained at Auxerra, 49, 297, 350 relations with Patrick, 163 4, 310 birthplace of 164, 310. His coming to Ireland, 348 founds church at Aghaid, 164 and note. Draws up canons with Patrick, 166, 234, notice of in lib. Arm. 259 note, CP. 253, 297. Isidore of Seville, Chronicle of 281 note, 282. Italy Patrick escapes from his companions in 35 and 36, 342. Ivernians, communication with the continent, 11. Ivora, Ireland, 305. Jerome, saint, founder of monastic institutions, 38. His description of devastation of Gaul, 338, 340. Jocelyn, Life of Patrick, 279. John of Teignmouth, Sanctologium, 273. Joseph, Bishop of Armagh, 270. Julian, Emperor, his treatment of Decurions, 19. Justianus, Macu de Maine, 309. Justice, Deacon of Patrick, 311. Kells, St. Colum's House at 121 and note. Kerry, District of Connaught, 130. Kilcullen, 297 and 164 note, 310. Killala, 149, 376. Killeret, 145 note. Killeen Cormac, graveyard of 298. Killisbugbrown, 130, 307, 359. Kilglass Lake, 134. Killassie or Killishia, church of 163, 310. Kilmore in Moygles, 135. Kilmerchan, 255. Kings of Ireland, 67 SQQ. Kyrie Eleison, 229, 231 SQ. Legion Leinster QV, Kingdom of 69, 70. Lathrich Patrick, see Glenavi. Latin, ecclesiastical language of Western Europe, 218 SQQ. 321, Latin loan words in Irish, 350-51. Leckhill, Upper and Lower Baronies of 87 note. Legions in Britain, 328. Leinster Palladius in 55 Old Kingdom of Ib. Note Province of 70, Patrick in 163 SQQ. Early Christian communities in 351. Leo I Pope 64, Epistle of 152 Decision on Easter, 285 Patrick's relations to 152 SQ. 367 SQQ. Larins see Larinus. Larinus, islet of reclaimed by Honoratus, 38, Patrick in monastery of 39 SQQ, 294 SQQ, 337 SQ, 342 Eastern influence on Larins, 374. Lero, Isle of 38 and note, Eucherius and Gala in 39, 295. Less space or enclosure, 156. Letha equals 1 Latium equals Italy. 2 Latavia equals Gaul, 264, 276, 292. Lex Catholica, 247. Liber Angli, 253, 287, 371. Liber Apud Ultanum, 230, 249, 257, 346, 383. Liber Armachanus, 226, 229, 251, 252 SQQ. And frequent references in Appendix. Liber Cunac, 281, 310. Liber Hymnorum, 246, 263. Liturgy introduced by Patrick, 170, 231, 286, 311. Lanarmon, 277. Loan words, Latin and Irish, 350-51. Lorne Bishop, disciple of Patrick 90, 302. Lochrew Enchanter, 105. Laguerre High King, son of Niall, reign of 72 and note reign and policy of 95 SQQ, 353 SQ. Attitude of to Christianity 99 SQQ, 267, 351, 353, compact with Patrick 112, 353, his code, the Sentius More, 113 SQQ, 355 SQQ. Mode of burial 112, 304, Feast of at Tara, 104, 303, Story of the conversion of his daughters, 138 SQQ, 250. Lombard's anachronistic use of name, 292. Lawman, Patrick's nephew, founds church at Trim, 103, 292, 302. Larica, Irish Christian incantation, ascribed to Patrick, 77 note, 246, 266. Lucet Male, Sorcerer, 106, 108. Lugut Poet, Tomb of, 115 and note. Lupita, 292. Lupus, Bishop of Troyes at Monastery of Larinus, 39, sent to Britain with Germanus, 51, 297 Antipelagian, 296. Macerthin, 309, 176 note. Macucor, Isles of 83. Macuil, 258, 267. Macfichach, grandson of Niall, 120. Mache, 360. Machia Domnec Magan, 251 note. McManus Cathal, 279. Macdale C. Mactalius. Mactalius, 310. Male Druid, 138, converted by Patrick, 140 name of and proverb concerning, 142 SQ, 240 SQQ. Male Poil, 273. Maeve, 106. Magi, 135. Mag Erthic, 130 note, 359. Mag Domnan, 146, 148. Maganize, plain of 87 and note, 300. Mag Nernio, 130 note, 359. Maganus, name of Patrick, 23, 278, 292. Mag Select, idle in, 123 SQ, 305 306. Mahi Island, 302. Man, Isle of, independent of Rome, 10 note, 288, Druidism in, 11 note, Macule Bishop of 267. Marcellinus, Chronicle of Count, 282. Marcus, Tyrant in Britain, 329. Marguerite Ste, modern name for Isle of Lero, 38 note. Margie, Hills of, 165. Marianus Scotus, 279. Martin of Tours, 38, legendary connection with Patrick, 273, 274, relations to Ninian, 313. Mathona, 306, 358, 377. Moctius, 281, Machti, 309-10. Mon Maganus, 278 note, 292. Maxentius, Emperor, punishes Christians by making them decurions, 18. Maximus, second abbot of Larinus and bishop of Riae, 39-40. Maximus, Tyrant, usurpation of how it affected Britain, 21 SQ, SQQ, 330. Meath Disc driven from 13, Kingdom of 70, Patrick in 104 SQQ, CP, 251. Mechar, 254. Methodius, Apostle of the Slavs, 217. Milan, C of 62 SQ. Militz in Strathclyde, 314. Miliuc Milchu, Patrick's Master, 29 and note. Parishes on a pyre, 85, 86 and note, 264, 335. Miss Mount, 29 SQ. Funeral pyre of Miliuc seen by Patrick from 86, 335. Mithraic worship, spread by Roman soldiers, 6 note. Mocha, 303. Machti Moctius, 309-10. Mockbirth and Mocksuckling, 293. Moynan equals Ninian, Cuvée. Monasticism in Ireland, 214. Monson genitive Monaison, 307. Moses, comparisons of with Patrick, 131, 210, 251, 276, 279, 380, CP. 311. Moy River, 148, 359. Moygles, 134. Emrichtan Brechton, 301. Mucknius, Bishop, 148 note, 311, 376. Mutabrod, 92 note, 246, 302. Mugruth, a mythical druid, 76 note. Muirchertach Masurka, 286, 361. Muirchu, Life of Patrick, 82 note, 255 SQQ. Sources of 257 SQQ, 266 SQ. 268 may have visited Olydia, 300, prominence of Easter legend in his work, 303, on Patrick's intended journey to Rome, 344 SQQ. Muirthachus, 376 and note. Mullaghferry, 148 note, 149. Muman Munster QV, Kingdom of 70. Municipal councils in Roman Empire, 17. Munster, Patrick in, 163, 310. Murder, Irish legislation on, 357. Murisk, Promontory of Murisk, 28, 131 note Umil. Musgrave Tyre, 254. Muskerry, Patrick in, 163. Nas, Palace of Kings of Legion, 163. Nye, 292. Nantes, 34, 341. Now, 292. Natfrach, King of Munster, 163. Nathai, Macguchin, 299, 300. Navan Amain, 308. Nemther, 264, 323, 324. Nennius Hist, Britnum, 278. Nentria, 323. Niall, King of Ireland, invades Britain, 25 askew. 331, 334 power of, 72 and note 96. The slaying of 331. Nikon, Russian Patriarch, 219. Ninian, Bishop, 187, 313, builds a church at Whitehurn, 187. Nino, Apostle of Georgia, 5 and note. Nondrum, 302. Norma Magica, 241. Notitia Dignitatum, 328-9. Ninias, see Ninian. Acha, Battle of, 361. Audrin, Charioteer of Patrick, 357. Odysseus, Deacon, 264, 289. Oduin, poem on kings of Connaught, 361 SQQ. Ongus, son of Natfrach, king of Munster, 162, 356. Agems, 185, 312 C. Inscriptions. Alcan, bishop, 368. Iran, 144. Oriel, kingdom of, 70 and note, 308. Orientius, combinatorium, 338-9. Orier Warthier, 208 and note, 308. Ossory, Patrician, 163, 310. Otto of Bamberg, apostle of the Pomeranians, 120, 171 note, 173 note, 222. Ovenus, 305. Owls, 131 note. Pallade, family of Borgs, 343 note. Palladius, interested in suppression of Pelagianism in Britain, 51. In Ireland, 52, consecrated bishop by Celestine and sent to Ireland, AD 431, 54. His landing in Wicklow, 300. In Leinster, 55. Death of Ib. And 59, churches founded by, 56 SQ. 298 in Olydia, 89 SQ. 342-3, statement that he was called Patricius, 251, 343, 389 note, 391, account of an hist. Brit. 278, companions of, 299, theory of his identity with Patrick, 343-4, 385, 389 and note 91. Pomeria Island, 294. Parachia pi alpha rho omicron iota kappa iota alpha, meanings of, 244. Parachia Patriciae, 249, 253, 287. Paschal tables, 283, cycles, 283, 352, 371 SQQ, 388. Patiens, Bishop of Lyon, 247. Patrick, birth and home of 23, his family and relatives 290, 292 his names 23, 230, 291, see sub Sucatus and Cothrage. His education 23 SQ. Carried captive to Ireland 26 captivity and escape 2730 for place of captivity 27 SQQ, 334 SQQ. His conversion 30 takes passage on a ship 31 his dream 33 his journey through Gaul to Italy 34 SQ, 338 SQQ. His account of this episode 36 at the cloister of Larinus 39 SQQ. Returns to Britain 41 337 sees victorious in a dream 42 his resolve to go to Ireland 47 297. Studies at Auxerre, 49, 296 is ordained deacon by Bishop Amader, 49, 297, 348, consecrated bishop, 59, 347 SQQ. Lands in Ireland, 81 SQ. In Olydia, 8392 in Meath, 102 SQQ. First Easter in Ireland, 104, 267, 303 influence of on Irish legislation, 114 SQ. 355 SQQ. In Connaught, 126 SQQ, 358 SQQ. Actual and alleged visits of to Rome, 150 SQQ. 344 SQQ, 367 SQQ. Founds Armagh, 154 SQQ. Ecclesiastical position of in Ireland, 161, 182 in Dowriata, 162 in Munster, 163 in Leinster, 163 SQQ. Canons of 166 SQQ, 233 SQQ. Paschal table of 170, 283 liturgy of 170 numbers of his converts, 171. Church organization of 171 SQQ, 375 SQQ. Perils of in Ireland, 172 expenditure of money by, 173 foundations of, 174 SQQ. Diocesan system of 181 SQ, 375 SQQ. His denunciation of Coroticus, 193 SQQ, 226, 227 SQ, 316, his detractors and enemies, 195, 198 SQQ, 318 his confession, 196 SQQ, 225 SQQ. 317 Zimmer's view of his confession, 385 his illiteracy, 199 206 318 his false friend, 52 202 298 318 332 his youthful fault, 202 332 his knowledge of the scriptures, 206 citations of from scripture, 293 319 popular Irish idea of 204 SQ death and burial of 206 SQQ 380 SQQ petitions of 207 319 SQ 251 279 historical significance of 212 SQQ compared to other missionaries, 215 SQQ chronology of his life, 331 SQQ 336 SQQ date of advent to Ireland, 283 day of death, 319 227 note alleged second captivity, 294 his charioteer, 357 his crozier and bell, 211 320 SQ cup, 321 alleged opening of tomb of 321 psalter written by 311 mass of Ib dicta of 228 SQQ see dicta patriciae Irish hymn ascribed to 77 246 favorite expressions of 228 231 246 hagiographical comparisons with Moses, see Moses legendary travels of 274 SQQ accretion of legends round 266 SQ duplications of 333 SQ Patrick of Ristella 344 Patrick Old Cisen Patraic Paul Apostle double named 23 in note relics of 154 367 Paulinus friend of Probus 273 Paulinus of Pella 339 Pelagianism 43 SQQ Atlarans 47 crushed in Britain by Germanus 50 SQ 297 in Ireland 52 53 298 Pelagius sprung from Gaelic settlers in Britain 15 note 43 296 promulgates the doctrine of free will 43 SQQ opposes Augustine and Jerome 46 Pentecrucium 123 Peter Saint relics of 154 367 petitions of Patrick 319 SQ Petra Cloyth Alcluith 314 Petra Coithrigi 291 Picts of Caledonia invade Britain 20 SQ of Dalaradia visited by Palladius 55 342 Emain once their stronghold 155 conversion of in Galloway 187 313 apostates 313 315 316 Pillar worship in Ireland 74 123 299 Plague in Ireland 7th cent 248 Pontifically Adona 235 CP 200 Potatus father of Calpurnius 1620 Poted 264 289 Presbyters in Irish Church 286 Princeps ecclesiastical term 243 378 Probus his life of Patrick 273 SQQ 335 341 Prosper Tyro epigram of 46 note notice of Palladius 283 298 349 at Rome 298 Providentia Divina de 338 339 Provincia use of the word 368 note Ptolemy his account of Ireland 12 Pirates 120 Quadriga Cothridge 269 CP 291 Coil River 84 Rahulp si Raskalpa Raskalchair Downpatrick 301 Raskalpa Rahulp Church at 90 302 Rathcrochan Patrick at 137 SQQ Mounds of 306 Dathai's tomb at 355 Recrad Druid 148 Regia Ptolemy's Emain 155 note Relics 151 SQ 307 SQ Restitutus 292 Rithmitus Suchmaid King of Britain 274 Ritterch 314. Radon 360. Rhodarchus 314. Roman Empire, prestige of 8 SQ, 93 SQQ. Idea and influence of 222 SQ. Roman See, position and authority in Western Europe, 6166, 152, 169, between Leo I and Gregory I, 214, Appeal 2, recognized in Ireland, 169 SQ. 239, 369 SQQ. Attitude of Ireland to Ib. Rome, Patrick's visit to 150 SQQ, 367 SQQ. Alleged visit to 344 SQQ, 275, 389 SQ. Rose C. Ruse. Rossnet C. Whitern. Reuben, 236. Ructi, error for Sucti, 274. Rufinus inspires Pelagius, 46. Run map Urbgen, 278 note. Ruse, son of Trecham, 89, 301, 355, 356, 307. Russia, Relations to New Rome, 98, Christianity in 99, Raskal in 219. Sabhal, name of churches, 309. Sabhal Sisal. Sachal, pupil of Patrick, 130, 174, Bishop of Baslic, 145, 359, 376. Saltor of 311, at Rome, 367, 368, 369. Siali, 249, 376. Salt marshes in Maganize, 91 and note, 267. Salvian, his notice of devastation of Gaul, 338. Samhain feast of, 107 note, 304. Sandon, burning of the god, 111, 304. Sanuch, 378 note. Sardica, council of, 61 note. Saul, church at 87, 88, 301 death and burial at 207 SQQ. Tomb at, opened, 321. Surt C. Scary. Scothno, 302. Scots, pagan in North Britain, 315 date of settlement there, 316. Setnal, see Secundinus. Setnasach, 253. Sechmaid, king of the Britons, 293. Secundinus, church of 117, hymn of 117, 246 SQ. Arrival of in Ireland, 166. Difficulties about his relation to Patrick, 292, alleged connection with Armagh, 319. Segais, battle of 361, 363. Segain, abbot of Armagh, 261, 262. Segain, abbot of High, 374. Segitius, presbyter, accompanies Patrick to Ireland, 59, 275, 345. Sels Hill at Lake, 145, 359. Sels Lake Church near, 144, 249, 272, 307. Semi-Pelagianism, 296. Senachus, bishop, 376. Sentua parish of Shanko, 129, 358. Sentius Moore, Code of Laguerre, 97, 353, 355 SQQ. Bishops in, 379. Senelicella, 358. Senior Saint, 274. Seniors in the Confession, 318. Sen Patraic, Old Patrick. Fictitious, 319, 343 4. Septimius Severus, 293. Setanta Cachullin, 83 and note. Shankoff or Shanko si Senchua. Shannon Sonona, River, 133 SQ, 306, 360. She or Fairies, 75. Sidonius Apollinaris corresponds with Faustus, 40, friend of Constantius, 165, 247. Siricius, Pope, 291. Scary Cert, 29 note, Stronghold of Miliuc, 86 note, 258, 301. Slan Slaney, River, 84 and note, 301. Slane, Hill of Patrick lights Paschal fire on, 104, 301, 303, Irk buried at 105. Slabed Sleddy, 116, 255, 258, dedicated to Armagh, 261. Civitas, 378 note. Slemish Mountmiss, 29. Sliab Hugh Enelela, altar in, 272, 352, 359. Sligich Battle of 362, 363. Snakes in Larinus, 296. Solar Worship, 74, 299. Sorcery, see Druidism. Spain Christianity in, 4 intercoursive with Ireland, 11 sq. St. Nicholas, Island of, 273. Staff of Jesus, 275, 276, 320. Stettin Temple of, 125. Stilicho defends Britain, 22, 326 sqq. Sends Britannic Legion to Italy, 25, 328. Stochids Islands, 295. Stowe Missile, 233, 311. Strangford Lake, 85. Strathclyde, 316. Sucatus, Name of Patrick, 23, 264. Sucset, 269, 274. Meaning of 291, 343 note. Suck River, 144. Sulpicius Severus, Life of Martin, 248. Syagrius General, 191. Synodus I Patrici, 233 sqq. Synodus Roman II, Patrici, 237 sqq. Synodus Romana, in Hibernensis, 237 sq. Abandonment of 263. Tablets Wooden, 311. Tacitus on Trade of Ireland, 12 in note. Tailt in Meath, 119 in note, 305. Tamarensis, Insula, 273. Tamnac Tanog, 129 in note, 359, 377. Tara Kingdom of 69, Mound of the Hostages at 71 Feast of 112 sq. 303. Tassach Artificer of Patrick, 90, 301 Bishop of Rahulp, 208 ac. To Stokes and Strachan, Tassach equals T Asach, Thyasicus, hypochoristic. Tessit Lake, 145. Tekna Raman, 56, 298. Teltown Seatailt. Temple Ferdog, 156 note. Tespia, Kingdom of, 121. Theodore of Tarsus, 235. Theodosius I the Great, Laws of Concerning Decurions, 19 sq. Sends Stilicho to defend Britain, 22, 326, recognizes Maximus, 327. Theodosius, father of Theodosius I, delivers Britain, 21, 325. Theodosius Roman II. Code of 97, 99, 356, connected with Patrick's ordination, 347 note. Thomond, Kingdom of 71, 310. Tigernac, 280. Tigroni Tekna Raman, 56. Turali Tur Amongid, the land of Amongade, 27, 28, 307. Patrick visits, 127, 358, 360. Tyrchan, Memoir of 82 note, 248 sqq. Section of Discovered by Dr. Gwyn, 229, 250. His Story of Male and Caplet, 240 sqq. Nature of Sources of 24950, 252, 254, 266, 360, Relation to Vit. Trip. 272 at Baslick, 311 Nature of his Itinerary, 358 sqq. His Uncertainties about Numerals, 250, 312, 359, 368, 369. Tyril Turelela, 128, 358. Tilachtka, Hill of, 107 note. Tonsure in Ireland, Roman tonsure enforced in, 167, 239 sqq. 286, native tonsure adopted afterwards, 183, 215. Torbach Abbot, 225, 254. Tornius Poem of 355. Totmail, 242 3. Trachtis, 274, 341. Trecham, father of Dichu, 89. Tribes, Irish, 67 and note, ecclesiastical system of, 174 SQQ. Trim, story of foundation of, 102 SQ. 253, 302 date of foundation, 308. Troyes Synodat, sends Germanus and Lupus to Britain, 51. Tuath, 67 note. Tuatha De Danann, 137 note. Turin, Council of, 63 and note, 299. Tyrants in Britain, 315. Tyrconnell, territory of, 72 note. Tyrrhenian Sea, 228, 264, 337. Uinter, corrupt reading in Ms of Muirchu, 322. Uisnech, hill of 120, 305. Ulaid Ulster, geographical meaning 28 and note, kingdom of 70 and note. Ulidia, Latin form of Ulaid QV, 28 and note, tradition of Patrick in, 82, patrician legends in, 89. Ulster, 70 and note. Alton, bishop, 229, 248, 249, 271, 387. Altonia, Ulster, 70 and note. Umil, promontory of C. Murisk. Unitas Ecclesiae, 140, 215, 370. Vason, council of 231. Valentia, province, 188, position unknown, 324. Valentinian Roman 3. Confers sovereign authority in the West on the Bishop of Rome, 64. Vandals in Gaul, 35, 329, 338. Vartry River, 31. Visai Roman, 290. Victor, Angel, 264, 278. Victorian Cycle, 280, 371 2. Victoricus appears to Patrick in a dream, 42, becomes Victor, 278, 296. Victoricus of Domnac Magan, 296. Victorius of Aquitaine, 371. Victricius, Bishop of Rouen, 152, 187. Vincentius at Larinus, 39, 64. Visigoths, conversion of Indatia, 4. Vita Secunda, 268 SQ. Vita Tertia, 272 SQ, 275. Vita Quarta, 268 SQ. Vita Quinta, 273 SQQ. Vita Tripartita, 254, 266, 269 SQQ, 275. Vladimir, 99. Vortigern, 102 note, 277. Vulgate, use of the in Patrick's writings, 293, 319. Whitern Candida Casa, 187, 313, 325. Wicklow, port of 55, 293, 300. Willibrord, apostle of the Frisians, 215. Wizards see Druids. Wolfhounds, traders in Irish, take Patrick on their vessel, 31. Women, position of in Irish Church, 286. Wulfilas, work of 4 SQ, 8, 217. Xystus, Bishop of Rome, 60 note. York, 328. Zosimus, Bishop, 63. The End. Printed by R&R Clark, Limited, Edinburgh. Works by Professor Barry. With maps and plans, Crown 8 Vo, 8s, 6d. Library edition, revised, 2 volumes, 8 Vo, 25s, net. A History of Greece, to the Death of Alexander the Great. Some press notices. Guardian. Professor Barry may be heartily congratulated on the successful performance of a most difficult task. He has written a thoroughly satisfactory history of Greece in a single volume, and produced a book of value not only for students at school and at the universities, but also for scholars of maturer years and judgment. Saturday Review. Professor Barry has supplied a real want. At last we have to hand in a single volume a history of Greece which is at once comprehensive, critical, and up to date, a history, moreover, which may be read not only with profit but with pleasure. Will, no doubt, be found useful even by specialists. To schoolmasters and tutors it is a veritable godsend. Spectator, told with such clearness, fullness, and sense of proportion that the book will stand as a model for a 1-volume history, rivaled only by J.R. Green's similar work on the English people. It has all the qualities of accuracy, lucidity, and art in arrangement, which are the special merits of a short history. The book also contains numerous excellent illustrations. Pilot, recognizing in Professor Barry exceptional erudition, untiring industry, brilliant scholarship, and a marked genius for historical study, we expected much from his history of Greece. We may say in a word our expectations are more than realized. Globe 8 Vo, 3s, 6d. A History of Greece for Beginners. 2 volumes, 8 Vo, 32s. A History of the Later Roman Empire. From Arcadius to Irene, AD 395–800. Classical Review. Mr. Barry, S. volumes are an important and valuable contribution to our knowledge of a period, the history of which has been too much neglected by scholars. Athenaeum, this scholarly and vigorous work. Edinburgh Review. His illustrative matter is, on the whole, ample and correct. Oxford Magazine. The bright and attractive chapters on literature and on social life, which are scattered among the more solid matter, deserve a word of special praise. Edited by Professor Barry. History of Federal Government in Greece and Italy, by Edward A. Freeman, 2nd edition. Extra Crown 8 Vo, 12s, 6d. Prof. Barry's editions of Pindar. The Nemean Odes, 8 Vo, 12s. The Isthmian Odes, 8 Vo, 10s, 6d. Foreign Statesmen. Edited by Professor Barry. Crown 8 Vo, 2s, 6d, each. Charles the Great, by Thomas Hodgkin, DCL. Philip Augustus, by Reverend W. H. Hutton. Cosimo de' Medici, by Miss Ewart. William the Silent, by Frederick Harrison. Philip Roman II, of Spain, by Major Martin Hume. Richelieu, by Prof. Arlage. Mazarin, by Arthur Hassel. Maria Theresa, by Dr. J. Frank Bright. Joseph Roman II, by Dr. J. Frank Bright. Catherine Roman II, by Prof. J. B. Barry, in preparation. Murraybow, by P. F. Willert. Cavour, by the Countess Martineng Cicersko. Macmillan & Co., Limited, London.